Everybody, this is Jackson. I'm here with
Amanda.
And welcome back. We are live here at AmFest 2023, Turning Point USA. And how's your experience so far?
It's good, okay? Especially yesterday is the highlight so far. We're improved and touched by Nicole, Ava Chen, and Roy yesterday. We'll be proud of them. We'll be proud of one of the NFSC member. But today, I know you have more, people to introduce, right?
Yes, Amanda. And do not miss out. You guys do not want to miss out today, day 4. We only have a half day left. So make sure you tune in either live or you're here live in person because we got some powerful guests coming. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Don't leave. So see you soon.
And we'll see you soon.
Have a good day. Is that good?
Oh my gosh.
皆さんこんにちは、我是优美。今日この機会をいただき本当にありがとうございます。精一杯頑張ります。 大家好，我是日语播报的花一。今天我们代表日本的战友们来到这个会场，我们会加油学习，然后提升自己的能力的。谢谢。
大家好，我是日语播报的小番茄，我们也今天在这里努力，谢谢。
嗨，所有战友们好！12月15号，我们现在是在凤凰城 American Fest 的现场，大家可以看到后边我们战友还有一些工作人员都在紧张的准备当中。就在凤凰城这个保守派大会，我们今年2023年新中国联邦，我们所有这些人没有缺席，而且特别重要是今年有很多年轻活力的战友，他们从世界各个国家来到这个地方，我们非常期待接下来3天的旅程能够与爱好和平、坚守正义的灭共的美国朋友能够一起来共赴这个盛会。华盛顿第7农场，中原佛手。
全球的战友们好，我是来自洛杉矶盘古农场的美国小李。那么今天呢，战友们可以看到哈，我们的这个架子呢，基本上快搭建成功了哈。实际上我们盘古农场呢来了。至少有这个6、7位战友哈，现在都依旧在忙碌着哈。战友可以看到他们在准备这个桌子哈，在准备这个，这是应该是个带自动。
Hi everyone, my name is Max and I'm joined by my friend Landon here at America Fest 2023. Now this is my first America Fest. I don't know about yours. Have you been here before?
It's actually my second America Fest. So I was here 2 years ago for America Fest 2021.
That's amazing to hear. And I just was curious, what brings you to our new Federal State of China booth today? Was there anything that curiosity got the better of you or maybe heard of us before?
Yeah, I hadn't heard of you guys before this conference. There was the breakout session this morning.
Right.
I kind of saw the headline and I was like, that sounds really interesting. I'd like to learn more about that. And I showed up and yeah, it was really amazing just to hear about your whole movement, taking down the CCP. I back you guys 100%.
I appreciate that. And thank you so much for standing with us. I think it takes the unification of the Americans and the Chinese, freedom-loving Chinese people to unify against like the threat of the CCP.
Right.
I think there's so much division in this world, as you can tell. That's exactly what they want from us, right? They want to divide us, put against each other, but it does take the unification to bring forth a change. Would you say that's correct?
Yeah, I'd say that's right. And the biggest thing with the unification is I know a lot of people in America, they think we have so many problems here in America. We can't really worry about the Communist Party in China. We don't have time to worry about that. But I think it's bigger than that. Obviously, we have problems here we need to address. That's part of what this conference is about. But we also have to recognize that the state of China today is affecting millions of people within that country. And I mean, your organization, it doesn't ask for any money from Americans. It doesn't ask for any time. It's simply asking for support, which is something that we can freely give. It doesn't take any effort. And it's something that we should do. Especially, I mean, I'm a Catholic. I'm a devout Roman Catholic. I believe in God. I believe Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. And I've read the Communist Manifesto, and one of the things it calls for specifically is the destruction of God and religion in society. And so, especially if you live in America and you believe in God, you should be resisting this infiltration of communism, not only in China, but throughout the world, because the first thing they're going to try to do, and something that they've already really successfully done in America and in many other countries, is the destruction of the church and religion.
Absolutely. And that's wonderfully said. Thank you so much for acknowledging that, because that's exactly what happens when the communists take over, right? There are many things that they do. Number one, they take away your right to fight back, whether that is through your voice, your freedom of speech, or your arms, right? Number two, it's the destruction of the church. They don't want you answering to a higher purpose. They want to be the higher purpose, the one spokesperson of truth, the one answer. They want to be God. And number three, they want to have war on each other, right? Create more divide. It's the divide and conquer strategy. And you can see a lot of these ideologies being exported out of China and make its way into America. Is there anything that you see on American soil that kind of resembles these and we need to acknowledge and resist against.
Absolutely. I mean, we have American politicians who are openly pro-communist, who are openly pro-socialist. You see it; it's more and more common every day now. We had the Red Scare, 50 years ago, but at this point, I mean, it's just open now. No, it's not as stigmatized as it once was, and I think part of that is a lack of education, and a part of that is the propaganda that people hear saying, "Oh, communism is not that bad. Capitalism is evil." Things like that, and so we need more education about what communism truly is and what it brings to a country that believes in it.
Absolutely, and education is the first forefront that we need to address.
Right.
I think we have too many institutions here that are being taken abroad by foreign interference. For example, pushing Marxist ideals.
Right.
Not only that, but on a lesser front, to control the populace, we also have apps like TikTok, social media in general, that are pushing propaganda that say exactly what you say, right? America is bad, capitalism is bad. We should be looking within ourselves to find that socialism is the way forward. And I just believe that that is a very, very intense fight that we also need to tackle as well. So thank you so much for bringing that up.
Of course.
And thank you so much for standing with us at the New Federal State of China.
Of course.
Now, just know that this interview might be broadcast around the world, translated into different languages, and it might even make its way within the walls, the Great Firewall of China, to a bunch of freedom-loving Chinese
That'd be
people.
amazing. I hope if you live in China and you're listening to this right now, don't be discouraged. There's people in America that support you. There's people in America that are fighting for you. And there's people in America that want to see the CCP brought down and you want to see your freedoms brought back.
Well, thank you so much. And we want to fight for the freedom of America as well. We really believe that this is the final frontier to defend these values, because I personally am a Canadian. I've seen Canada succumb to the death, like the slow creep of tyranny. And nowadays, like we can only come to America to really freely express ourselves these days.
Right.
So thank you so much. And we believe that we should come together to fight the tyranny of the CCP. Thank you for joining me again, Landon. It's been a pleasure.
It has.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the NFSC booth at AMFEST 2023 in Phoenix, Arizona. This is day 3, and I'm Kevin. Today, I'm here with this gentleman.
Jacob Lee.
Yeah, and here he's going to talk a bit more about his background, his experiences with this CCP.
Yes, so I am a recent graduate of Rider University class of 2023, where I got a degree in geology with a minor a minor in marine sciences. Sorry, I stutter sometimes. But I also am the third generation of immigrants from China. My grandparents immigrated at the end of the 40s, and I'm also a member of Turning Point USA.
That's great to hear. And then, so I guess could you tell me a bit more about how you found out about the NFSC and your experiences with Turning Point?
Well, the only way I found out about the NFSC is really through Turning Point. I mean, I've been a member since 2019, and this is my 10th conference here, and I actually saw you guys for the first time last America Fest 1 year ago in December.
Yeah.
So I was really pleased to see you guys here, because my whole life was a Chinese conservative, being a vivid anti-communist. It really made me feel great. The CCP has.
For sure. And as you can see, we've upgraded from last time.
Oh,
A
yes.
much bigger booth. And I think that just goes to show about how much people are waking up. People are realizing the threat of the CCP, and they're taking actions to start countering it and raising awareness to wake up more people.
Absolutely. And I think it's a very important topic every year. It continues to be more and more important every year at this conference, because we're trying to think of ways to save America. And if we don't realize what our greatest threat is, which I believe is the CCP, then I don't know how we're going to be able to accomplish that.
100%. And so I know you said earlier you just graduated. Do you have any experiences of how you've seen CCP infiltration in the American education system?
Well, I went to a small school in New Jersey.
Yeah.
I never saw any like direct CCP like sympathizers. However, I did see a lot of aspects of college that seem to be very heavily influenced by the CCP. That being, if you were ever to speak up against China for an atrocity or something, they would oftentimes say, "Well, America has done this too, so who are we to blame them?" Or but whenever if you were to a student would criticize America, they would never rule it the other way around. And another thing I've noticed is that if you ever speak out against China in the first place, you would often be somehow perceive the term of xenophobic or racist. I myself receive that even as a half Chinese.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, here in America, you can criticize protests against the government, right?
Yes.
In China, you can't do any of that.
No, you
right?
cannot.
As soon as you say something bad, you get arrested, locked up, right?
Yeah.
And so this is what makes America great, right? We have free speech, we have the right to the First Amendment, right? We have the Constitution, and so this is what we're fighting to, keep, and this is why we're raising awareness about the threat of CCP.
Absolutely, it's amazing, and there's no denying that the CCP right now has a massive grip on American universities. And the main problem we have is that a lot of these universities will not disclose the money that they take from the CCP. In 2020, the University of California, Berkeley just failed to disclose a $220 million donation they received from the CCP, even though they're Section 117 of the Higher Education Act requires them to report donations like that, but they won't. And that just that's just one university. I can only imagine how many the rest of them are hiding.
Each year the CCP donates tens of billions to American universities, and you can tell, right? Recently, what's happened with Harvard, that scandal about the CEOs or presidents not resigning, right?
Oh yes.
And then they just keep accepting money from CCP, and then that's how they control you, right? You take their money, and then you're just under them for your entire life, right?
That's their main attempts to control the minds and hearts of Americans is really through the media and through education themselves.
And since you're recently in the education system, I know something that's really popular with Gen Z or younger generation is the TikTok, right? TikTok.
Oh yes.
And so recently, a lot of people have been calling for TikTok bans, and hopefully it'll happen soon.
Yes.
But I guess could you tell us more about if you know it or have heard anything about TikTok?
Well, I will tell you one thing. There's a good reason why I don't have TikTok, and that's specifically because of their ownership of by the CCP and their attempts to track Americans and keep their cellular data. To me personally, I think that TikTok is really their main weapon, aside from education, that's being used to garner the hearts and minds of the youth of America. Now, the youth genuinely tend to lean left in the first place, but it's never been worse than it is right now.
100%. And then, so I guess as someone as young as yourself, a recent graduate, what would you say to the audience? How can they counter CCP influence in America?
Well, first of all, I think we all need to do our research, okay, and also dig deep into research, because you have these major search engines like Google that are directly linked to the CCP that are attempting to block certain information from you. Make sure you dig deep for the information, and always never be afraid to question authority. Never be afraid to question information that you are not 100% sure is correct. Okay, and another thing is keep mindful when you're watching movies and entertainment and media, because a lot of them today, like Disney, are owned by the Communist Chinese Party.
Exactly. Yeah. 100%. Cannot agree with you more. Well, one last question. So how can the audience, keep up to date with you and follow you on social media?
Yeah, so I have an Instagram account named is Based Shark, all lowercase, BASED SHARK on Instagram. And I've always been passionate about this issue. I've always been passionate about other issues in politics, and I truly believe that Americans need to stand up right now, and we need to rally, because in my opinion, there has never been a closer example to modern day Nazi Germany than the Communist Chinese Party is right now.
100%. 100%.
Absolutely.
Well, Jake, it was great talking with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kevin.
Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening towards all the audience watching our show. And now is the new federal state of China, the NFSC at America Fest in Phoenix. And today is the 19th, and we have already had our first guest for today. Hi, John, how are you?
Very good.
Yeah, well, thank you, thank you. Can I ask a question? What led you to here, to our booth of the new federal state of China?
Well, I came to the event. I heard Roy speak yesterday at the event, and he gave a very powerful speech. So I came over to him and I shared my story with him and talked about maybe, might be a good thing for me to share it with your audience.
Oh, yes, I can't wait for it. So you have a little bit of an interesting story and an interesting background about what you know of the Chinese Communist Party. Can you tell us how it originated and where it started?
Well, it's a crazy story, but when I was young, at the age of 26 years old, I lived in New York, and I led a trip of young people to the Communist Republic of China, People's Republic, also went to Yugoslavia, and at that time, we traveled all around China as a guest of the Communist Party, and I met with different communist leaders. So I was an American Maoist leader at the time, and I was a true believer in what Mao Zedong and Chinese communists were preaching at the time.
Well, that's as an American believing in Mao and believing in communism, what was the influence that made you go into that step?
Well, for me, I grew up in a poor neighborhood in New York, and at the time there was a radical movement, and the ones that were promoting Mao Zedong was the Black Panthers, and I hung out with the Black Panthers. They used to have the Red Book. We used to all have Red Books, and that was the thing that led me down the path to beginning to study communism, study Mao, and become a Maoist.
Wow, so that's what happened, and that's where you can see the CCP's infiltration into the U.S. throughout the years. Now, it was interesting because you said you led a group of the young people and have the trip into communist China. Now, how and when did you find out, oh, this is actually CCP founded, like what you were doing?
Well, when we got over there, one way, organization was the recognized organization by the Chinese Communist Party in America. There was a lot of organizations that supported Mao but they gave us kind of, I guess, the stamp of approval, our organization. So we sent multiple trips to China, and mine was a trip of the young people that I led. And so I didn't know we were funded. Most of us did not know we were funded. Only a few select leaders of the organization were getting the money and not telling us. But anyway, when I got to China at the end of our trip, the Chinese communist representatives gave me a package of money to take back, which at that time kind of freaked me out because I didn't know we were getting money, and it was illegal to take money back in. So we had to figure out how to deal with that. And when we got back, we started to challenge those leaders as to why we were accepting money from another country.
So that's a really long story about how you got to where you got now. So when did you suddenly realize that's when you said, oh, something is not right? But when do you realize that communism was a problem of the world we are living in right now?
Well, it was a combination of different things. One was China was going through a change, and Deng Xiaoping had come into power, and they were moving down a path of following capitalism economically, but communism politically. So we kind of went like, well, wait, I thought communism economically was better than capitalism. Why is China becoming capitalist economically? So that made us start to question, well, what really is behind this picture? So that started to open up a lot of doors, and we started to challenge what we believed at that point. And at that point, little by little, me and a bunch of other people became disillusioned with that, and then we separated from the organization.
That's actually very interesting because you have woken up and then finally realized, okay, this is a problem. Now, because you said there were many other young people as well, do you know if they have also stepped out of the brainwashing and then know about the truth later on?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is most people probably not, because the problem is once people go down a path, it's hard to admit you were wrong. And most people want to, it's like when you join a religious cult or something like that, it's hard to admit that you went down the wrong path. So for me, 9/11 was when I kind of looked at my whole life, and I said, okay, I had good intentions. I wanted to make a better world. I thought communism was utopia, but I was wrong. and I started to look at all the ways that I made the wrong choice in life, and then said, okay, you were wrong about this, and then I kind of recreated myself, my identity as what I call a born-again American and a patriot.
Well, we know that the CCP is actually a transnational criminal organization, and they're not just having the influence inside communist China, but like you said, in U.S., in Western countries as well. Now, you back then were one of the young people that was actually, following the communism and following Mao. But what do you think about the generation right now? What do you think about the young people right now? Is the same thing happening again? Is the history repeating itself?
Yes, and different. Like anything, it has similarities, and then there's differences about it because the time has changed. The influence still comes from our educational system, where a lot of the educators are Marxists or semi-Marxists or neo-Marxists, whatever you want to call them, and so they're influencing the young people, and the young people are disillusioned. Their disillusionment with life leads them to follow people who are telling them something that's not true. And the Chinese Communist Party is the most powerful force in the world today. There is no competitor for communism. And so they're the force that's competing all around the world to get people to follow them.
But do you think this is right of what's happening right now?
Right? No, it's wrong. And, one of the things that they have today, the Chinese, that they didn't have back then, is that they're such an economic power. So a lot of what they're able to accomplish is because of their money. And so they buy Hollywood. Hollywood is willing to promote whatever story the Chinese Communist Party wants them, because it's all about money for Hollywood. It's not about principle or real beliefs or anything real. It's basically the Chinese money is influencing them to do what the Chinese want.
That's right. And that's when we know that's why I always say, follow the money, follow where these traces are going, because only if you look at where the money come from, you'll realize, okay, this is something up and this is not right. And this is what the CCP does, because they will fund and they will put the influence into, for example, cultures, for example, like you can say artistries, or things like you can say films, like you mentioned about Hollywood, or any of the other aspects and areas, and that's where they do the infiltration. So what you have mentioned about these areas, but what other type of infiltration from the CCP have you seen?
Say that one more time, Nate.
What type of infiltration, like other infiltrations, have you seen from the CCP in the U.S.?
Well, clearly in the educational system, I know, I haven't personally experienced it, but the Confucius Institute that they set up inside the United States is one example. They influence big tech, obviously, with their relationships and their finances. So the relationship with big tech is a major problem for our country. And then, of course, something that influenced us was the pandemic and the development of the pandemic and the virus, and that led to a whole effect on the whole world, including the United States, having it, coming out of the Wuhan lab. Maybe with our cooperation, maybe, time will tell.
Now, from your perspective, do you think many people have realized that the CCP is behind this?
Not enough people. A lot of people have, and then a lot of people haven't. And once again, it's what kind of content you receive. And a lot of the media does not share any negative stories about China.
That's true.
So if that's the only media you consume, you only hear that. And so really what people need to do is open themselves up to all kinds of alternative points. That's how I changed my opinion in life, because when I was young, I only consumed communism. I didn't understand that there was alternatives and different points of view about communism. So once you open yourself up to the other points of view, you have a better way of making a decision about what's right and what's wrong.
Well, I'm glad that happened, because that change has made people more, including yourself, more open and actually see the truth about the world. Now, at America Fest, coming back to the current time, were you expecting to see an organization as the NFSC appear in the world stage and doing what we are doing right now?
Well, two parts of that. I was familiar with, because I consume a lot of a range of media. So I was familiar with the new federal state of China prior to coming here. Was I expecting it to be as big and as grow? No. I think you've come a long way, and it's becoming very influential. And just people need to hear the story better and more, and any way to get the story out there is important. So, I support that. So people get to see the truth of young people like yourself,
right.
who, because I've met people who grew up under China and got out, and then you understand the truth when you understand what people really experienced who lived under the dictatorship of communism.
Yes, that's true. And there's still many young people and young generation, like you said, that's still being brainwashed by the communism and still haven't escaped the cage, because it's almost like a fake bubble, a fake a dream that they are living in right now. So what is your message to those people who still are not awakening yet?
Once again, I would say look at alternative media, look at stories, particular stories. I know there's a group in Washington, D.C., I think it's called Voices of Communism. It shows movies and documentaries of people who've been living under different communist regimes, how the exploitation of communism, the dictatorships affect people's lives. So I think people who escaped North Korea, people who have escaped communist China, for people to take a look at some of that and get to see the real truth of what life is under that dictatorship, not what our media is trying to sugarcoat it and tell us it's all good, it's beautiful. It's not. It's not.
No, that's definitely true. And like you said, you came here because you saw yesterday Roy Gore, one of our fellow fighter, and his speech. Well, now we have another fellow fighter who's going to have a speech soon today again. So tune in for it, and then we'll come back very shortly after. Okay, thank you very much, John, and thank you towards all of our audience and your views. And we'll be coming back with more interesting and also more discussions made on the stage here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Joy from NFSC. We're here in AMFEST 2023 in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. So joining me today here is Ben.
Yeah.
So Ben, tell us, where you're from, what you're doing.
I'm originally from Texas, but I've been here for 20 years in Arizona. My family's all in Texas. I left home about 20 years ago, came here. I've been here for the last 20 years in Arizona. I came to America Fest I was telling you, to get a revival, to get a boost, to be around like-minded people, so I can just get a recharge and come, because sometimes in the world it just feels like everything that's going on right now, there's a lot of hopelessness, and with everything bad, I come here and I feel revived, I feel good, and that way I can go back out there and still have that drive to share with people.
Yeah.
I know, even though a lot of people don't want to listen, I post on my social media, and they have me where, where they got it where when you post something, you're like way down at the end, you don't come up, but that's fine, because even if it's one person that sees something that I post, which is truth, that's all I care about, that they can at least see the information that's really out there.
Exactly. Well, when we were talking, you mentioned, so when I actually met Ben, he said that he actually knew about us. Can you tell a little about, how you got to know the new Federal State of China?
Yeah.
And how, because actually we're here, the only Chinese group here in this entire, center. So how did you, feel when you were seeing a group of Chinese people doing this? And how did you hear about us in the first place?
I knew who you guys were the first year I came, because I listened to Steve Bannon. I turned him on in 2020, literally like a few months, probably in February of 2020, when the virus had just hit the U.S. and they were starting to shut things down. I just felt something was not right. So I needed to I turned on the news on this channel that I have on streaming service, and Real America's Voice News popped up, and I put it on, and Steve Bannon was there. So I heard about you guys through Steve Bannon, through his show. So I kind of had already known the history of Miles Guo. Actually, I saw the interview that Steve did with Miles Guo.
Oh.
Yeah, early on.
When was it?
This was like in 2020.
Ah.
Yeah, I saw he had Miles Guo on, and I saw that interview. So that kind of opened me up to what was going on. Miles Guo was talking about the infiltration of our elites into to our government, and he sat down with Steve, and so that's how I kind of learned about you guys.
Yeah, yeah.
So I
Oh,
knew
that's
you
very
guys,
empowering. Maybe you actually saw the interview of Mr. Miles Guo and Mr. Steve Bannon when New Federal State of China was founded. Because it was founded on June 4th, 2020, during the pandemic.
I might have seen. It might have been that one.
It happened on
Yeah.
Hudson River in New York.
Oh,
They were
okay.
doing, the New Federal State of China Declaration on the boat in Hudson River.
Oh,
And it was
wow.
pretty amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was probably that interview.
Mhm.
I think, watching Miles go and hear him tell his story, kind of also opened my eyes up to the corruption. I think my dad had shown me. My dad told me, "Hey, you need to watch this film." It was called The Last Narc. Okay, and I watched that film in like 2020. It was a true story of a Kiki Camarena, a DEA agent that our government, the CIA, killed because he was coming too close to uncovering the truth about the supposed war on drugs in the 80s when we stopped funding the Contra movement and then we started working with the cartels to bring in and fund that movement. So our government was working with the cartels, and that opened up my eyes. When I saw that film, and then I started watching Steve Bannon, and it was just like I used to think that my government was the greatest government in the world, the most honest government in the world, and it was all a lie. It was not. It was the furthest thing from the truth.
It's very interesting that you brought out the idea of Ark, like Noah's Ark. That's what Mr. Miles kept mentioning because what we're doing, we're trying to save not only the Chinese people but also American people. Because Mr. Miles was the first one to warn the world that the COVID virus is human factored, is actually manufactured in a Wuhan lab back in China, and then he was warning the world the danger of the vaccine. So you mentioned about the vaccine, like you were not vaccinated, right?
No, I didn't. Something just told me in my gut that something didn't feel right. I guess my gut instinct, that God-given instinct, was like, I don't feel right. I was never big into vaccines in the beginning. I mean, I got all my childhood vaccines in the 80s, when I was born. But I never was into getting the flu vaccine. How people, would always believe in the flu vaccine and all that. I just never did. So I turned on, Real America's Voice News in that year, and that's when I started listening to Steve Bannon. He started having people on. They started talking about gain of function. That's how I first learned about gain of function.
American government's money.
Using our money, our tax dollars to fund this research, and they were trying to, censor it, call it conspiracy theory. And I was posting it on my social media, and nobody knew what it was. They were like, "What is this?" That
they call it fake news.
They call it fake news. And it wasn't. It was truth news. So when I started, realizing that, hey, like my government's literally, I'm out here working hard, struggling to survive, trying to get ahead and keep ahead always, and they're turning around and using my tax dollars to create viruses. I think it was created in Virginia or Fort Detrick, somewhere here, and then we worked with the Chinese party to transfer the technology over to Wuhan, so they continue doing it. So when I was telling you earlier, when my own government is creating bioweapons to intentionally infect me and kill me, there's a huge problem. That's huge. And things can't go back. It can't be. We can't just go back to normal. Now they can't be trusted. They've lost that trust, and so they're trying desperately right now to regain the public's trust. And what they don't realize is they're never gonna get it back. They're never gonna get it back.
This is how much infiltration and damage the CCP has done to not only to American federal government and to them everywhere, because you just cannot trust the news or media anything anymore. And that's part of their plan. They just don't want you to trust anything whatsoever. They want, because if you spend most of your time browsing social media, brainless activities, you don't have to think. They don't want you to think. When you do think, you will find the problem, right? Yeah, that's exactly right.
They want to call it disinformation. They want to call truth the disinformation when they are actually the disinformation. And I learned also that there was a big CIA operation back in I think the 70s, where the CIA director said, basically, when we're done with this, they created the disinformation word. They created that. It was a whole psyop, to basically brainwash the public into kind of like like an alternate reality.
Yeah, but you know what? Because of the CCP's infiltration, there are a lot of American sellouts, the traitors within the American government, American system that are working and colluding with the Chinese Communist Party. That's why America is where it is now.
Yeah.
We actually left China because we don't want to be controlled or, brainwashed by the Chinese Communist Party. But now, ever since we came here, we realized that, America is turning more similar to the country that we left.
Yeah.
And we don't want that to happen because America, as you said, it's the land of the free, the home of the brave.
Yeah.
And we want to save America, but by taking down the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah.
And if people within the American government system, if they're able to stop funding, stop colluding, stop corrupting with the Chinese Communist Party, leave the rest of the job to us, because there's hundreds, millions of Chinese people within the Chinese Communist Party who are supporting us. They're working under the cover because they're risking their lives, trying to support us. So, we're definitely on this together.
Yeah, I think the American people, along with the Chinese people, even all the people that they say that are enemies, the Russian people, even the people, it's the governments that are really, they're the enemy of the people now at this point. And we have to get government people that aren't, they hate Trump. Bannon knows they hate Trump because Trump, they couldn't buy him. They couldn't buy him, and he speaks for the people. And he's trying to do what's right, but they're doing everything they can to keep him out of office because they know that once he gets in, he's going to start changing policies.
Yeah. Well, for us, we're the victims, right, of the Chinese Communist Party. We don't have any say in terms of, how American politics works, because we're trying to save Chinese people. Also, we're trying to save America by taking down the Chinese Communist Party. So whoever is standing with the Chinese Communist Party is not with us. We support whoever is supporting us to take down the Chinese Communist Party. Do you have any final words to people in this movement?
I want to honestly, I want to encourage the Chinese people that are out there listening. I want to ask them to actually pray for our country, pray for the people. And I think us as Americans also need to, pray for them, to give them the strength and the courage to keep fighting, because in the end, we know we win, but sometimes it can seem daunting and hopeless because of the powers that be that are in control, because, right, they have the power, they have the guns, they have all the arm of the military. But I just want to encourage the Chinese people that the American people, the true American people that aren't corrupted, that believe in this country, are standing with them. And we're here to fight with them. And we're not backing down.
It's the same war. Yeah, we're not backing
fighting
down.
the same people.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Thank you so much, Ben. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Nothing good lasts forever. 12-gauge heart and a machine gun town. Whole life running.
And welcome back to AMFEST on our last day. So today I have a wonderful guest with me, Howell, and I will let him introduce himself.
Hi, Kelly. My name's Howell Shaw. I'm a pastor in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yes. So let's hear about your background and your upbringing.
Sure. So my parents are actually both from mainland China. My father came directly. He was actually one of the 10%, that did the exam, and he actually got into Stanford and to MIT. He never heard of Stanford before, so he went to MIT. So he ended up going there, and then the communist takeover happened, and his parents told him, "No, stay in America. There's no future for you here." So he ended up going to the University of Minnesota because his favorite professor was teaching there, so he became a doctoral student there. But he ended up just living life and settling us down there. My mother, on the other hand, her father was part of Chiang Kai-shek's army. He was in the logistics field, and so they literally escaped with their lives to Taiwan. And my mom ended up coming to America because my dad's friend put them in touch with each other, and they were pen pals for like 5 years. And then finally, when she graduated, she came to the University of Minnesota to get her master's degree, but ended up with her MRS degree, if you know what I mean. So that's kind of my story. I was born in Minnesota, and did my high school there, and then I ended up going to California to Stanford for my education. So.
Gotcha. So I understand you're a pastor, so you're obviously you want to emphasize the spiritual aspect of taking down the Communist Party and bringing the ability to believe in anything you want to all the people in China. So, what would you like to speak on that about?
Sure. So to me, I'm also a big American Constitution guy, and the First Amendment right is freedom to practice your religion, obviously, and freedom of speech, which CCP does not allow, obviously. So for me, I think the Chinese people are an excellent people. We have some very important character traits. They're very, very good. However, because of this tyranny, that's not been allowed to actually happen. Certainly, I think it's really important that for the Chinese people to have a future, the shackles of the Communist Party need to be taken off. So.
Absolutely, yeah. It's hard to hold on to belief when you have someone looking over your shoulder all the time. So if you can say something to people of China who is struggling to hold on to their beliefs or give up their beliefs to the government, what would you say to them?
Okay, well, to those who believe that Jesus is the Lord and Savior, he is still Lord and Savior of China, even above the CCP. So even though in this time, in this earthly realm, you may be under the slavery of this regime. Just know that in the kingdom of God, you are free. So continue to remain hopeful, continue to believe, and if not in this day and age, in the future, we will all be free and be brothers and sisters together in a much better place.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for being here and speaking with us, and I hope to see you soon.
Okay.
Thank
God bless.
you.
God bless.
Hello, everyone. This is Amanda. My honor to, the Mr. Richard to come back. He's the CEO, the founder, and still the former FBI, espionage, espionage, right?
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm formerly with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I work foreign counterintelligence, counterespionage in New York City and Manhattan. I'm currently the CEO of Get Votes app, and we're here to also make candidates aware of what's going on with the Chinese government, the Chinese military, and their quest to take over the United States. I had the privilege, or I guess you could call it the task, of spying on the Chinese and watching them and seeing what they're doing. And so that's why I'm here today.
Yeah, thank you. You tell the truth about this, okay? Because that's very, it's already happened so many years. It's just a not new topic, right?
Well, there's very disturbing things going on in the FBI. For instance, the FBI knew they track bioweapons with the Department of DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. They know where the bioweapons are made. They know who make them. And they've infiltrated through double agents. They're called defectors in place, the Chinese. And they knew within 48 hours that the bioweapon COVID-19 was a military operation bioweapon. It was not an accident coming out from a lab.
So it's a bioweapon. That means, okay, that's, Chinese Communist Party has the war already to the,
Correct. Well, one of the things in war waging, if you go all out, you're going to first start with nuclear weapons. Then you're going to start with poisoning the water and the air through the toxic gases. The third thing, which is part of mutually assured destruction, is disease. The COVID-19 virus was not a very powerful disease. It wasn't as powerful as we've seen in the past. But frankly, the United States makes bioweapons. Russia makes them. Britain makes them. Even Israel has bioweapons.
You're also honest, okay, to do that. But, if the bioweapon, this skill and do it by the evil government, okay, that would be a disaster for the whole world.
Right. And there was a plan behind it, too, because the bioweapon would make us afraid and make us hide in our houses. And then it would stop a lot of things like commerce, business. And then, of course, In my opinion, the big pharma companies were communicating with the Chinese government because they knew that they would make billions, actually trillions of dollars once the virus was released. And they're still pushing that. They're pushing a vaccine that doesn't work.
Yeah. So the everything, okay, they know that, but they try to hide this, right? So
Yeah, it's a concerted effort. But the main thing right now is the FBI's been asked to stand down on spying on the Chinese intelligence officers, their IOs. So in other words, they're not arresting anybody. They're not even trying to recruit them. See, what we tried to do back in the day is get someone to defect to our side. That's called a defector in place. The real term is DIP, not double agent. But we would get these double agents to tell us what's going on, and they would finally join the United States and leave China.
that means already been verified, right?
Well, it was a very strong operation. I started spying on KGB, GRU, Soviet Union, East Germans, Cubans, and then they took us over to the Chinese because the Chinese were getting much more active. This was in the 80s, and then they've grown, and the other countries have shrunk. Russia doesn't spy near as much as they used to, and there is no East Germany. There's no communist countries over there except, well, China and Russia. And they have the most resources right now, China. They have the best people.
That's what we call China is one of the five evil axial country right now. Okay, they do the evil things. Right?
Well, we used to be called the main enemy to Russia and China, and then we called Russia the main enemy, but now the main enemy is China.
Yes,
they have the most resources, the most people, and they're trying to colonize the United States. When I graduated from intelligence school, that's where you go and meet with CIA people and Defense Department, State Department, and they tell you what it's like overseas and what's going on with our spies. And then they said to me, here's the difference between Russia and China. Russia wants to blow us up and nuke us. China wants to colonize us and just take over our population.
Okay, the people, the Chinese people, the spy, all sent by the CCP, the government. Okay, the people, the incident because of the evil regime. Okay, the people look like be trained or got to be used by the government.
Correct. It's very evil, and they're pressured into it too. Especially a lot of the students. The students are told you can go over there, but then you got to spy for us once you get over there.
The students, because they no knowledge, okay, they're young, so they're brainwashed by government. Okay, that's the evil thing. They take use of the young people.
Well, not only that, their family members will lose privileges back in China if they don't do what they say. So they're pretty much in a situation where they can't say no.
Okay, so I know you know more things about this. Okay, so how people can follow you to find you?
Well, I do have a website. It's more in these kind of areas. It's about assassinations and things that happened in the past. That's called themituation.com, The Mituation. And then we have our Get Votes app website, which is getvotesapp.com, to contact us and let us know which candidates really want to do something about this Chinese invasion, because we'll help those candidates through our app. We'll get the truth out. And we also have a tab on what do you feel about foreign interference? What do you feel about the Chinese? Because now it's time for the American people. And not only the American people, I say this to Congress, stop not doing anything. It's time to do something against China. And the FBI has to be held accountable because they are not doing their job.
You're right. Okay, the coupling with the Chinese, like the military, the technology, the finance, so everything that will be the big help for the for the people.
Yeah, well, for years when they started, the Chinese went to all our trade shows. That's where all the military inventions are made. So they would go to those trade shows even before those military ordinances and satellites and all kinds of things were even built. And so they would get that information at the trade shows and take it back to China. But then they started getting more aggressive and joining our atomic energy facilities as a spy, joining in the military, joining with contractors, a lot of military contractors. So Chinese are infiltrating our military contractors and sending all that information back to China.
So we say that's why we're here to let people to know that our, the Chinese government do not represent the Chinese people. Okay, the people are, innocent and brainwashed by the government. They take advantage of them, use them. That's we must, let the people to know. Okay.
Right. And if you want to do something about it and you're a public citizen, call your congressman, call your senator, and say, what are you doing about the Chinese infiltration? What are you doing about them buying land near military bases? You have to do something or I'm not going to vote for you.
Yes, thank you. Interview with us again. Okay, so we hope we'll have further talk in the future. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you so much
Thank you.
for having me.
Thank you.
Back everyone, and it's great to have you guys back on the New Federal State of China and our event in the Phoenix, Arizona, where we are here at America Fest. Now we have another guest of us. First of all, can you introduce yourself and also why you're here at Phoenix, Arizona?
Sure. So my name is Stephen Wallace. I am here in Phoenix, Arizona for America Fest because I love my country and I believe in what Turning Point USA is doing to help this country, rebound from the disastrous Joe Biden presidency and, be a beacon of hope and patriotism to people around the world.
Well, we do know America Fest is a really big event, and it is where many young people as well, many young people come around, gather around here, and then know and share and learn about what is going on in this country and also what's going on in the world. So previously, when we discussed and when we talked about what is happening, we talked about, of course, the root cause of the problems, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. So what do you know about the CCP and what have you seen the damage it's done to the world?
So what I know about the CCP, it's very limited because I am based in the United States, which is also the greatest country in the world. Don't anyone tell you different, by the way. But what I know about the CCP is that I know they are a tyrannical government, the exact opposite of what the United States is supposed to be. And, these people need help. However you can get the message out there, they need help. Tyranny isn't good. Communism has never worked. It will never work. And so CCP is evil, horrible, and I hope it burns to the ground.
Yeah, that's true. The CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, they build the firewalls. They build all of their, you can say, chains and also the cage to block people's access, especially the Chinese people, towards the outside world. But now they're also blocking the access and the voices of the people around the world, the Western countries as well as a Western civilization, because now people can't share their voices freely. People can't express themselves freely, and people can't and talk about the matters around the world as their own will. So this is something that we can see from the CCP and what they have done in the past years and from the past decades. It's not just a one day, a few years of plan, but it is a decades and century of the CCP's infiltration into the Western world. So we have talked about the CCP. We have talked about why you are here. May I ask, what is your thoughts when you first see the new Federal State of China and what we are doing here?
So I think this is a great thing of what you're doing. China doesn't have free press. The U.S. is slowly losing free press. I think that this is a great thing of what you guys are doing. Because people need to know the truth about communism and the CCP. And so I think this is a really good thing, and I hope you guys keep it up.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. We know the freedom and we know the peace should belong to all the people around the world, no matter your background, no matter your race, no matter your origins. But this is a right that is belong to you, and no one should be able to take away from it. And that's why we're here. We're sharing the voice of the new federal state of China. We're sharing the voice of the people. So what is, I want to ask, what is your message to the people who still under the CCP's tyrannies and who's still fighting? What message do you want to say to them?
Pray. Number one, pray, because prayer works. It does. Number two, don't give up. Just don't give up. Things may look tough right now, but in the end, you will succeed. I mean, you're having revolutions all over the country in the Netherlands and Italy, of people who are just sick and tired of the corrupt governments running them over. And I believe it's going to take a long time, but I do believe that the Chinese people can rise up and take out the CCP, because I know all of you want freedom, and that's what I want for you guys. And so I will pray for you guys and hope you get the outcome that you deserve. It may not be in any of our lifetimes, but I know that in the future, China will be free.
Well, thank you very much for your prayers, and also for the people inside China and the people around the world. Don't give up and never give up. We still have the hope, and we still have these events. We still have the new federal state of China standing with you and fighting for the people's voices as well. All right, thank you very much. And then we'll come back shortly after with many of the other interviews and also sharings from our guests, as well as many young voices and people from all ages, all backgrounds, sharing their voice and their views on the Chinese Communist Party and the evil deeds they have done towards the world. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Hey, this is Jackson with the NFSC, the new federal state of China. We are at AMFEST 2023 Turning Point USA. I have a very special guest, a boy by the name of
Jaden Rodriguez.
Jaden Rodriguez, baby. Introduce yourself, Jaden.
Hi, I'm Jaden Rodriguez, more commonly known as the Gaps Flag Kid. I stood up for my rights when my school, the Vanguard School, told me I couldn't wear my Gadsden flag patch. And I just wanted to talk about how you need to stand up for your rights, and you need to not bend the knee. You need to stand up for what you believe and what is right.
Awesome, Jaden.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I love you for coming. Thank you for coming. I mean, what brings you to AMFEST?
Honestly, I just want to meet a lot of people and encourage people to stand up for their rights, because peer pressure mainly plays a good deal when it comes to standing up, because the norm nowadays is just not standing up. No, you need to.
Yes.
Nowadays it's a good thing to be a sheep. No, it's not. They just characterize that in schools. It's school is trained nowadays to make you a worker, not a thinker. So you just need to stand up and just read books and actually just gain information. Always stand up and always do what's right.
You're amazing, Jaden. Look, I appreciate you. I love everything you're doing. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, how do we get more Jaden?
Oh, you can find me on Instagram as based backpack boy. That's my main Instagram.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, Jaden, for coming.
Thank you for having me here.
For sure. Thank you so much. Hey, this is Jackson, and we're out. But come get more Jaden at AMFEST. He'll be here all day today and all day tomorrow. Yes?
Yeah.
Awesome. And get yourself some more NFSC. We're here at AMFEST 2023, Turning Point USA. We'll be here all day today and all day tomorrow too. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Thanks. 皆さん、こんにちは。今日もやってまいりました。アメリカフェスタ2023、3日目、後半戦となりました。今日はなんと、2人目の日本人ゲストのインタビューとして、リオさんがいらっしゃってくれました。では、最初に質問をお願いします。自己紹介。自己紹介お願いします。
日本から来ました、りょうです。
では、最初の質問として、ゆみさんお願いします。
はい。私が質問したいのは、中国共産党というものは、日本や西側諸国の国の人たちが、お金やたくさんの技術を仕込んで、
いわゆる世界貿易機構の、WTO に2001年に中国が参加したときに、
いわゆる、僕たちは、世界の工場になるの全部、メイドインチャイナで、作っていくんだ。で、それと同時に、世界のお金の周り、例えばアメリカのウォールストリートだったり、他のファイナンシャルセンターなんていうんです、ちょっと影響を、少しずつ、及ぼしていって、自分たちの、に良くなるように、根回りしていったりしてると思うんですけど、で、それで、やっぱり一番心配なのが、中国共産党、アメリカには、兵力というか、軍隊の力ではかなわないって、知ってるので、よく僕が、スティーブ・バンノンの、プログラムのウォールルームをよく、毎日見てるんですけど、それでスティーブもよく言うんですけど、いわゆる、PLA の、エリートの方が書いた、で、ちょっと日本語のタイトルわかんないんですけど、英語でThe Unrestricted Warfare って言って、アメリカには兵器でかなわないって分かってるから、他の側面を使って、アメリカなりに、西洋の国だったり、まあ、日本も含めて、打倒して、中国共産党が世界のトップになって、全てをコントロールしたいっていうプランが、長期的なプランがあるじゃないですか。で、その側面が一番心配で、なんでかっていうと、さっきの、ウォールス、アンリスティケテッドワーフェアって、兵器で、ただ単純に攻撃するんじゃなくて、お金使ったりとか、政治家だったり、ビジネスのエリートとかを買い取って、お金なり賄賂なり、例えばハニートラップって言って、可愛い女の子を送って、セックスさせたりして、いわゆる、後で、それで、公の場では、中国共産党のことをよく言わないと、よく言わなかったら、後でブラックメールするぞ、みたいな感じで、それで、やっぱそういう、側面が、やっぱ弱いと思うので、そういう中国共産党は弱いところをつくのをよく知ってるので、だから、そういう側面でいわゆる腐敗し、他の国を腐敗させようと、政治的な腐敗だと、金銭的な腐敗だとさせようとしてる、その側面が一番心配ですね、やっぱり。
そうですね。ありがとうございました。では、続いての質問です。
ありがとうございます。ミニトマトです。私からの質問は、先ほど、りょうさんに伺った、以前日本で、仕事をされていたことを聞いて、やっぱり中国共産党に日本はどんどん侵食されているなって思った瞬間とか出来事ってありますか？
はい。そうですね。僕、最近まで、アメリカ系の大きな、テクノロジーの会社で働いてたんですけど、そこの、いわゆる CEO の社長がですね、結構、世界的にも、有名な、いわゆる、中国の、パペットというか、中国系の共産党にすごい強いコネクションがあって、もう操られてるような、CEO だったんですけど、で、その CEO の名前がですね、この間、つい1ヶ月ぐらい前ですかね、シー・ジンピンが、サンフランシスコに来てたじゃないですか。で、その時に、ディナーパーティーみたいな、やった時に、その CEO の名前も入ってたぐらい、もう本当400名とかの CEO、もう本当ごく限られた、中国共産党と仲良くやってるような、CEO とか、力強いエリート層の人たちしか行けないようなディナーパーティーに、その名前が入るっていうぐらいなんで、実際に、これをやってるから、その CEO が、シー・ジンピンと仲がいいとか、そういう、具体的にはちょっと知らないですけど、でも、明らかにわかるので、誰の目から見ても。だから、そうですね、やっぱ、そういう、側面見て、かなり、心配というか、 やっぱりさっきも言いましたけど、エリート層をなんか買い取って、中国共産党の影響力を、拡大させようとしてるので、そこがやっぱりすごい心配ですよね。はい。
ですね、すごい心配ですよね、中国共産党が世界に浸透したら。では、最後の質問なんですけれども、私たちは新中国連邦の活動といたしましては、中国共産党イコール中国国民ではないことを世界に発信しているんですけれども、もし中国の国民が中国共産党の本当の真相を知ろうとしているときに、それをシャットダウンする中国共産党の行動をどう思いますか？
やっぱりですね、そうですね。やっぱ、真実を知ってない人がいっぱいいると思うので、例えば、普段、全く信頼できるニュース、メディア見てなかったりとか、例えば、信頼できるニュース記事を読んでなかったりとか、いわゆる全くそういうことに興味ない人とか、そういう人がやっぱりいっぱいいると思うんで、そういう人たちって、いわゆるメジャーなニュースメディアも、ちょっと見るかも見たりして、例えば結構左翼系なとか、いわゆるお金持ってて、でっかいメディアの記事とか読んだりして、勘違いしてしまうことが多いと思うので、で、やっぱりこちらの、NSSC でやってらっしゃるような、例えば、なんか、活動とか、ソーシャルメディアのポストとか、消されたり、いわゆるシャットダウンされたりするかもしれないですけど、でも、シャットダウンとかされたからといって、めげずに、やっぱり、他の方法を使ったりなりも、とにかくめげずに、真実を伝え続けないと、やっぱ真実を伝えつけ、真実が、なんかその場にない限りは、やっぱり、あんまり、そうですね、世間救えないですし、あんまり、実際に世界で何が起こってるか知らない人に、もう真実を知る機会がなかったら、やっぱり、さっきおっしゃったような中国共産党と一般の中国の方々、中国国民の方々が違うっていうのを、やっぱ知ってもらえないと思うので、やっぱり真実をとにかくめげずに伝え続けるというのが大切だと思います。
そうですね。私たちは先ほども申し上げましたが、世界は真実を知る権利があります。なので、中国共産党イコール中国国民ではないことを世界に私たちはずっとめげずに伝えていきます。では最後にみんなで Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is Jackson with the NFSC, the new federal state of China. We are at AMFEST, America Fest 2023, Turning Point USA, and I've got an amazing guest with me. Her name is Kitten. With that being said, Kitten, introduce yourself a little bit.
Hi, yeah, my name is Kitten. Thank you, Jackson. I am a retired public school teacher. I taught middle school and high school for 20 years and just recently retired due to loss of vision, but I stay connected by going to the school board meetings and really paying attention to what is happening in our schools with our youth.
That is absolutely amazing, Kin. With that being said, what brings you to AMFEST?
So I am a graduate of the Practical Government School at Charis Bible College in Colorado, and really am involved in watching what's happening in our government and around the world governments. And I just wanted to come and hear what is going on and learn what I don't know.
That's absolutely amazing. I mean, with that being said, do you have a message for the millions of the people that are watching live and the millions of people that are going to watch after the live?
Yes, the one thing I learned here from one of your colleagues is that the Chinese people are not the problem. They are innocent, and it's the Xi Jinping government that is the communist problem. And we need to understand that we do not want communism here in America, and our youth do not understand that. So we have got to get the message to our middle school, high school, and even elementary students that communism, socialism is not the way.
Communism is definitely not the way. The CCP is not the way. With that being said, take down the CCP, and thank you for joining us here at the NFSC booth, AMFEST 2023 Turning Point USA, and we're out of here.
All right. Hi, this is Joy from NFSC. We're now in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. We're in AMFEST 2023. So joining me today here is Jace. Jace is a high school student in Colorado, and he's very, very brave. And I was just speaking to him about his characteristic of, being very eloquent and articulate. So Jace, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do and what brought you here in AMFEST.
Yeah, so I'm from Colorado, very like blue state, and I really like the place. I'm not from there, but I like where I live, and I got into politics not too long ago after watching a documentary, and it struck a chord with me, something that I just couldn't get out of my head, and I started following politics. I started listening to podcasts, and I became so passionate about it. So now I'm starting to make a turning point chapter with my high school, and I want to inform the students about my values, conservative values that are so lacking in my community and in my state.
Yeah.
And
you mentioned about, your project in high school, right? When you were doing a documentary about socialism and communism and how they don't work. What made you think that communism or socialism is not going to work? Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I did a lot of research, a lot of things looking into it to make sure I got all the facts that I possibly could. And it's just, you can look at modern day examples of just how it fails. Look at Venezuela, how socialism just failed. The economy tanked. Everybody's miserable. And communism, it's just scary because if the government controls all the money, everything that's allocated, then they don't have to give it to people if they control everything. And that's scary. Here in America, we've got this free market where we can make businesses, we can sell things that we want, we can buy the things that we want, and we vote with the money that we spend.
Yeah.
And you see that happening now with Bud Light and stuff like that. People said, no more. We don't like this. We don't like your values. So we're not going to buy anything for you.
It's very interesting you mentioned about free market. The Chinese Communist Party is taking advantage of the free market in America. They're taking advantage of the freedom that we have in America. So for example, I just shared with you, it just came out recently in Apple Store, top 10 most downloaded free apps. Among them, top 10, top 5, 3 are owned by Chinese companies. Number 1 is Temu, the very, fast, cheap marketplace where you can buy cheap stuff. But the reason why they're cheap is because they're exploiting the Chinese people. They use them as slaves. That's why the prices of the goods could be cheaper. And then the number 1 is, what is it called?
CapCut.
CapCut. Yeah, you know better. That one is also owned by ByteDance, which is a Chinese company. And number 5 is TikTok. And you mentioned about, I was asking you whether, what do you think about TikTok in general? Because I know it's very popular, especially among Gen Z. Almost every high schooler that I know of play it every single day. There was a report that came out recently. 70% of the teenagers use TikTok almost every single day. What do you think about that?
I think it's scary. Like I told you earlier, it's taking advantage of the kids' time, and it's just shortening their attention span to almost nothing. And it's distracting them from school, from sports, anything they could be doing, productive things that they could be doing. It's getting them sucked in, and they're just sitting there like mindless zombies, just taking in all this dopamine that they can get from these short videos. And on top of that, they've got these algorithms, not only in TikTok, but other short form video content where it starts sending you things that you're interested in. But they can also start slipping in different things to make you think a certain way. And I've seen that personally in different situations, like I told you.
Right.
And it really does affect how the kids think, and it can really lead to more indoctrination than just people telling them. Now they've got people
Yeah.
who their parents can't even monitor what they're hearing.
Yeah. And you know what? That's one of their plans, one of CCP's plans, which is to kind of weaken America by having all the teenagers, all the young people, being so addicted to TikTok, things like that, so that they don't have to think. And the other thing is fentanyl, the drug that was manufactured in MIT by the Chinese scientists and later on sold to America. Hundreds, millions of Americans died because of that. So that's one of their plans, which is a 3F, to ferment weakness, to ferment chaos, and to ferment destruction. So their ultimate goal is to destroy the freedom and democracy that America has got to offer. And in order to take down the Chinese Communist Party, we also need to kind of find out who are colluding and corrupting with the Chinese Communist Party. There's a lot of American sellouts actually in America, and we don't want that to happen because taking down the Chinese Communist Party is not only good for the Chinese people, it's good for the whole world. It's good for America. What do you think about that? Because I know this is actually the very first time, right, that you saw. Probably we are the only group of Chinese people in this whole center. How did you feel when you saw us? When you heard about the whole mission that we have?
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. I saw this and I was like, holy cow, somebody's doing something about this. And it was inspiring almost just to see that people are going out there and they're fighting against this regime. And I thought it was really awesome, and I really would like to help do anything I can, and I hope other people can do the same as well.
Yeah.
And
if you can spread the word, in also Colorado, and later on when you come here for college, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's like the stuff that you guys are doing, it shows that you can stand up to the big person and you can be okay. You can fight for what you believe in. And you're fighting somebody that is so much scarier than what we have in America right now. We're leaning that way right now.
Yeah.
But if we stand up now, if we fight for what we believe in here in America, if we fight for the Constitution, fight for our rights, we don't have to end up like
Communist China. Yeah.
And we can save our people, we can save our markets, we can save our money, our children, everything like that. And yeah, and I would just say this whole thing is just a testament that it can be done, and people don't have to be scared to fight for what they believe in.
Yeah. Do you have any final words? Because actually, you know what? In China right now, there's a lot of, young people like you who are supporting our cause, who also want to take down the Chinese Communist Party. But they're not as lucky as we are to be out here, speak our thoughts. Do you have any words to those people, to those young people in China right now who are not as lucky as we are?
Yeah, I would just say stay strong, hold firm to your beliefs, and don't let those go. Nobody can stop you from believing what you believe, unless if they force you. But you still can always, I'm losing my train of thought here. But
you still can. Nobody can force you to kneel down because you have your freedom of thought, anyways, right?
Do your best to not bow to a regime that doesn't believe the same things that you are. Support the people that you can, even if it's scary. You can do it. We're all fighting together. I'm here with you guys. I'll always be here.
Yeah, let's shout it out loud together. Take down the CCP.
Yeah. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Chase.
you.
Hi, Sean. Welcome you to our booth. Okay, so I know you're from California. Okay, so far we know the California is infiltrated and by the Chinese Communist Party a lot.
Yes.
Can you feel that and talk about that?
Yeah, it's become pretty obvious watching what's happened to the Republic of California, where it's turned from a nation or a state that was once conservative in the 60s. It was heavily 2A state. And now you look at it with Gavin Newsom and the way that he is removing the liberties of a citizen and turning us more into serfs. The idea that we are unable to govern ourselves is a very communist idea. And it makes me uncomfortable looking at the way that our children have become a monetization of big pharma. They're taking our kids and they're teaching them they should have abortions at a young age. They're really attempting to reduce the population of the future generations and the current generation. They're attempting to indoctrinate them as much as they can to be servants and slaves to to a stronger authority. And these are all communist ideas.
Yeah, that you know, we don't want that to happen. Okay, especially for the future, the American future, right? Especially for the new generation, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So do you think how that the young generation to keep away from the
Say that again.
How keep the younger generation keep away from the Chinese Communist Party's impact?
Well, it's through religion. So the greatest enemy of communism is Christianity. And unless a movement is built on the foundations of biblical truth, then it's going to fail. You can't have a secular movement thinking that you're going to change the world. Secularism is what caused Mao. And 1949, or 1959, is that right? 49?
Yes.
1949, when Mao came to power, he began to destroy the statues in China.
Yes.
And he began to destroy religion and tradition.
That's true.
And he created this idea that modernity was evil.
Wow.
And we have to push against that, which is the reason that they're destroying statues across America, because they want to destroy this understanding of who we are as a people. And in China right now, there's a massive issue with this idea of secularism. And they have destroyed the family nucleus, where you could only have one baby for so many years.
Yes.
And then now they can have two, but it's expensive now. And how do you actually govern, and how do you parent your kids?
Yeah.
It's the tradition of how parenting was brought up through Christianity has been completely lost, because you've caused such trauma on the family nucleus over the past 50 years of these terrible tyrannical ideas.
Yes.
And so we as Americans, as well as those in China, if you truly want a revolution, it's going to start in the home. A mother and a father recognizing their identities in Christ. You can't have a revolution from the top down. Like you can't, in the United States, let's say the Republican Party were to take power again, it doesn't matter if you have an immoral people that don't know who they are.
So the communism, okay, to take the rights from the people, right? They want to control body, they control ideology, right?
Yes.
They want to damage the family, okay?
Yes.
They just confuse the people's mind, right? They want to control the people that the family was given by them, not given by the God or by the nature, right? So
Yes.
that's that's we against this. We don't want to take down the communism of the whole world.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's right on point. You look at like Assyria, or you look at Persia, or Rome, or Greece. These were ideas that started in a point of giving individuals rights, or even maybe having a good king that was attempting to take care of his people. But when you look at the Communist Party, or even the Bolshevik Revolution with Stalin and Lenin and Trotsky, it was immediately this idea for power. And communism and the idea of accumulation of power, creating an oligarchy at the top, controlling the masses and plundering their resources, unless you have an individual who can understand their rights and understand that they are sovereign from God, that man does not give them anything, then they can always be a slave to somebody. But the problem is that humans are much like animals. There's a kingdom. There's this sense of authority where we're always seeking an authority, and unfortunately humans have been leaning into power and kings and presidents and mayors and governors, thinking that they can give their power to them. But really, we got to get back to a position where we give our power back to God.
Well, very, well said, and in a very sharp opinion. Okay, we need to, give the rights back to the people, right? Not controlled by the government.
Yeah.
Thank you for your opinions, okay, and sharing with us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a joy.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning. This is the number 4 day of the AMFEST 2023, and my name is Z, and I'm very happy to invite a friend from Iran, and I love Iran, by the way. Iranian people, Chinese people, we are all friends because we live in a similar tyrannical countries.
That's true.
Naveed,
Naveed,
can
yes.
you introduce yourself to our
Great
audience?
to be here, Mr. Z. Yes, I'm Naveed, and I am a U.S. citizen. I was born and grew in Iran, and we moved here. We migrated here a long time ago. And happy to be here at Turning Point USA. I met your organization, and you guys doing a fantastic job. Keep fighting a good fight against the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, so first let me ask some questions about NFSC. I know you're a big follower of War Room. So where do you hear us about? Where from? Or what do you know about Miles Guo, the founder of NFSC?
I first heard of you guys on War Room, Steve Bannon podcast, and I heard of Miles Guo, and when he was persecuted and put in jail in Brooklyn, and unfairly. And after that, I searched you guys. What are you guys fighting for? What are you guys about? And yeah, I believe in your mission. I believe that the Chinese Communist Party needs to be taken down, and those on the top needs to be stripped away from their powers, and they need to be persecuted. They need to be put in jail, and they need to be trials for all those generals and whoever is in charge of the Chinese Communist Party.
Wow, thank you very much, Navi. You know a lot about NFSC, and thank you for your support with us and also the Mile School. And Mile School has, during his whistleblower movement, he has spread a lot of information. It's also regarding Iranian. I know there was a oppression against the protest of the peaceful Iranian.
Right.
So what do you think of that? Do you know anything behind that?
Yes, I understand that because the Islamic regime of Iran is being funded by the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party is the head of a snake. It needs to be removed. And that's why, the oppression is, our two countries are related. Our cultures are very, our Iranian people and the Chinese people, we love each other. We once upon a time had a road together, it's called the Silk Road, and we love each other's culture. But our countries are being oppressed by the two tyrannical dark regimes, and one of them is Islamic regime of Iran, and one of them is the Chinese Communist Party. And the both needs to be taken down by speaking of the truth, by fighting people, waking up, and spreading the truth to each other, and standing up against the regime. Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, definitely. Just like I said, we the people, no matter where you're from, if you like freedom of speech, freedom of religion, we are all friends together, taking down the Chinese Communist Party. So you notice that we have so many good things about the taking down CCP, and we think it will happen very soon. What do you think about that, and what it can bring to Iran and also everybody in the world?
I think it can bring truth. Yeah, so all these organizations, all these people happy. You guys writing a new constitution for the future of China. That is fantastic. And I believe the Iranian people can work something out and write a new constitution for their countries. It's because these countries want to strip you away from your identity. They want to strip away you from being an identity of being a Chinese. They want to make you a slave. And you don't want that. It's the same thing in Iran. They want to strip away from your identity of an Iranian, a Persian. And that's they want to live. They want you to live as a slave. It's not going to work like that. People need to wake up and say no to slavery. We want to live free because God wants us to live free.
Wow, it's really powerful, and we're happy to see so many friends are waking up. More and more Americans, Chinese, Iranians, everybody is waking up, understand the evil of the communism, and let's take down them together.
Take down the CCP.
Take down the CCP.
Take
you so
down
much
the
for standing
CCP.
with us, Navi.
God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We're
you.
all
In order
friends.
to self-actualize, I'd have to be reliant on medication.
What's going on, everybody? Hey, it's Jackson. Welcome back to the NFSC booth, New Federal State of China. Hey, we're at AMFEST 2023 USA, the turning point. With that being said, I have a very special guest with me, the ever beautiful Nicole, Lady No Grady.
Hey.
All right, Nicole, let the people hear your voice and maybe introduce yourself a little bit.
Well, I'm a singer-songwriter hailing from Southern California. I was in the music industry for about 10 years, and then I left the music industry for a good amount of time, and I recently just made my way back in there, except not in the mainstream, independent, outside of Hollywood, because Hollywood is evil.
Definitely
just like the CCP.
Just like the CCP. Just like the CCP. I mean, well, here's another thing. What brings you to AMFEST?
Well, I'm a patriot. I've been a huge patriot for years. My family escaped communism from Budapest in the late 1940s. So I was taught from a very young age what communism looks like, which is why I support what you guys are doing.
Thank you so much.
And I came to AMFEST to meet like-minded people, and I love Bannon's War Room, and been doing a lot of work with them, and they have been using my song as sort of the anthem for Steve Bannon's War Room the last week or so. So that has been very exciting for me, and I'm super happy. So that's also brought me here.
That is absolutely amazing. I love your story. We got to do a podcast on this.
Yeah.
We'll go on and on.
Definitely.
Yeah. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, to the millions of people that are watching live and the millions of people that are going to watch it after the live, where can people find you to come and support you?
Well, I wrote a song called Modern Day Holy War, and it is about Jesus, and it is about the current battle between good and evil, and the fact that they're going after us, your body, your mind, your soul, and I know that You know that very well in China. You can find my music on my website at ladynogrady.com. You can download the song there. You can listen to the song there, and you can also watch the music video there. The music video has a lot of powerful imagery showing this current holy war that we're in.
Absolutely love it. Hey, everybody, get yourself some Nicole, ladynogrady.com. Check her out. Give her a shout out. Let her know Jackson at NFSC send ya. With that being said, thank everybody for tuning in, and then we'll see you on the next one.
Treat people in similar conditions to what
Peace.
the ladies have explained.
Well, now we are speaking to Sean Smith. Mr. Thank you to join us with the interview, and would you mind introduce yourself to our audience?
Yes, hi. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me. I'm a family man, married to a wonderful woman. We have 8 children, and without my wife's help, we couldn't do it. Been in Arizona my whole life, and love religion, love my God, and I put him first in everything we do. So I'm grateful for all the many blessings in my life.
Wow, that's amazing. And tell me, how do you feel the infiltration of communism in America?
Well, it's actually kind of scary to think, infiltration secretly, buying up in my short reviewing things, seeing companies, foreign companies buying our land, coming in and utilizing our resources, doing things in secrecy, in my opinion, for the fact of the good of the people, but utilizing our resources and then shipping the goods off to another country. In other words, using our water resources, using our land resources, and then shipping them off and benefiting other countries and not the United States. I'm just a big fan of honesty and being upfront with everything that we're doing, but I feel like our government is obviously corrupt and is one-sided and thinks about their own pocketbooks. And how these things come about are through, I feel, the lobbyists that come in and incentivize our politicians to allow this to happen. They allow laws to be made so they can benefit the big corporations, and hence coming in and destroying our country, slowly but surely.
Oh my God, that's tragedy. And do you think the people agree with the government decisions?
Oh, I don't think so at all. In fact, they're not in tune. They're asleep. They're sitting on the couch. They're playing on their phones. I mean, the biggest device in the world, the biggest mind-sucking contraption you can have is your phone. It's meant to isolate yourself and isolate our children and dumb them down. You can't walk around this place without seeing people walking around looking at their phones instead of socializing and talking with other people. That's where we've gotten away from, is socializing and talking with other people. We're allowing this technology that we're starting to pacify ourselves with gain our attention 90% of the time. And so it's distracting families, it's pulling families apart. So I mean, to get back to what you were saying, there's a secret way of how things are going about this world, and we don't know it. Americans are not paying attention, and it really upsets me when I hear someone say, well, I'm not voting because I don't like who's running. Well, that's just 100% stupid. So I mean, I have to be patient, and I have to talk to these guys in my own way and say, hey, you know what, let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Why do you feel that way? Because this is how I feel, and we need to discuss on what a solution would be to better our country, better ourselves, better our families. So that's just my viewpoint on that.
Oh my God. And what's your concerns on TikTok?
Oh, I don't have TikTok. My kids do not have TikTok. We do not allow TikTok in our family, on our phones, nothing. In fact, not even Snapchat. We hate Snapchat too. I hate all the social media stuff. I like, I think the only thing I have is Instagram, and that's it. And I barely use that,
and you say the government force people to wear masks, but it's against your willings. So can you tell me more about that?
Well, I think for me, how I was forced to wear masks was my employment kind of made us wear masks. Big corporation, in order for the government to tell me what to do, is to affect my pocketbook, and that's by affecting my job. And so when they figured that out, they figured out how to control us. But I really hope that the American people and guys much smarter than me have figured out how to circumvent that and get around that and fight back. I love America Fest here and the entrepreneurship that they preach and talk about, getting mostly young people to work for themselves, get into the trades, get into the jobs that were looked down upon. I mean, being an electrician, being a plumber, working for yourself is an amazing opportunity. And I hope they do that. I hope more kids do that.
Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you for supporting us.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's great to have you here again. Now I have my guest with me. Hi, how are you today?
Doing fine. Good. Day 4 of America Fest.
Okay,
Great.
yes. Actually, our lovely guest, Michael, has been on our show before. He has visited CPAC together with the NFSC. So I have a question. Were you expecting us to be here again at America Fest? Did you expect to see us here again?
I actually was. I'm seeing the new federal state of China everywhere in American politics. I'm seeing them at protests. I'm seeing them at rallies. I'm seeing them everywhere that matters. So, yes, of course they'd be here.
Wow, I'm glad that you follow up. I'm good to see you here too, because we do follow up with a lot of the global news and global happenings. And our latest protest was actually last month, where our whole group of NFSC members, 300 of them, from many different states and from different countries, were uniting in front of Xi's hotel, protesting against the dictatorship and their arrival to the U.S. soil, on the U.S. ground, and also in front of the APEC revenue, to say that this should not be allowed at this country. So that's us sharing our voices. And here, again, we're at America Fest. We've also been here last year. But that's indeed what we are going to do, and we're going to continue sharing the voices of the people. So I just have a few questions. You obviously, because you have been with us before and following us on different sections, knowing what we have been sharing, how and what ways have you seen the CCP's influence on the young people here? Because this is America Fest. There's many young people attending. What have you seen the influence on the young people?
I'd say the biggest one, probably the most problematic, is the fact that TikTok is the most popular social media app among young people here.
Yeah.
It's quite concerning that the CCP has played its role in reducing the attention spans of American youth, of promoting social media content that favors its own agenda. You can see this. They have 2 different versions of the app, one in China. I forget the name of it. Douyi in China. And then they have the more degenerate one, TikTok, in the United States, because they want to harm our youth. I also see it in the Chinese manufacturing and shipping of fentanyl to Mexican cartels that takes advantage of our disadvantaged southern border in order to ship across and damage our youth and younger generations with the importation of extremely powerful foreign drugs.
Yes, it is. And this is what the CCP have been planning for years. They have been infiltrating the American system, infiltrating the media, infiltrating into the systems that the educational system, the young people are getting the messages from. And this is why it's dangerous, and this is why we are sharing about it. And of course, we know 3 of the CCP's plans, the 3F plan, they have already been establishing to foment the chaos, foment destruction, and foment people to become not aware of what's going on in the world. And this is CCP 3F camp, and we have exposed about it back in a live broadcast from Moscow, our founder, mentioning about what the CCP is doing to the U.S. ground and soil. But my question is, do you think there are many young people aware of what the CCP is doing?
I don't think there were a few years ago, but I think it's becoming more and more of a sort of, it's interesting in America, there was a period when everyone was aware, and as the CCP's power grew, that awareness reduced. But at this point, partially and thanks to your initiative, but partially thanks to just general cultural awareness, the narrative is collapsing. the Chinese communist elite that has compromised themselves to a globalist force that wants to reduce the entirety of humanity from its sovereignty, is part of an order that is dying. And there is a new national order that is rising around the world, in China, in the United States, and everywhere else, that recognizes these as one and the same enemy. And they recognize the Chinese as just another, the Chinese Communist Party, not the Chinese, we love the Chinese, the Chinese Communist Party as an extension of that enemy.
Yes, I like the point that you differentiate about the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, away from the Chinese people. And we know the CCP cannot represent Chinese people nor the China, the country, because what they are doing is not the Chinese people's will. It's not what the people want. The people want freedom, the people want peace, and the people want to have their voice being heard. And before you were asking about the question to say, when we made the discussions, you were asking, oh, how many people inside China are watching and how do they get access and how do they know about what we are doing? Well, you know, we are the platform and that's why we are being here, to share the people's voice back towards China. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think that's impressive. I think that the fact that the massive number of millions of people are tuning in to watch your program, I mean, that says that they're brave, because in the United States, even in America, there's a concern among the dissident right and the dissident left that if you go against the government's narrative, in part because the United States government, in some cases, especially the Democratic Party, is trying to copy the CCP, there's a concern that you will be punished. I can only imagine how much more severe that must be for all of you in China who are taking a chance and putting yourself in actual danger in order to just hear the truth. It speaks to the virtue of the Chinese people.
Yes, that's right. Just imagine all the Chinese people suffering through this, but not being heard. And this is America as well now, because Americans, a lot of their voices are not being heard by the people, by the world. And because the mainstream media is cutting off their voices and cutting off their sounds, and the people can't express freely on neither social media or the actual mainstream media as well. Well, we know right now, before we used to call news, before we used to call media, is not speaking the truth. It's actually being forced and it's being changed. Do you think this should be even called as, media or news platforms representing the people?
Could you just repeat that? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Just like the media right now, is it actually people's representatives to speak?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I mean, obviously you are, but but generally speaking, you look at media organizations around the country, generally religiously, they do not represent the people. The United States is 70% Christian. That is not reflected in the media. If you go to Germany, 50% of German reporters are members of the Green Party, which is a far left party in Germany, which is polling nationally at maybe 6%. So that's not representative at all. Then you look at everything else around the world. They serve the moneyed interests. And what I think is the great irony of the Chinese story of the 20th century is that there was a great communist revolution to overthrow oligarchs, and they themselves, the so-called revolutionaries who overthrew those oligarchs, they stood by their principles, but then the next generation sold themselves out to those oligarchs in the name of their own personal power. That's what I'm seeing in China, and that's what I'm seeing in the rest of the world, is the selling out of principles in order to be part of this great global community that is such a massive club, but you're not in it.
Well, thank you for sharing, Michael. It's good to have you here and have you following up with the new federal state of China as you are continued follower for us too. And we wish to see you again in our future stages too.
I'd be happy to.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll see you later.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Okay, I'm very happy to have the Lucas with us. I know you from the New York. You have large network with your church. So
that's right. Nice to join you.
So I know right now in the Chinese Communist Party, okay, to infiltrate it and funded, supported, in the church. How about in New York? Tell me something about that.
Well, the church in New York is extremely liberal. We've really veered away from basic biblical values, and it's infecting the whole church. I don't know specifically if any of this has come from CCP or the Communist Party, but a lot of it lines up with the same values: anti-family, anti-marriage, and it's a big problem. It's a big problem.
So compared before, what do you think the church, how to get the young generation to back to the church and away from the TikTok?
Yeah, so we need to restore what the Bible's version of leadership is.
Yeah.
There's the patriarchy, which means there's male headship.
Okay.
And only with that.
Thank you, Bivina.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No.
Yeah, we'll talk about this later.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
For one of the greatest men in the world, who's now locked up in a prison for only one reason. The American government is afraid to have Miles Guo out. Miles Guo's done more than any single individual on the planet to protect the United States of America from the poison of the Chinese Communist Party. And now that Joe Biden and his corrupt criminal family are being impeached because of their taking money from the CCP, that's why they got Miles in prison right now. We need to free Miles Guo. Free Miles Guo!
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 I want a message to all Lao Baixing in mainland China. You've got so many, you have hundreds of thousands of patriots here in the United States, both MAGA, the new federal state of China, inspired by Miles Guo, to do one thing, have your back in taking down the most evil dictatorship since Adolf Hitler. That's the Xi Communist Party. It's not the Chinese Communist Party. You can't smear the name of the Chinese people in China, as great as it is, by saying it's Chinese Communist Party. It's the Xi Communist Party.
Absolutely. I've talked to so many war room policy, and they learn about our movement. They learn about the Chinese Lao Baixing from war room pandemic, from you, Steve Bannon, and we cannot express our gratitude to all the hard work that they've been doing to support our movement. Your fight is our fight. Our fight is yours.
By the way, the person that gave me the inspiration of this and the knowledge of this is Miles Guo. I thought I knew a lot about the Chinese Communist Party and a lot about China. I knew nothing. The number one thing Miles told me on day one, he said, never say China, never say it's the Chinese people. That's a lie. It's the Communist Party. So we started calling it the Chinese Communist Party every day. That is picked up through the Congress, is picked up through the Senate, all the political apparatus. This is leading the decoupling movement, but still the oligarchs in the United States who make all their money off keeping Lao Baixing as slave labor, we're going to destroy that too. Total decoupling from the CCP. The number one objective of President Trump's next term has to be the total and complete destruction of the most brutal dictatorship since Adolf Hitler.
Take down the CCP!
Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP!
Steve, thank you so much.
Thank you. Love you guys. Keep fighting.
Love you.
Don't ever. And by the way, the talk you gave here the other day at AmFest on that stage, we're going to have Guo back on. That was one of the most powerful about what the CCP is doing with bioweapons, biolabs. They're trying to destroy all humanity. We love you guys. Don't ever stop the fight.
Thank you so much. We love you. Thank you. We love war room policy. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's Lynn here at American Fest 2023. So today we invited Eric, who is a financial management, and he is joining us today. And thank you for your time. And would you tell us a little bit how you know about the new federal state of China?
Well, this is all new to me. Being here at AmFest, I was recently introduced to you guys, and seeing the work that you're doing and what you've done in San Francisco when Xi had come to visit, and I was wondering who those protesters were. It was you guys who were really standing up for free people and freeing more people. So it's really impressive to see what you're doing here.
Oh, thank you. Glad to hear that. And also, how you think about our mission to take down the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, I think it's important to establish a distinction between governments and people. You know, whether it's the CCP or our current American government, the big issue is that the people are feeling more and more enslaved by the day. And what we have to remember is that, you know, the Chinese people and the American people feel this, and we want to rebel, and we want to break free of all of that. We want to have, you know, our families. We want to take care of our children. We don't want this impressive government. We don't want compelled speech and thought and being, you know, people controlling how we think. So I think it's really important to have that distinction of, you know, of people versus governments.
Indeed, we always say like Chinese Communist Party is not equal to Chinese people, and you're saying that American people stand together with the Chinese people, right? And from your in a specialized area in financial management, what you think about nowadays the CCP's infiltration in finance?
Well, I think it's really dangerous and insidious because, you know, these problems didn't just start 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20. This happened during the 90s, you know, during the Bill Clinton years.
Okay.
And making all these manufacturing deals overseas and not reinvesting in America and starting to continually to invest in China. And what ends up happening is you fast forward 30 years later, and all of a sudden, oh, we have a problem. We have a manufacturing problem. Yeah, we have manufacturing here, but it's really expensive. So then we go for the cheapest labor, right? And in America, we have all these people waving flags of human rights constantly. But if you feel that it is a right, it should be a right at all places, all times. And when you look at what's going on in China, it's essentially slave labor. You have literal slavery going on, right? And then you actually have underpaid people in China. And the thing is, as a Christian, I believe everyone has a soul. Everyone matters. Everyone has a life. Like when two parents come together and they have a child, that child means everything to them. Yeah. And then in America, we're addicted to cheap junk. Yeah. That's why we're all fat and sick here. Even at this conference, we see that, right? And we've got to do better. And if we believe in human rights, it should not only should apply to Americans, it shouldn't just apply to people on the border. It should apply to people in China as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. And how you think about the recent real estate collapse happening in China, and what's the impact will be in the United States?
Right. So there's a lot of talk around interest rates and how that affects people. One, not a lot of Americans understand what was going on with Evergrande and what was going on in China in real estate. People don't realize that the majority of Chinese 401k types. Like 70% of their investments are forcibly put into Chinese real estate, and they're going through a massive collapse. When you think of the wealth management industry in the United States, you could go to all these different advisors, wealth managers, and they have different strategies, tactics, the way that they invest, the way that they tilt portfolios, whatever it may be. But ultimately, you're being educated about, or you should be educated about what you're investing into. But what happens in China, they've been forcing people to go into these investments, and you know, all of a sudden you're owning ghost cities, empty buildings, empty parking spaces, and it's all a house of cards. When you think about just commodity prices, all the steel, the glass, the concrete, you're building all this. You're taking supply away from the rest of the world for people who need homes. We have a housing crisis in the United States. It's an issue. But you had this huge suck going on in China to just create all this infrastructure for a non-existent community, and then people's portfolios are tied to that, and then you find out it's a house of cards and it's all collapsing, and people are financially and economically devastated. And that's the other concern here in the United States. The stock market, we've had a U-shaped correction. 2021, we had all-time high, right back at those all-time highs right now. And we're grateful for it, but it's been a brutal 2 years. So the stock market, great, that seems to be working. The bigger issue, what's going on in the economy? When you look at the Americans, 62% of people are living paycheck to paycheck. But that's an average. Most people don't have enough money at the end of the month. They have to decide, are we going to spend on groceries? Are we going to spend on gas and fuel? People are in a really tight pinch. So it's not just Americans. It's the Chinese people are being tortured even worse by their own government, just like we're being tortured by our own government.
Yes, indeed. The Chinese people are being enslaved under this kind of distorted structure of the finance. And thank you very much, Eric, for your time and for your sharing of the knowledge. We learned a lot from you.
Great.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Very much appreciated.
Yep.
Wow, hello, welcome back. We just had a great hit with Steve Bannon, and now I have a Warren Palsy from Las Vegas. Kayak, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you.
So I know you have heard about NFSC from War Room, so tell us, what is your impression of this organization and what we do here?
I think it's so important to raise awareness. I know that there are a lot of naturalized citizens here in this country that come from elsewhere, that come from communism and dark places in this world. And so it's just so nice to be around like-minded people and hear the testimonials of those that have come from places of oppression, and to realize how free we are as Americans, how fortunate we are, and also to be reminded that that can go away and we need to stand up to make sure that we're defending our rights and standing up for ourselves. And so thank you so much for what you do.
And thank you so much for being here. I know you love AmFest, so do I. And every time when I'm here, I feel I'm not alone, and the world still has hope because people like you. So tell us, what makes you feel AmFest is a special event for all of the patriots?
It's a very fun and safe place to come together.
Safe space.
Safe place to share, that hopefulness, because there's such bad news in the world right now.
Yes.
And to come together and meet the like-minded people is just so energizing.
Yes.
It's really a lot of fun.
Yes, absolutely. So, we have so many viewers who are watching this interview, watching this live show from inside China, and they don't have the access to freedom of information, so they have to use a VPN to bypass the internet firewall. So I wanted to share a few words with those people who cannot be here and have their voice heard.
Yeah, gosh, so sorry for the circumstances you're living under, and anything you can do safely to, express yourselves and support. Everybody, one of the themes of this conference was make sure that you're doing all you can to stand up and say no in the face of challenges like that, which can be difficult, right? And it's not our first instinct to want to stand in that breach, right?
Yes.
And so there's powerful people like you who are spreading the good news about freedom and the way things should be. And I feel for those people so much, and it also makes me realize how fortunate I am to be living in a free country here, and how important that is.
Exactly. And Kai, so one thing I like to remind people that even in this country, if we don't fight to preserve our freedom, it will go away, because President Reagan said freedom is a fragile thing. It's never more than one generation away from extinction, and we cannot have it by inheritance. We have to fight, preserve it, and keep it.
It's something that I learned from this conference over this past weekend is there are different things that you can do, and I don't know if you're a person of faith, but I believe that, it might be voting, it might be standing up in a different way, it might be talking to a neighbor, it might be, offering something you have to somebody in need. It comes in a lot of different forms, but it's very important to always remember it might not be an easy choice, but it's important to stand up for our freedom.
Yes, and I agree with you. It doesn't. You don't have to be a politician to fight for freedom. Everybody can do their part in the school board and in your local community.
The moms, yeah.
And even at home, remind children about the Judeo-Christian value. That's the founding value of this country. And the motto of "In God We Believe" should still be, preserved.
Absolutely.
Because that's what makes this country so exceptional. So I think everybody can do their part on any occasion, any place, any time.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Yeah. Well, I'm so grateful that you're here and so happy that we spoke. I think this is a conversation that will resonate with millions of viewers and people who love freedom, who love God, and who love this country. And let's keep America great again.
I hope so much. And to all those out there, keep faith and hope.
Yes. Thank you so much, Kaya. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My honor to have Andrew come back for the second interview with us. Okay. Hi, Andrew.
Thank you so much, Amanda. It's great to be with you.
Yeah, so I know you have based on we talked about in the other 2 days, you have many worry about communism infiltrate American everywhere, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen it growing throughout my lifetime, and it's become so pervasive, and it's an enormous threat to everything we do in the United States, to all the freedoms we've always had, and it's insidious. We haven't seen it coming, and we just kind of like to look the other way in our comfortable lives. And now it's upon us, and it infiltrated our lives in every way.
So last time I remember you talked with the Anna, right? So the Anna, so you talk about how the CCP infiltrated American education, American the church, right? So
yes, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think again, the American church has not had its eyes open. It's largely had its knees bent, but it hasn't been looking up to God all the time. Instead, it's been looking up to whoever will speak down and submitting to whatever they say to us. So when the cultural influences turn and when communism has already affected our government, our schools, our businesses, and then in turn they go to the pastors of our churches, then the pastors will be very weak. The congregations will follow them, and in turn, they will be weak and they will accept many of the things without even realizing that we're being affected by something that we know in our hearts is wrong. But yet it seems the way of peace, and we want to just be conciliatory and give in when really we should be standing up for truth. Yeah. And that's not what we do. We give in because it's the easier path.
So I can imagine if in American church that was distorted by the communism, okay, so the values American was stolen, okay, by the evil things. The American people are confusing, right? So that would be very miserable.
Absolutely, and you can see it happening. I mean, the generation Gen Z is leaving the church. They don't want to go to church. They're not interested. People don't know the Bible anymore. They've given up the values and beliefs that they've had from the past. And we don't turn to our God. We turn away and listen to false gods and to messages that aren't true. Anything that is easy for us to make peace with, rather than to do the hard work of knowing the truth and fighting for the truth. I see the courage of the Chinese people who stand here. It's just... It brings tears to my eyes. It fills my heart. I care so much, and I want you to be successful in what you're doing. And I mean, if only the American children that are being raised here today had an ounce of the courage of every Chinese person who's here in this circle around us right now, then our country would never fall to anyone. And I hope that there's some way we can win that back.
Yes, that's why we attended this MFest, okay? We take many young fellow fighters, okay, to talk more with the American generations, okay, to communicate and let them know the more truth about what they're facing right now, and how the, TikToks will be influenced by the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, and I think that what we have with TikTok, I mean, even people at AMFEST capitalize on the followers that they can get from TikTok. And I just think about how our freedom is being slowly and certainly stolen by the unrestricted warfare that goes on behind that. If you've got our data, if you've got the ingredients to the capsules we put in our mouths every day, then you've got control over us in a very large way. And we have to stand firm in our freedom. The Bible says, the Apostle Paul wrote, stand firm in the freedom for which Christ set you free. He came to set the captives free. That's what it means to be a Christian. And we've lost sight of that. I love it that you say freedom fighters, because that's what we're all about. And you guys, I see that heart in everybody that's here. And I love what you're doing. And in the end, we will prevail. But we've given up so much ground. It becomes my life was easy when I was growing up. I'm sure it wasn't like that in China in the late 60s and early 70s, but I had it very easy. And we all did in America. We got fat and comfortable and lazy. And, we can't afford to be that way anymore. We've got to turn around. We got to turn around now.
Yes, we really want America, great again. Okay, we want
to make America great again, to make America sane again, to make America honor truth again, to make America free again. That's what we're really here for.
Yes, definitely. Okay, that's why I'm still encouraged by so many American, the patriots, so still come to, so they want to speak out, they want to stand out to, against the evil things and to, how to say, get the voices, for their own self, for the people.
That's right. And the more that we can do, that I can do, that any of us can do to help share the message of the freedom fight that groups like yours have going on, the easier it becomes, the better it becomes, the more we stand together, and the more we will accomplish. And I want to be a part of that in any way that I can. So
thank you for being with us. We need, many people like you, okay, to join us, follow us, okay, understand, for the people's voice. Yeah,
absolutely. You've got me. I'm on your team all the way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for
you're very
being with us
welcome
today. Thank you. Yeah.
It's a real pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks again. All right.
Yeah.
Let me give you a hug.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kelly, and welcome back. Here we have another amazing guest that we will be interviewing with. I'm going to let him introduce himself.
Hello, I'm Zachary Wanuga. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, and I do conservative media.
Yes, we're very excited to have Zachary here. And my first question for you is, what do you think the biggest external threat is to America at this moment?
I mean, one of the biggest external threats, we hear a lot talk about oh, Russia, or Iran and things of that nature. One of the biggest threats that we are facing is communist Chinese infiltration in our institutions, and not just that, but in our government as well, with, clearly business dealings that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden have been involved in. One of the biggest problems is that we have infiltration on the level of Confucius Institutes coming in, which are Chinese funded, and they're directly from the CCP, and they are funded to literally re-educate American students in this country. We also have, Chinese companies that are gathering data on Americans, like TikTok. And this is becoming a real problem, because if you wouldn't want your own government doing it, why would you want the Chinese government doing it? Another big problem for when we're talking about CCP infiltration is we have Chinese nationals coming over, posing as tourists, and spying on military bases. They just caught a couple of them who moved up to Alaska, and they were caught spying on U.S. bases. We had the spy balloon that just drifted all through America, literally gathering intelligence on bases, made it all the way to the coast before it even got shot down. So yeah, Communist Chinese Party infiltration is one of the biggest external threats, especially because that is the biggest adversary that actually has a chance to surpass the United States, especially if they take over Taiwan, who owns 80% of the semiconductor chips and computer chips in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's just a bunch of threats, but the biggest one we're experiencing right now, you would agree, is the Communist Party, with all sorts of infiltration, like all through aspects of life. So my next question is, how do you think we should, confront the issue of TikTok and collecting information of the U.S. citizens around the country?
So that's a conversation we're going to have to open up. But one thing's for sure is that Congress is not doing its job. I mean, Congress is either taking a full hands-off approach or a full control approach. We're trying to pass something called the Restrict Act. And what the Restrict Act was a very vague bill that said any business dealings, any commerce, is what they use, can be censored for any reason at any time by the government in any country. Any foreign commerce can be censored. And this would stop TikTok, but commerce is what they define that as is like just downloading an app on the App Store. Now that's an approach that is way too much. That is a way bigger government overreach than we need. But we need to open up a conversation about data collection and what companies are allowed to do. There could be a chance that TikTok can stay if we can find a way that the Communist Chinese Party is not the ones that are collecting data. I mean, again, in the United States, the government does not collect data. I mean, legally. Legally. And I thank you, Edward Snowden, for breaking that one. But the government is not supposed to collect data on its citizens through private companies. However, in China, the TikTok has to register with the CCP as a company, and therefore the CCP has access to all of that data on Americans, almost like 160 million Americans using it. So yeah, we need to find a way to either stop TikTok from collecting data, or we need to find a way that the Chinese Communist Party does not get control of the data that TikTok is gathering on Americans.
Yes, of course. All right, so to finish up, I learned that you're a recent, college graduate. So what would you tell, those incoming students into college that, don't know what to expect with, learning new things politically or just like socially? So what would you give them as an advice or word of advice?
I mean, be open-minded. A lot of this stuff really comes down to just having conversations with people. If you're stuck in your room and you're stuck in your own echo chamber and all you are is online and you're force-fed what the algorithm is feeding you, you're never going to expand your worldview of things. And so, it's actually funny we talk about TikTok. Get out and just have conversations with people, understand how the world works, and really just put yourself in uncomfortable situations and meet people you don't know. Everybody has their own viewpoints, and it's really interesting to see why they have their viewpoints. And that's one of the biggest reasons why free speech is important and one of the very greatest things about this country.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Zachary.
Thank you. It was really nice interviewing with you.
We see this playing out in our public schools with woke indoctrination where youth are confused and taking hormone therapy and having sex reassignment surgery. This too is an issue of the sanctity of life, and we must be pro-life at this stage and stand against it. Being a conservative means that we fully embrace the America First agenda. There's an America First agenda that literally means we put America first. And there's an America Last agenda. Pundits, politicians, and writers who are pushing anti-Trump, anti-America First ideology. They're still living in the 80s, thinking that our biggest geopolitical threat is Russia, sending over $200 billion to Ukraine. Meanwhile, our border is wide open.
Illegal immigrants are pouring into our country. We experienced this firsthand as I live in Texas. We must secure our southern border. These American neocons are also beholden to their globalist open borders donors. They say all the right things to get elected and reelected, but they keep and continue to keep our borders open because they want it for the cheap labor in this country. We must secure the southern border. Our biggest geopolitical threat is not Russia, it's China. And we've seen 12,000 Chinese military-aged men come across our southern border, pushed here by the Chinese Communist Party. 107,000 of Americans have died from fentanyl overdose just this past year because it's come from China. We must secure our southern border. And we see issues playing out on the college campus with these pro-Hamas riots. Many of them have come across our southern border too. And every major Western city in the Western world, we're seeing this play out. It's BLM 2.0 all over again. They yell genocidal, anti-Semitic phrases like, to the river, to the sea. Anyone that yells this phrase should be deported back to the hell that they came from. Maybe Rod Flipkowski or Cookie or whatever his name is on Twitter doesn't like that, but that's the truth. And my encouragement to you, as President Ronald Reagan said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You must become conservative missionaries to advance the conservative cause. You must fight like never before. For such a time as this, you were created, you were born for this moment. So make sure that you get out and fight. Thank you, guys. God bless you. God bless America.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ava. I am from the new federal state of China. For those of you who never heard of us, we stand for the largest unvaccinated community with a mission to take down the Chinese Communist Party. We are survivors of the Chinese Communist government. We are survivors of the CCP virus. And for people who fled from a communist regime to America, they're looking for freedom. But I fear that the communism I fled has reached to the freedom land I stand. In 2017, Miles Guo, the CCP #1 enemy and the founder of the new federal state of China, was invited to be interviewed by Voice of America. Mr. Guo's interview was scheduled to last long 3 hours, and in which he was going to expose massive corruption around CCP top officials and their family members. Sarcastically, officials of Voice of America chose to take orders from Beijing after a few calls and threats of the Communist Party. And I knew from that day, America's freedom is not unlimited and even in real danger. 3 years later, in 2020, the Chinese Communist Party had released the CCP virus, which resulted in the largest pandemic that America had ever experienced. So let's do some math here. How many casualties did America suffer on 9/11? Over 3,000. And how many casualties did the United States suffer from World War II? Over 400,000. And now, what are the numbers of the deaths because of the CCP virus in your country? Over 1.1 million. The CCP virus has killed 3 times more Americans than World War II. And that's not the end of it. How many more Americans will become victims of the CCP virus vaccines? These vaccines were developed and created and promoted by the world's largest pharmaceutical groups who have been colluded with the Communist Party for years. And what's even worse, the CCP is under building new illegal P3 and P4 labs now in the world. During China's COVID lockdown, the Communist Party cut off electricity and internet to prevent people from seeking help or simply telling the truth to the world. They used garbage trucks to deliver rotten food to the deplorables. They put living people into body bags. If this is the way that Chinese Communist Party has treated its own citizens, what can they do to you, the Americans? Today, the new federal state of China will share 2 important pieces of information brought by our heroes who still based in communist China and allowed us to share the information on the stage of Phoenix. I remind you all to remember, CCP is not China. Chinese people are not the CCP. We, Chinese from the new federal state of China, are seeking to overthrow the Chinese communist dictatorship by telling the world the truth. First, the Chinese Communist Party is helping many countries in developing and obtaining nuclear capabilities under the guise of civilian projects. One of my fellow fighters from the NFSC shared earlier in this conference room that the CCP's efforts in selling ICBMs reaching to the soil of the United States with nuclear payload to countries in the Middle East. And second, the Chinese Communist Party has been entered spy communication agreements with the neighbor countries of the United States. And these spy partnerships include equipping Honduras, Venezuela, Cuba, Dominica, Brazil, and Argentina with CCP technologies and personnel in monitoring U.S. military operations and communications, and all in preparation for warfare against the United States. In history, Hitler was only months away of launching the nuclear warfare. And today, the dictator Xi Jinping was able to obtain massive nuclear capabilities and initiate such warfare at any time. It is sad and frightening reality that America's freedom and rule of law was bought by the Chinese Communist Party over the years. Major law firms in this country run to open offices in China to defend the interests of the CCP state-owned business. Silicon Valley's handed over sensitive technologies to the Communist Party, let alone Wall Street, who have been colluded, slept with the communists for decades. So America, it's the time to stop funding your biggest enemy in this world. It is the time to decouple from communist China. If you don't decouple, you are empowering the Communist Party with your people, your technology, and your investment to initiate the nuclear warfare against you. And if you don't decouple from Communist China, your scientists are helping the CCP to build and initiate the next biological weapon warfare. And if you don't decouple, you're handing over the grounds of America to the communist dictatorship in China. So America, can we stand with the new federal state of China? And can I hear you one more time? Take down the CCP!
Imagine a world where the American dream isn't just a concept. It's a vibrant reality created by the entrepreneurs and innovators of our time. Welcome to the new American dream, where a new generation is at the forefront, rewriting the rules and shaping success on our own terms. Since 2022, our company, Lynx, has been on a mission to
businesses and reclaiming a remarkable $10 billion in employee retention credits. We didn't achieve this all alone. It's been a journey powered by collaboration. This journey wouldn't be complete without clients and partners like you, individuals who are redefining entrepreneurship. We're driven by purpose, committed to innovation, and dedicated to making a real impact. Our clients and affiliates are the driving force behind our vision. They're the patriots and leaders our world needs. We align with those who share our passion, creating genuine, sustainable value for businesses across this great nation. And now it's your time to seize the opportunity. Join us in rewriting the story of success and having an incredible time while doing it. Whether you're a business owner looking to obtain your COVID relief funds through the Employee Retention Credit, or a successful entrepreneur looking to align with a new opportunity, there's a place for you in our company.
Someone has to be like you, James, actually doing the work and inspiring others to go and build strong moral frameworks for our country. And my favorite thing to do is to confront the bad guys. I don't ask you to trust that I'm credible. I show you the evidence. I have to be strong enough to prevent myself from being co-opted, corrupted, influenced. We live in a world where there's a symbiotic relationship between government, pharmaceutical companies, and the paper of record, and it's not how journalism ought.
Hi guys, how's it going everyone? I've got a beautiful young man over here with me. Tell us about what your name is and tell us what you're wearing.
My name is Jonathan from upstate New York, and I wanted to wear as many American flags as I possibly could wear. I couldn't find shoes, American shoes, but everything else is American because I love America.
You love America. I love it, Jonathan. Tell us, what brings you to America Fest? Why are you here?
To learn more and see all the wonderful speakers. I love taking notes and stuff. I've been trying to get their autographs in here, and yeah, it's been really fun. Learning a lot, and it's awesome.
Yeah. People, tell us how old you are first.
I am 15.
Wow, he's 15 years old, ladies and gentlemen, and he loves America at such a young age. That is such a beautiful thing to see. Tell us, when you've been talking to other people here at America Fest, have they been surprised that you're so young but have such an interest in America Fest?
Yeah, I'd say so. Everyone's really friendly around here. It's very easy to make friends. Yeah, they've been wonderful. Yeah, they've been surprised that there's not many of me around here. It's mainly older than me, but yeah, they've been surprised and yeah.
Yeah. And you mentioned before that you've been really looking forward to this event. How long have you been waiting for to come to America Fest?
Me and my sister have we've had a 2-year countdown.
Wow.
So we've been waiting for this one for 2 years. My brother went last year, and the year before. So 2 years ago. I've always wanted to go since then. And yeah, I can't believe I'm finally here. It's a dream come true, really.
It's a dream come true. And what are your dreams for the future?
I'd like to. My brother owns a small business, and I'd like to help him run that in upstate New York. They have a pretzel bakery and a grocery store. I like to go further into that. Maybe be a pastor or a drummer or something like that. Yeah, that'd be my dream.
That's your dream?
Yep.
And what's your dream for America as a country?
I pray that it continue to be keep on getting freer. It's never going to be perfect, but I pray that we continue to strive to be the best country we can be and have as much freedom as possible for this great country, and it'd be like the founders intended it to be.
Yeah, because freedom is so important, right?
Yes.
The freedom to choose what you want to do with your life, the freedom to believe in the God that you believe in.
Yeah.
And you want that to continue?
But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, do you have one final message for other high school, or not high school? Are you in high school? You are in high school, 15 years old?
Yep.
What's your message to other people your age?
Grow closer to God because He's the only way. Life after death, and then just keep on continuing to strive for your dreams, and they'll come true if you try hard enough.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, from a 15-year-old patriot. Thank you very much for your time.
Yep, thank
well
you.
Done. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks, mate. Oh,
Thank
man,
you.
you did such a good job. Well done.
Thank you.
Man.
All right. Hi, this is Joy from NFSC. We're now in Phoenix downtown. So we're now currently in MFest 2023. So joining me today here are 2 high school students. Well, one of them is high school student, going to college very, very soon. And the other one is from college. So now let's have them, briefly introduce yourself, where you're from and what do you do and why you're here. All right.
Yeah, my name's Natasha. As she said, I'm a full-time college student. I am here and so excited just to show that we need to stand up for our freedoms as Americans and that we need to have a love for our country and really care about what's going on and not just sit back and be complacent. I'm from Idaho, so a couple of states north of Arizona, and just super excited for this opportunity.
Yeah, my name is Callie, and along those lines of standing up for our freedoms, there's so much that America has fallen short from. And of course, we've all fallen short of the glory of God. And we were built upon godly foundations and biblical foundations. And our nation's kind of lost that along the way. And especially looking at our public schools and everything, it really has put a passion in me to stand up for what America should be and what it stands for and kind of rebuild this country back into greatness.
Yeah. So this is your first time here in MFest, right?
Yes.
Like, how did you feel? Because we actually met each other upstairs, right? When you guys were waiting for the event. So how did you feel, like seeing us? Like, this is your first time hearing about New Federal State of China, right? How like, just be totally honest. Like, how did you feel? Like, what were you thinking when you heard about us, heard about our story? And you actually saw Roy's speech, right?
Yeah.
How did you, just tell me how you felt.
All right. So walking in here, I was in awe of everything. It was so much bigger than I had expect everything to be, and getting to listen to everybody, like listening to you. And there was somebody else, I don't remember his name, but somebody else that we had met before we ran into you, who talked to us a little bit about it. And we honestly, the American education system doesn't teach much on communism in China right now and what's going on. It's not a huge topic that's brought up. So it was a lot of it was new information to me, and a lot of it stood out as important. And listening to Roy talk, it's a very intense situation that China's going through right now. And I feel like not enough people are educated on what's happening. And, everybody talks about like the reason we teach history is so history doesn't repeat itself. And when education systems leave out these events that are happening and everything that's happening right now, and when they leave that out of their teachings, then we begin to fall into a pattern of repeating that.
Yeah.
And it's so important that we get educated on what's going on and speak out.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I love about America is that it's such a blend of cultures where it's such a safe, well, it used to be at least a very safe place for people to come and to experience life and to experience freedom. And so seeing you guys here, I was really excited to see people doing what they're supposed to do to seek for freedom. And it's sad, unfortunately, that America is becoming a place that's leading towards socialism and communism and thinks it's okay. And so I think it's good that we have voices that are willing to say, no, it's not okay. Look what's happening to our families, to our children, to our schools, to our freedom that we don't have, to really wake up the American people. So I was so excited and blessed that you guys are here speaking the truth and doing your due diligence to show that communism is not a joke and it's not what the social media tries to portray, but it is this horrible, demonic, if I can even use that word, demonic, horrible thing that we should not even go towards or think about or desire. And so I'm really happy that you guys are here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for your support, because we left China because we didn't want to be brainwashed, right? And we don't want the country that we love, which is America, to turn into the country that we left. So, by taking down the Chinese Communist Party, it's not only helping the Chinese people, it's also helping the whole world, including America. And, if we don't do anything about it, America it's going to be the next communist China, which is the last thing we would want, right? So I was so happy seeing this, young faces. But as we said before, also, I am very, very lucky to come to the States, to have my voices out, to stand in front of the camera telling people we don't support communism, we don't like communist China, and Chinese Communist Party cannot represent us. I'm not allowed Chinese Communist Party to represent me. But there's a lot of students still in China. Now they support what we do, but because they're not as lucky as I am to come here. Do you have any words or whatever to share with them? What do you to close it out?
Yeah, I would say is there's such freedom in standing up for what's right and standing up for the truth. And it's really important, especially in this day of media just taking over and becoming the fourth party of America. It's so important that we stand up for what is right. And if you see something, you should say something and don't be held under the lies, don't be held under deception, but don't be afraid to come out, because what's cool when we speak out about something, we realize how many people, even just here, there's thousands and thousands of people that have gathered together on one cause. So when you speak out, you see that you're not alone. You're not alone in how you feel. You're not alone in the battle, because there's others with you. And we have a Heavenly Father who's with us even more. So my encouragement to you is stand up. Stand up. Don't be silent. Don't be silenced. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yep. Yeah, beautifully said. I would say along those similar lines, know the game of the devil, and it's to silence you, and it's to not let you speak out about the evils in this world, and it's to try and trap you. And that's the biggest thing that he can get against you is your voice. Because you think about the 12 disciples, that was 12 people who went and they stood up for righteousness with Jesus, and they ended up changing an entire culture, and they were able to do so much because 12 people refused to stay silent in these times. And you might feel like you're alone in that time and you can't speak out, and there's nobody who you can go to speak about this, but know that you're not alone, and there are people who are fighting for your freedoms, and there are people who understand the difficulties that you're going through, and we're not ignoring it. It's not going ignored. You are seen, you are heard, and there are people like you who are actively fighting to shut this down and to bring awareness to what's going on.
Yep.
And you're not a forgotten community.
No, no. Oh, wow. Beautifully said. Yeah, I met a lady earlier today. She's like, oh, I was like, wow, why do you seem to know everybody? Because she was saying hi to everybody. She's like, because we're here, we're a community, because we love God, we love freedom, we love democracy. So that's the basic needs, right, as human beings. So it doesn't matter where we're from, but we have a common goal. And taking down the Chinese Communist Party is helping us to achieve that goal, which is the freedom, democracy, and rule of law for all human beings.
The Bible says that that God created everybody equal.
Yeah.
And that includes every single person in every single country of every race and ethnicity and culture.
Yep.
Every single person here was created equal and is loved by God equally.
Yep.
And nobody deserves to be living under that kind of a
Amen.
Right.
Shall we say take down the CCP all together? All right, 3 times. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. This is Amanda. Okay, I'm honored to have the John Moran with me. Okay, he's CEO of the Go American, right?
It's Grand Opportunity USA.
That'd be great.
Or Go USA. Go USA for short.
So
yes.
today you're here. Want to share something? Introduce your apps with us.
Yes. So my organization is Go USA has created the first in history ratings app. It's like, imagine a populist ratings app for politicians, like a Yelp rating or Rotten Tomatoes for movies, or even Amazon stars for products. We're taking the idea that we know that about 4 to 5 Americans believe in generally the same things, but they're not voting that way. They're voting against themselves so often because of corruption in government. So what we say it's not red versus blue, it's them versus you, because they work for you. And when people think that way and they understand and they look at our rating system, they can easily understand who's working for them and who's working against them. And it changes the way people vote. And the OpScore challenge is we're asking everybody in America, don't vote without taking the challenge. You take a 6-minute assessment to see where you stand politically on the top 25 issues and simply measure that against the same number, the same score against the politicians and candidates you're voting for.
Yeah, because
very simple.
Yeah, because we know already. Okay, the United. Okay, the electoral system has already stolen and infiltrated by the Communist Party, right? That's you have the chance and platform to provide for the people, right, to vote, right? That's the true, the platform and the apps for the people.
That's right. So this works in any country that has any kind of level of democracy. At the same time, we've patented it worldwide, and we actually are creating a new world universal bill of human rights with the same philosophy as my great uncle Thomas Jefferson, who wrote the Declaration of Independence for America and was our 3rd president. And the idea is that freedom belongs to everybody, liberty belongs to everybody, and opportunity belongs to everybody. So we're fighting to secure American elections in 2024. And then we want to make sure we take the same technology and anywhere you go in the world that we can get it on the phone, the app. We get the app on the phone, and then anybody can see who's working for them and who's working against them. And the people need to remove bad government and bad politicians.
That's very important for people, to know and have the chance and the apps, the platform to know who is, evil, who is good. Okay.
That's right. Who's working for them and who's doing good and who's working against them and doing evil.
Yeah. So I think we have the same the mission and common, because we organization is still to have the platform for the people to have the freedom of speech. Okay. And we have the Gather. Okay.
Yes.
We have our own social media. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yes. So that's why because we stand out for the people. We stand for, we don't want to be controlled and by the evil government, right? We don't want to brainwash by them.
Yes. And the reality is this whole world has to decide if we're going to advance and stop tyranny and end no more communism, no more socialism, no more tyranny, no more radical Islamism, no more radical anything. The people should be in charge. And the 80%, 90% of rational people should be in charge in America and everywhere around the world. And so our app and the new Universal Bill of Rights you're writing is very loud on that idea. Is stand for freedom and liberty. And people have to take their governments back. As Thomas Jefferson said, if the government is going to work for you, the people have the right to alter or abolish that government.
You're right.
And that's what you are doing. If they're not serving the people, the people need to alter or abolish the government. Thomas Jefferson, my great uncle. And that's what we stand for is the government has to work for the people. We created an app. We're asking everybody to take the OpScore challenge and take the quiz yourself and then compare it to your politicians. And in communist China, imagine if we can get people to be able to do something like that there and have a Voice of the People app to fight back against tyranny.
The communism always, the mute people's voice and silence us. Okay? They want the people to know the truth. Okay, how they seize the people's property and how they the control, brainwash. They don't allow the people to have the the how to say the belief. Okay,
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want any of that because the biggest threat to tyranny is a united people. So we want to unite the people and take out tyranny. Sorry, tyranny does not belong on planet Earth in 2023 or in any century or any time in the future. We have to advance beyond that and start having the government work for the people and follow human rights, freedom of speech, freedom of self-defense, privacy rights. Right? All of those things we need. Equal rights, privacy rights, family rights, all of those things. So that's what we do at the OpScore, Central Opportunity Score.
Yes.
Take it and understand it, unite and vote for the right people, and stop tyranny.
Yep.
So I really appreciate all the work you guys are doing. We'd like to find a way to work together more.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so the word is belong to the the freedom of the normal people, not the the high officials of the governments, right?
No, they work in communist China and now even America. They think that we're here and they're here. No,
we're the
people. You're the servants. They work for us. In communist China and Z, they think that the people are below them.
Yeah.
The people are above them, and they have to act more like servants.
That's why
not rulers.
Yeah, we grab back our rights. Okay, grab back the being human beings' rights.
Demand it.
Yeah. Thank you. Being with us. Thank you so much. Okay, for sharing your your views with us.
Yeah. Thank you. God bless. Keep up the fight.
Yeah. God bless you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Did you like that? Was it a good interview?
Very, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, dear audience. Welcome, Michael. Welcome to our booth again.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting me come on the show again. Thanks.
And tell me, what's your impression of the sign take down the Chinese Communist Party?
I mean, when I first heard of it, I mean, I used to think about it. I used to have dreams about taking down the CCP and North Korea and all the terrible regimes in the world. And it's really a dream come true to actually see it in place and to see, a revolution against such a terrible, terrible dictator. And I'm happy that we are able to come together. I mean, it's very, very organized over here. It's boom, boom, boom. And they're very nice. I bet you if it was, the Chinese Communist Party, it wouldn't be as real as this. I mean, you come over here, you're getting the real opinion of real people. We're not faking it like the CCP. I'm just happy we could finally take down a lying party who pretends to generalize over a group. I'm just happy about it.
Wow. And you say you're sick enough of Xi Jinping come to America. Why do you say that?
I'm sick of it because we decided the only time we've ever cleaned up a street and got the homeless away was because of him. And there's nothing good he's done. I can't even think of one good thing he's done. Anything he's done either caused chaos, division, the spy balloon that went over us, that was uncalled for. I don't know what they were trying to do with that. It was on purpose. It could have went higher, but they went down to do something, some type of I don't know. Maybe the Joe Biden knows, but it's the COVID, the vaccine, the way they treat their own people and how they'll use them as just puppets and tools. It's not right. I like to stand for freedom, and I hopefully people in China can rise up to this, even though it might create another Tiananmen Square. I just hope there's another revolution, and I hope it's successful. I mean, I really hope that there's that person. Nobody knows who he was. The person who stood in front of row of tanks. I hope we have another one of those. And I hope every single Chinese person does that and revolts against this terrible, terrible regime. And I hope Xi Jinping is cowering, knowing that it will crumble any second now. I know he's scared. Him and any of the leaders are scared because he knows not only is China going to rebel against them, America's going to rebel against them, their biggest buyer. And I hope that he's cowering in his boots, knowing that we are not going to stand for him and stand for his message, and we will fight for the people.
Wow. And what do you see from the infiltration of communism in America?
Communism, it is just terrible. It's people try to compare it to socialism, which is also a terrible thing, but all you're doing is giving up everything to the government. That's the truth. You're giving up everything to the government, and it's slowly turning into that way. We're gonna soon enough not be able to have the Second Amendment to bear arms, and that's gonna be the first thing. Once that happens, I know we're gonna become communists, and it's terrible. I mean, Stalin killed millions of people. Mao killed millions of people. Any communist dictator killed the most people. Venezuela, I mean, they're militarized. My friend from Venezuela was telling me how their police is militarized, just beating up people just because. I've seen videos in North Korea, a communist country, just getting beaten up because they're farming, or I don't know, they were just there. And a lot of people, they like to pretend that China isn't communist, but it really is. You see the businesses, they're run by China. You become a billionaire, you say a little thing that's wrong, you think a little bit wrong, a little bit different than Xi Jinping, you go missing. I hate communism, and I hope we get away from that and we stop it. I hope we do the final push and get rid of it all.
Wow, I'm impressed by your understanding of communism. And you remind me of the Hong Kong teenagers, Hong Kong students protest on the street. What do you want to say to them?
I want to say keep on going, because you are the future. We all love you. We all know you are stronger than all of us. We may be here talking, but you're the one making the actual change, and keep going on, because we all love you, and I stand for you. I stand for any of y'all who goes against the country knowing the consequences, but still deciding to do it. Y'all are the next generation, and y'all are warriors. Y'all are fighters, and y'all are the true Chinese people.
Wow, thank you, Michael. Thank you so much
Thanks for having me on the show.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have just seen the awesome speech from Ayla from the NFSC, New Federal State of China, revealing about the truth of the Chinese Communist Party and what they have done. But now we are coming back towards our interviews and saying hi towards our Diane. Hi, Diane, how are you?
How are you?
Yeah, pretty good, thank you. So yesterday we met Diane, and he had actually been participating in a lot of events with what is happening right now. So do you mind to share about what you do, and also how is that going?
So I'm a Turning Point USA chapter leader down in Miami, Florida. So essentially we do activism on our campus, we bring speakers, and we get our students engaged. That's the point. The fight over our country is not just going to be led on the college campuses, but on the high school campuses as well. And we now see that the fight is getting even harder, because homeschooling is, a lot of people are starting to homeschool their children. So we see that other options of education are coming for parents, because a lot of people are losing their trust in the government, which is, I think it's another thing that relates to the CCP, and how the United States is starting to assimilate to a lot of the things that we see across the globe.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Diane, for your sharing. So you have just mentioned about how the CCP is in our high school campuses, is in our college campuses. Now, we know the CCP have great influence in these sort of areas, especially when it comes to education, social media, and many different areas that the young people have in touch with. Right. So what have you seen about the CCP and its influence in the country on the young people?
Look, I'm from Miami, Florida. I was born in Cuba. and I immigrated to this country at the age of 2. So I can say that I've seen the CCP's influence basically since I was born.
Yeah.
My parents have felt the CCP's influence since they were born, directly and indirectly. We see 90 miles off our coast in Cuba, the country I was born in, which is ruined by socialism and communism.
Yeah.
We see the CCP building bases, spy bases, just 90 miles off the coast of the United States. And we don't see our president doing anything about it. Now, in regards to the schooling, thank God in my state we have Governor Ron DeSantis, and he's taken a lot of steps to combat the Chinese Communist Party's influence within our school system. But we see across the country states that are getting direct money from the CCP, from colleges to universities to private and public institutions. So when we see this, it's a grave danger to our society. So I think that we have to get the good policies instituted by, not the good politicians, because no politician cares about anyone, because they all take money from special interest groups, but we have to look at the good policies instituted to protect students and their rights, and the parents' rights, which are more essential, and institute them to prevent the CCP's influence in anything. And this is not just about the CCP. Let's keep that in mind. This is about how much power as American citizens do we have. Are we going to allow a foreign government to tell us how to act? Are we going to allow a foreign government to teach our children? Are we going to allow the CCP to take over every institution that the left has basically taken over the past 30 years?
Yeah, I love what you have talked about, and especially you mentioned about not just in America, but where you come from in Cuba as well. So my question now, coming back towards your origin, you mentioned that your parents are from Cuba. Can I ask about the people in Cuba there? Do they know much about the CCP or just the communism influence and what they have done towards the people in your memories or understanding?
Well, in Cuba, the CCP is not that bad because that's what we're fed. The CCP is actually one of the better governments of the world. So is Palestine. Palestine in Cuba is a wonderful government. It's a government that's instituted by freedom, by liberty. So the CCP in Cuba is not that bad. On the contrary, in Cuba there is a CCP, the Cuban Communist Party. So we do see assimilations in Cuba with China. One, because they're getting funding from China. And the closest location in the world, I would say, to the United States geographically to try to influence is not just within the United States and the people that the Chinese have sent, it's Cuba. We've always known that. The FBI, the CIA, everyone knows that. Why is nothing being done about it? I pose that question. Joe Biden hasn't done anything. Why is that? They talked about it, the media mentioned it, some groups talked about it, oh, spy bases, but nothing has been done. Why is it that we're bending a knee to a government that doesn't have our values, that doesn't care about its own people, and at the end of it all, doesn't stand for the values that our founding fathers stood for?
That's true. That's true. So that's why we need to take the actions, and that's why we are here at America Fest, making and sharing about the people's voices. And like you have mentioned, communism and what these communist parties tend to do all the time is to brainwash the people, claiming that they are the ones with the better values. But we know that's not the truth because they are harming the people instead. So thank you very much, Diane, for your sharing, and thank you for your time. We love to see more young people standing up and fighting for the country. Okay, we'll see you shortly after. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Well, dear audience, we just heard a terrific, wonderful speech from Ella Wang, which make us very honored. Now we are speaking to Nancy Zhou. Weigel. Welcome, Nancy Jo.
Oh, I am so happy to be here, Sylvia, and really wonderful to get to meet you and some of the others that are standing for truth. You know, I'm in full-time ministry, Christian ministry, and Jesus Christ said, when you know the truth will make you free. So thank you for what you're doing to try to get out the truth.
Thank you, Nancy. And you're saying that you're concerned of the freedom in America being eliminated.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about that?
Yes. Well, as I said, I've been involved for many years in ministry with evangelism. And one of the things I'm involved with is something called the Jesus Film Project. It's the most translated movie ever, over 2,000 languages, and in Chinese languages and many other languages. But a lot of people in America now do not know the biblical foundations and the biblical background of this nation. And so this is a great film to learn that straight from the book of Luke. But people can go and watch that. But also I began to realize some years later that if we did not also work for the freedom to do evangelism, we would lose the freedom. So I also began a few years ago to have what I call a prayer, action, education group, where we talk about the issues, look at what is going on in the United States, and some of the bad bills that are coming through that will come against our freedom. So we stand against those. We call our senators. We pray for the United States. We pray for a spiritual awakening in the United States. I believe that we are in the spiritual battle of our lives in the United States. We have never seen anything like this. We have been in many hard places in the past in the United States, but nothing to this extent. And prayer, action, education, those three I try to work with in my group that I lead in California, even in the state of California, that a lot of people have said, just give up on California. But we don't plan to give up. As California goes, so goes the nation. As the nation goes, so goes the world. So we need to continue, we believe, to contend for freedom in California. So that's what I try to do in my group. So I do both of those things. I do evangelism, and I try to preserve the freedom to do evangelism.
Wow. And you're saying the government is being bigger, but the church giving up their power and fallen. So how to wake up the pastors? How to wake up the church?
Yes. I believe the number one reason we are in the terrible situation we are in the United States is because churches and pastors have not stood up as they should and spoken the truth. And unfortunately, some pastors believe and tell their people in the congregation, we should only do evangelism. We should not be involved in the political process. We should not be involved in the government. But they are not thinking about the fact that if we don't preserve that freedom, we will lose the freedom to do evangelism. So many pastors need to think through this. Often in our prayer group, this is a number one prayer that we pray for pastors to wake up. We very much agree with what Eric Metaxas is saying at this conference, that the church needs to wake up.
Wow, and you have a wonderful relationship with international Chinese students, and you're saying they have well understanding of the communism's dangers. So can you tell us a little bit of story of this?
Yes. I often get together with a group of Chinese students at a local restaurant, and we talk about different topics. For example, this last week we talked about Christmas, which was very fun. Most of these students are Chinese, some are from other areas of Asia. But I have found as the conversation moves in different ways, we might start out with Christmas and then other things come up, that really all the students I have talked to have concern about the CCP. They all pretty much understand what is going on there. And they are very grateful for the freedom here in the United States that we have, that we need to continue to work to keep. A number of years ago, I was teaching English as a second language on the college level, And I would often give an assignment to the students, go out on the campus for English practice and ask this question, to different people, what do you like the most about the United States and what do you like the least? Well, the least was lots of different things like too much traffic, etc. Always the number one thing that people liked the most was freedom.
Wow.
It always came across
Wow.
consistently.
Wow, thank you, Nancy. That is encouraging story. We love that. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Sylvia. Good to be with you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NFSC booth at AMFEST 2023 in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Kevin, and today I'm here with Jovi. So, Jovi, could you tell the audience a bit more about yourself?
I am a student from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and I'm an English major. I am a senior right now. I actually study the Chinese language right now as a language.
Hi, everybody. This is Lynn here, and today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NFSC booth at AMFEST 2023 in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Kevin, and today I'm here with Jovi. So, Jovi, could you tell the audience a bit more about yourself?
I am a student from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and I'm an English major. I am a senior right now. I actually study the Chinese language right now as a language course, and I have been for a couple of years, like 7 years now.
Wow, that's amazing. I guess, could you tell us a bit more about, how much you know about the CCP and its infiltration in America?
I just learned about it, but I do know that they have what they call the Confucius Institution that could be behind a lot of the Chinese exchange language programs across, I think, about 20 universities, but I do suspect it at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Sometimes I suspect it, even though I don't have the evidence. One way I know is because all of my professors are pretty much going by pronouns, calling themselves it or they, but I know in my heart, it's in China. I know they don't think about that because my grandma, she was Chinese.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't think she would have thought about that in her culture. So
Yeah. And, it's just how the CCP, it's like a core tactic of theirs to, distract from the issues that really matter. Giving out pronouns, right?
Right, that's what I think.
Just labeling them, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, I guess, is there any other, instances of, CCP infiltration you noticed or you suspect in, I guess, at your university or just in general?
I do see communist clubs at my school. Not necessarily representing dictators, though. They like to avoid the topic of the dictators, for good reason. I think it's so they could spread their agenda and to mislead people on campus.
That's insane, honestly. In America, you have people advocating for communism, right?
Yeah.
And it's really, really sad because these people have never lived under communism,
No, they haven't.
They haven't suffered, so they don't know what it's actually like. And they're just preaching, textbook communism, which we know, from history that it doesn't work, right?
No, it doesn't. No.
Yeah. And then, so I guess, what can the American public, do, especially people your age, what can they do to counter this influence from the CCP?
I'd say stop confining to labels. Stop doing the pronoun agenda because that shit is toxic. You're not a label, you're a human being. I'm pretty sure in China and Russia, they don't care about pronouns. This is their way to dismantle the family oneness of America and the close-knit families in America. So just don't go by labels, be yourself. And that's pretty much how you dismantle communism. Just don't go by labels.
That's great advice.
Yeah.
And so, just for the audience to know, is there any way they can, follow you on social media or, keep up to date with you?
Yes, I'm on Instagram at Evosh_Namor forever.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
great having you on the show. It's a pleasure.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you so much.
Hi everybody, this is Lynn here, and today we going to interview Gail and Kay, and very welcome here and to our new federal state of China, and Gail going to share some stories of her. So do you want to start?
Yes, thank you. Hi, I'm Gail Hara. I'm a professor here in Arizona at Central Arizona College. I am also the advisor for a student club, and it's called Young Americans for Freedom, YAF. It's based on William F. Buckley and Ronald Reagan. It's quite an older youth organization. And with me today is my chairperson, my club, and we worked very hard at our campus because I believe that students need to know and have more knowledge and education in making choices, encouraging them to vote. And so I've been an educator for 35 years, and I see that we're lacking that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gail. And since you saying that you heard of NFC before, and can you talk about a little
I'm a real believer in the Epic Times. I get it. I read it from cover to cover, and I constantly hear mentions sometimes of your organization and its activism and the atrocities and things that are going on in the country of China.
Yes, yes, yeah. We are taking down the Chinese Communist Party, and we want to convey that the Chinese people, is not equal to the Chinese Communist Party. And Kyle, sorry, Gail, you were saying that you were building up the club right here, and then Kay is your chair, and you grow up in Vietnam, and you say that you want to share some story about communism in Vietnam with us.
Yeah, so I born and grew up in Vietnam. It's obviously it's communist country, and I saw a lot of things that happening in Vietnam that harm to people, that intellectual people and people have real talents, is that they don't have the opportunity to like excellent they're talented, and then they can grow or prosper in our home country. So that's a lot of people, they have to leave the country and find a way to have the like a better future for their life or their family. So I get my message to everybody is that you have to look at the history. You have to learn what the communists or Marxism, I guess, affect everybody, and to learn that and kind of like have a have to think that what is happened. It's not just what you see or what they promise, but have to look back like what the Marxism affects people, and that can give you like why people live their country, risk their lives to come to America for American dream, and I really hope that young people in America, they see that and they can learn that.
Thank you very much. That's very brave for sharing your story, and also that we see there's also communism coming to America, right? They're building up the Confucius Institute to transfer the communism ideology. And are you guys gonna to think they're gonna do? You guys gonna beat them and hit them hard and send them back? And what you think, like your impact for your club gonna to do?
Well, at one time, our Central Arizona College, we used to have an exchange program with professors. We used to send 4 or 5 professors over there. And in fact, I was on, before they dismantled the program under Trump, I was actually going to go over there for a year and teach, and then we trade professors. We would have visiting professors here, and a couple of them, I entertained them in my home. But that was abolished, and I just began to read how mistreated, they were. And so I think, that foundation, together with just teaching and educating students on the truth.
Thank you very much. And tell the audience again where to find you and what's the social media and.
Okay, well, we're located under Central Arizona College, and actually it's in Coolidge, Arizona. It's in between Phoenix and Tucson. We're a small community college, but we do have 5 campuses. We're growing. and we definitely have great opportunities there.
Okay, thank you so much, Gail and Kai. Thank you for your time.
Bye.
Thanks.
皆さんこんにちは。やってまいりましたアメリカフェスタ2023。今日はなんと初の日本人女性の方がゲストとして参加してくれました。自己紹介お願いします。
テキサスから来たともこジョーンズです。よ
ろしくお願いします。
ろしくお願いします。
ではなぜ今日このアメリカフェスタ2023の会議に参加しようと思ったのですか？
去年参加してなんかコンサバティブのムーブメントがすごく大きくなってるのを感じて、で去年もすごくなんか楽しかったし、普段私はオースティンに住んでるんですけど、そんなにコンサバティブの人がいないんですね。でやっぱりこういうところに来て同じライクマインディッドのなんか同じね考えを持った人たちと交流できるのがすごく楽しくて、であとなんかそうコミュニケーションとかもそうかな、あとスピーカーとかもすごく充実してるし、やっぱり話聞いてるとこうモチベーションが上がる。
同じ考えの人とお話をするととても自分の考えも膨らむし、もう想像豊かになってとても楽しいですよね。では次の質問お願いします。
はい、中国共産党が今まで、全世界にしてきた悪行為について日本人から見ての視点から見てそれについてはどういうふうに感じますか？
中国
共産党がしてきた悪行為、そうです。
そうですね、なんかいろいろ聞いてますけど、私の友人も一回中国に住んだことがあるし、で今も私の友人が住んでるんですけど、なんかやっぱりセンサーシップとか、なんか友達が前の日に見たブログが次の日になったら見れなくなったりとか、なんかそういうのとかもいろいろ聞くし、あとなんだろう WeChat とかの、全部1個のアプに銀行のインフォメーションとかそういうのが個人情報が全部入ってるっていうのが私はちょっと怖いと思います。
ありがとうございます。では続いての質問お願いします。
ありがとうございます。ともこさんが普段生活している中で中国共産党が最近何か悪いことをしようとしてるなとか、そういうのを見かけたりとかしますか？例えば去年ペロシさんが台湾を訪問して、そしたら軍事演習を起こしたじゃないですか。そういうのとかでもどう思いますか？
なんかニュースでは見てるニュースにもよると思うんですけど、アメリカでね、でもちろん中国共産党がこうアメリカに来てるっていうのをひしひしと感じてる人もいるし、でも別のニュースを見てる人たちはそういうの多分全く感じてないと思います、アメリカでね。そうだからその辺がちょっともうちょっとなんだろう、こういうイベントを通して広まってね行かなくちゃいけないなって思います。なんだろう、もっともっとなんか知らせなこういう活動をなんか知らせなくちゃいけないって思ってます。
ありがとうございます。ともこさんが言ったように、私たちもっと日本にこういうことを広げなきゃいけないので、今ここで Take Down the CCP 頑張ってます。
質問なんですけども、中国共産党が作成した生物兵器、コロナワクチンがあるじゃないですか。それはその中にいろいろなとても体に悪い成分、そしてなんかがんや脳卒中などの成分が含まれてるんですけども、そういうコロナワクチンの生物兵器についてどう思いますか？
なんか私も一番初めコロナのウイルスが出た時にいろいろ調べたんですね。なぜならなんか私の経営してるメディカルスパが3ヶ月コロナのために閉鎖しなくちゃいけなくて、でそれがきっかけで私も コロナワクチンについて調べたんですけど、やっぱり中に入っているものがね DNA を変えるっていうちょっと怖いものなので、私たち家族は全員受けてないんですが、知ってる人は知ってますね。このムーブメントを通してみんな結構インディビジュアルのメディアで話してるから知ってるんですけれども、反対にリベラルの方は多分全然知らないと思います。知ってても聞かないふり、もう打っちゃってるから、なんかその辺がちょっとなんかそう受け入れたくないし、多分情報があんまり広まってない。でも新しいワクチンがいろいろ出てるじゃないですか。でそれについては結構みんな疑問に思ってるみたいです。なんかまだテストしてないっていうのは知ってるみたい、それは知ってるみたいです。だから受けないっていう人もいるし、でも新しいなんかフルーも出たし、新しいなんか R なんとかなんとかっていうわけ、そう
RM
そうあれも出て、なんかちょっとそれも mRNA じゃないですか。だからちょっと怖いとか言って、でも受けてる人はみんな受けてるんで、私の友達とかも、だからみんな病気になってます。
そうですよね。
やっぱりイミューンシステムが良くないので、
情報を知ることがもう自分の命を守るのに最大の武器なので、もうですよね。
コロナワクチンを打つことを真実を知ったら、日本の方とか日本に限らず世界の方々、そういう真相を打っちゃったけどその後に知ってしまった場合、周りはどんな反応をすると思いますか？
私の周りでも結構打っちゃって知らないで後から気がついた人とかもいるんですけど、なんかもうしょうがないかなっていう感じ。でもそう具合悪くなってる人もいるし、でも全くそれを知らない人、なんて言うんだろう、打ってそのコロナワクチンのせいで具合が悪くなってるっていうのを分かってない人もいるんですよ。なんか具合悪いけどこれなんだろうみたいな。でも絶対ワクチンだと思うんですけど、で何回も打ってるじゃないですか。1回だけじゃないから。そうだからそういうのをなんかみんな気づいてない気がする。でも気づいちゃった人はなんかもう打たないって言って、そういう風にしてます。
ありがとうございました。
今日はありがとうございました。私たちは新中国連邦の活動として中国国民と中国共産党
Hi everyone, it's Lynn here at America Fest, and today I'm welcoming Ashwood, who is a chief risk officer working at Dream City Church here in Phoenix. So, Ashwood, would you want to talk a bit more about why you're coming here today and how you know about the NFSC?
Sure. Yes, been coming to Turning Point for the last few years here and working with Charlie Kirk. Very much a part of the Christian culture wars in America. We stand with Charlie as far as equipping the church to be a better civic response to those things that come against the church and American freedom, and training people, particularly young people, to stand up and be courageous and fight the cultural war, not only in church but in the workplace and business as well.
Yeah, and we know that the CCP has basically did a lot of things to the Christians in China. Do you heard of this?
Yes, I've heard of the Christian oppression in China for many, many years.
Yeah. So this now the faith is at risk also in America. What do you think you should do, and what we can help you?
Well, I think the church in America can learn a lot from the Chinese church, because for so long I've heard that what you pray for is for us to be courageous, because you've already done that. And so we're praying also now for the American church to stand up and be as strong as you have been for all these years, to stand up against government oppression and silencing and bullying. And we're experiencing that now in America, where they're trying to keep the church from talking about current issues, saying they're too political. They're threatening us with tax-exempt status, doxing us, bullying the churches, and even church leaders to not say the truth and not stand for biblical values. Most churches in America, I don't think, stand for true biblical values anymore. And if they do, they certainly don't let anybody know.
Yeah, it's very sad to hear that, and I also hear that that there's an infiltration of the big corporations nowadays to our values and to our faith, and I also hear that the faith is the biggest enemy of the money and power. So I really hope that our faith could restore. But how you think like we actually need to do? What's the action point that we need to take?
Sure. The people that want to change America and erode our values are backed by the CCP, I believe, in education, the pharmacy companies, the food companies. China is buying a lot of land in our most productive agriculture communities. But more than that, they're eroding our values in the schools, and they're trying to intimidate churches in particular. You know that you can't win this war, and you can't turn us into globalists unless when you have a large part of the population answering to a higher power. Yeah. So tyranny doesn't like God involved. So that's what they're going to try to eliminate, and they've done a very good job of eliminating it everywhere except some churches. They've gotten a lot of churches, but their churches are beginning to see and stand up.
Yeah, great. I'm very glad to hear that, and also to speak out. We are taking down the Chinese Communist Party, and we are trying to restore the faith within the Chinese people, and so that they know that they don't follow the money all the time. They still have their pursuit of freedom, and we have our pursuing of freedom and liberty in our minds all the time here for the new federal state of China citizens here. If you want to send any message to your followers or also Chinese audiences, is there anything that you could share with them?
Sure. Well, just seeing this booth here this week was amazing. I heard so many people talk about it, and really it's kind of emotional because what you're doing is a great example to us to stand strong. It takes a lot. We think it's brave to do things that don't have any huge price. We may lose a friend. You guys have been doing this and risking your life and your lives of your families for decades, and it's inspiring to see you here. We're all in for you. Hopefully, we'll come to a day where Chinese and American values will align, and I believe the only hope of that is through Jesus and through the church, and we're all for that. And I just want to encourage you guys to stay strong and continue to be such a great example to stand up for what's true and right.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time, Edward. And I want to say to you, you are a brave person as well. And we all very brave for standing here and holding our value and faith. And thank you very much for your time for the interview.
Thank you.
Hi, hello, this is Ava back at the NFSC booth on the day 4, the last day of the MFest 2023 in Phoenix. I'm sad, actually. I'm sad it's actually about to end, but I have a wonderful gentleman that I had a pleasure to talk and meet, and his name is Siaka. But I first let you introduce yourself, and then we get your story out there.
Of course. Hi, my name is Siaka Massaquoi. I am from Los Angeles, actor, first vice chair of LAGOP, and I would say abused by the government from J6.
Okay, so let's first talk about, because we, right before this live stream, we were talking about the changes in the air.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of positive changes. Could you share that with us?
Yeah,
what you see here?
Well, because we were here last year.
Yes.
And last year, and this spaces like this is amazing for us, but last year felt like a reprieve, right? It felt like a place to escape, to just kind of hang out with each other a little bit, like, oh,
Yes.
before we go back out into the craziness. Where this year, it feels like people are loading up and people are kind of being charged up so that they can go back to where they're from, wherever they live, whether it's here in the States or across the country or across the world, and go ready to step up into the responsibilities they have to, be more civically minded, run for local office, go, speak up at your school board, just being active. Like this year feels like the energy is different. The change is here, and this is what we're excited about. You know, we have a chance to kind of collect, pick ideas from each other, and then go back out in the world and implement them. So this year feels a whole lot different than last year. I'm really
I would
excited.
second that in a heartbeat, because I remembered last year on War Room, Mr. Bannon was saying you have to get yourself educated, and then you have to activate yourself, and then weaponize that passion to save this great nation. And this is exactly what I
need.
see here.
Yep.
You know, people are well informed.
And I always like to tell people, you know, sometimes they see someone like yourself or myself and they go, well, I can't do that.
Yes.
That's not what it's about. Do what you can do, whatever your skill set. I mean, there's people behind the camera that no one can see. If that's your skill set, step up, do it. If you're an organizer, step up, do it. If you're someone who just makes cookies so people at the organization can have something in their belly and feel okay,
and
step up and do it. You know what I mean? It's
and the most important thing is, I feel the difference is people now awakening up to the threat of the enemy of the humanity, which is the Chinese Communist Party. And they're ready to unite with the brave fellow fighters from the new federal state of China. So many people dropping by and supporting us.
I mean,
to the
people
important
coming
mission.
in from other countries. Just to come in. You know, we had some young women from Japan.
New
Just came in
Zealand.
from New Zealand. I mean,
Australia,
all over.
Canada.
Well, we know. So if I look at things from a biblical mindset, and we have Ephesians 10 talks about putting on the armor of God, the whole armor of God. And it starts with, we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. We wrestle against principalities, rulers of this dark age. And the CCP, not the Chinese people, but the CCP are the rulers of the dark age. We have the Biden administration are rulers of this dark age. So we have to remember, and I want this to just be clear, we have to be ready to capture and catch all our friends, all our families, and people we don't know in our arms, because so many are lost right now. So many don't have a direction right now. And us people of Christ, we need to open our arms to that. As we're fighting, as we're getting into politics, we have to open our arms to those who are lost, because we need to now implant that idea of joy, love, and hope, which is Jesus Christ, into people's hearts and minds. It's been ripped away by the rulers of this dark age, the Communist Party, right now the Biden regime. Demonic. It's all it is.
Yes,
and we look around. Here in this country, we're facing good is bad, bad is good. Boys are girls, girls are boys, and they're cutting up our children. They're chopping up children. And you talked earlier, these 1.4 billion slaves are being put on, their organs are being harvested. So like we said earlier, right now it's starting with transgenderism and saying, hey, it's okay to cut this off, right? It's starting with abortion, where it's like, oh, we can get up to 9 months. And then it's going to get to the point where you're just somebody that doesn't matter. We're taking you because we need your organs.
Yes.
It's not China yet, but it's a soft version here in America. And people have to wake up and understand, like, this cuteness that they're using, this emotional manipulation that they're using our emotions and taking it hostage. We have to rely on the Lord, because to rely on man is our downfall, and that's what they're trying to push us to. Rely on the leader. Rely on the
men,
presidency.
The cult of personalities, right?
Exactly.
And cut your faith.
Exactly.
Right?
Don't worry about your faith. Push it out to the side.
That's
no.
right.
Our faith is what has created this country and what made it the greatest country ever to exist in human history. So we can't ever forget that.
Absolutely. So never give it an inch.
Never give it an inch.
We paid a price. The Chinese people have gave an inch.
Yes.
And then what happened to us? Okay, we've been killed. 74 years of bloody and violence.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
non-stop. So never give it an inch, and it's time for taking them back.
Well, and we have to remember, like the Argentinian president was saying, you give them an inch, they will destroy you.
That's right.
It happens all over the world every day at a drop of a hat. This thing we call freedom, this thing we call hope, this thing we call liberty isn't guaranteed.
That's right.
It is our right as the creator or creations of the Lord, but it isn't guaranteed. And throughout the history of the world, we've seen every human being has to stand in their place and stand for that liberty. And if we
That's
don't,
right.
it gets worse and worse. And I don't want to see us get to China, let alone get to a North Korea level where they don't even have electricity.
Yeah. You're right. This is actually the last piece of hope
Yeah.
that for the humanity. I
Yes,
have
it
to
is.
say, I love America. From this event, it further my belief that
Yeah.
America is the greatest nation
Yes.
on earth
Yep.
because the people are great.
Yep. The
Okay,
people.
so
Well,
you're
we're,
the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yes, and again, one thing that makes. So I'll tell you this: my
Yes.
great grandfather.
Wow.
His name was Mamadou Massaquoi. He was born in Liberia, West Africa, where my family is, but he went to school out here, and he also traveled the country speaking of the greatness of this country. He traveled this country speaking of how the thing that makes the foundation great is because we're founded under Christianity. Countries that come before and countries that will come after will never achieve the level of greatness unless they have Christ as their foundation. So have Christ as your foundation in your heart and build out from there.
Yes,
You know?
and I have to say the Chinese people are great because
Yeah.
we have 5,000 civilizations.
Yeah.
We brought peace and
Yeah,
prosperity to its own
Your
people.
alphabet came earlier than everyone else. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we're ready to embrace freedom, and we
Yes.
want to maintain peace with the freedom-loving and peaceful-loving Americans.
Right.
So that's why we can join together the people and along with peoples from other countries
Exactly.
to defend. I think the rights is as sacred as the price you're willing to pay
Yes,
to defend it.
yes. And
Okay, and I saw everybody is willing now.
Well, and one of the other things I see around here, as we talked about the younger people,
Yes.
I think people like ourselves, we're a little bit older, but I'm not going to give away the age. But we have to remember, we're fighting for something greater than ourselves. And it's okay if you don't see it. Moses didn't see the promised land, but he still kept walking and directing the people. So it's not about the end game, it's about the journey. And we must continue to stand in the gaps. Because one day our kids or our kids' kids will be able to look back and wonder, wow, what was it like to live in such tyranny? And that's what keeps me going. I have a wife that's going to have our first child together, and we want that kid when he's my age to go, man, they fought so I can be here like this. They fought so I can be free like this. They fought so I can make my own way like this.
So you don't have to say sorry.
You don't have to say sorry. I wish I would have spoken up.
That's right.
Instead, they know it's in our DNA to stand for freedom and to stand for truth. And this is what we have to implore and what we have to impress upon everyone that as we move forward, as we leave this awesome convention. Don't let it just sit here with some nice celebration and cool speakers up here. It's to galvanize you to go out into your community and do something about it.
And
take action. Very important. Take action.
We only have 1 minute left, but I really wanted to, because you inspire me quite a bit.
Thank you.
You told me that you recently was, because you were running for office,
Yes,
right?
yes, I
and
was.
conservative values and God and everything.
Faith,
and,
family, freedom.
Yes. And you faced some personal persecution very lately. Do you want to quickly get the story out?
So I went to January 6th. Didn't do anything violent. Didn't knowingly commit any crime. But in June of 21, they raided my home, took my computer and my cell phone and my MAGA hats and all this stuff. I was never charged and arrested at the time. So for the last 2 years, they've had all my information. They've been tracking me, all that stuff. I'm harassed at the airport. I get checked, basically like the Chinese credit score that Google helped them make.
Okay.
I get checked at the gate, or I get checked at TSA full body. I also get checked at the gate. So I get checked twice before I get on the flight.
Flagged, yeah.
So for 2 years, that's been happening. 2 weeks ago, my wife and I are coming back from a premiere of the Daily Wire movie, Lady Ballers. So watch that. It's a funny movie. And we're at Burbank Airport as we're getting off the plane. 4 FBI agents and police officers take me away from my wife and arrested me for January 6th. 2 years later, almost 3 years after the event, they come for misdemeanors. Wow. And for people out there who don't understand in kind of our legal system, misdemeanors are akin to jaywalking, walking across the street without a light or a parking ticket. Frivolous. So they sent the government after you for frivolous charges.
Just to censor you, silence you.
Censor to punish. More than just silence, to punish for being loud, to punish for stepping out and doing something different away from their ideology. Right now, we've seen it. Christians have circled around us, my wife and I. They've supported us like crazy. We want to thank everyone out there who has been supporting. But what's going on, and I'm just one of thousands that they've been doing this to,
Yes.
of patriots who've gone out to just
Unfortunately.
express and peacefully protest have been
Yes.
grabbed. I just heard a story someone
Peaceful,
just
yes.
grabbed yesterday. So they're not stopping. They want to punish everyone, and it's just a small taste of what they do in places like China. And
Yes.
after a while, places like Liberia, where my family's from. And we can't let it happen here in America because there's
Absolutely
nowhere
not.
else to go.
Absolutely. You know, we're very familiar because you're talking to the choir.
Yeah.
The audience here, we all know under the ruling of the Chinese Communist Party, there's no rule of law.
Yeah, at
Okay,
all.
there's only rule by law. Okay, so they use the rule
Yep.
that they written themselves to politicalize and
Yep.
persecution and quiet
Exactly.
those dissents. So we have to fight on. So
Yes, we
thank you
do.
so much,
Yes.
Siaka, here to share your story,
Thank you, Ava.
inspire. That's very inspiring. So thank you.
Thank
Keep
you
the good
so
fight,
much, you
and
guys.
God bless your family.
Thank
Yes,
you. God bless
thank
you guys. God bless
Bye-bye.
the people of China.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Right now, we have our guest here, Johnny, together with us. I'm your host, Anna. So, hi, Johnny. How have you been today so far?
I've been doing well. This has been a great conference so far, and you guys have established a presence here, obviously, and I wanted to check it out.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, Johnny, you have known about us first time since last year on the America Fest. From last year's 2022 to this year 2023, 1 year difference. What have you seen from the NFSC, and what have you known? Just a curious question.
Yeah, I think that last year when I first heard about you guys, it seemed like there was a good amount of, understanding that there are people from the CCP that are going to be coming after. There's informants in America that are going to be coming after you guys that are speaking out against China. And we all know that that is happening here in America. And I think that the main difference here that I've seen is you guys have developed this momentum and this bold force that's clearly behind this group and this movement that it doesn't seem as on some other groups. Like it's an anointing that I think I see.
Well, thank you very much. We, especially for our New Federal State of China, we have many of our members who are young, who are filled with energy, and there are many such as what we call as the second generations, even some of them third generations right now, because their parents or even some of their grandparents are involved in this movement, and it's a people's movement, and it's a movement with the young people's voice in it as well. So it's interesting because you've actually come across us last year. So I want to ask about 1 year ago. I want to ask about what made you feel, and also what made you feel interested, or what sparked you with learning more about us and also learning more about what we're doing.
Yeah, I think once I heard the sole mission was to overthrow the Communist Party, I couldn't help but get behind that. And you guys all seem to be very, very well versed in what you're talking about and telling us how much China has lied to us about every regime that has gone through there. Each one of them lied to us. And I think that's like a big recognition, is that even the death tolls in Mao Zedong's period, like they lied about that. They said it's between 40 or 80 million. We don't even know if that's accurate. It might be far surpassed that number.
Well, we always know the statistics inside Communist China.
The statistics in Communist China.
Are always, false, because they wouldn't want to share the truth, and they are afraid of sharing the truth, because once the truth about statistics, the numbers are being shared, the people will know the CCP is doing the wrong. And the CCP are actually in the wrong for harming the people and harming the voices, suppressing the people's voices as well. So that's why we need to speak up, and that's why we share about this truth. So speaking of which, right now we have seen a lot of things that the CCP have done. My question is, what made you, first understand and first realize what the CCP is doing to this world? Like the problems they have caused, the issues they have caused.
Yeah.
What made you realize they are the root cause of all the problems?
The root cause of all of the problems. I think that the intellectual property that's being stolen here in America is pretty rampant, and I do a good amount of thoughts about inventions myself, and I do have a fear that those intellectual ideas could be stolen by some obscure person in China who then undercuts, the whole market. But I just began reading about first Confucianism, then Mao Zedong's period. Then I started reading about COVID and everything that came out of that, and how they literally had almost no death tolls for the first, to even think that there was no death tolls in China.
How can that be?
How could that statistic possibly be accurate in the place of origin? So that was very confounding.
Yeah, that it was, like we said, it was from the numbers. If you use logic, or if you use anything from the people's normal thinking, you will know that is wrong. You will know that is false. Because here in America, or here in any of the other countries that is impacted by the pandemic, you'll see the huge death tolls. But inside China, and later on they did, because they couldn't hide anymore, they say, okay, we do have a few, just maybe 1, 2, or maybe something under 10. Well, we know it is of course not true. Right now they probably raised the number to a few thousand, but that's about it. But look at the US. What is actually happening? And look at the population inside China. It is populated. So you're telling me these numbers are the true numbers?
Right.
Of course we're not going to believe you.
No.
Of course we are not. So this is the truth and reality we are seeing in our world right now. But I want to ask, because we know many times fictions become reality.
Yes,
what are
they
the
do.
things that you have seen that is becoming reality right now?
Well, one of the things that I read was 1984, and that was a major understanding that I came to when they talked about the ministry of truth that was literally designed to create lies and to rewrite the history of the people and to get them to forget what it was like. And they would erase certain books. They started to censor to where you couldn't access certain information. And I think that political prophecy, George, has come true. And I never thought I'd say that or see that in my life, but it has come true.
But here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are. And just then you mentioned about 1984 and how there were alterations of words, alterations of the history, and that is exactly what the CCP has done. Originally, like the records of history, originally when the CCP came into power, there was, before that, there was a traditional Chinese system and the characters, but now they are using simplified Chinese because they are changing what is belong to the Chinese people and the cultures. And that is what the CCP are doing.
And I've also found that they don't teach you certain language. They don't teach you certain vocabulary.
No.
And there's a reason for that. They don't let you complain. They don't let you say anything critical.
Not at all.
Of the government.
Mm-hmm.
You can't practice Christianity to the fullest extent that God commanded you.
Yeah. So that's why we need to share the people's voice, and especially with the religion, with the freedom, with all the things such as the human rights and democracy belonged by the people. We need to stand up for it and continue fighting for it. Okay, thank you guys very much, and thank you very much, Johnny, for your time. And we'll come back shortly after.
Hi everyone, it's Lynn here at American Fest. I'm very glad today that we invited Jay. He is the Congress candidate for Texas. So Jay, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you. My name is retired Navy Commander Jay Furman. I am running for a U.S. congressional seat in Texas, District number 28. And I've just retired from the Navy not too long ago. And returned to my home state of Texas to run for Congress for a district that starts in San Antonio and ends of the U.S.-Mexico border.
Okay, great to hear that. And how is the Navy?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Awesome.
I enjoyed sailing the Southeast China Sea or Southeast Asian waters all over, near China as well.
Okay.
And it was a great experience. My first experience in Asia, and just a tremendous. Every country is so unique and so special. Truly, it it was like a theme park for me, getting to meet all the different people and enjoy the new experiences. Truly.
Great to hear that. And you came by to our booth today at America Fest, the new federal state of China, and our mission is to take down the Chinese Communist Party. What do you think about this, our mission?
I'm all in on that.
Awesome.
The CCP is the greatest threat to humanity at this time, and probably has ever been.
Yeah,
Due to the global reach and the vast resources and the intertwining of the CCP into every aspect of many nations' lives. I studied China for a while of my time in service, and I've watched them take over entire continents, and they're trying to do no less the same to the United States of America, which may soon be the last bastion of freedom, and we have to understand what the CCP is doing and how they are doing it as Americans and as other world citizens, so that we can maintain this beacon of freedom to help other people maintain theirs or grow theirs brighter.
Indeed, and you're saying that the CCP is literally infiltrating in America nowadays. And can you give us more specific examples of that, or what you've experienced?
Well, personally, and I'll speak to futurely as well, the district I'm running in is a border district on the Texas-Mexico border. And interestingly, the CCP, as we've heard in the news, is facilitating the drug trade of fentanyl into the United States. But that's not where it starts, or stops, rather. They, as I experience in Africa and other regions of the world, interweave themselves into governments and businesses and illicit organizations and develop partnerships through trade and other things that are mutually beneficial. But the end goal there is to control, manipulate, and to leverage for the CCP's power and wealth and really territorial control, eventually to take the ground, as we say in the military, through various forms, as others talk about, lawfare, econofare, and just other hybrid warfare. I would submit to you we are currently in today's, or the Third World War of hybrid warfare, and I would also submit to you that the Texas southwestern border is the new front to that war, and we really should all be looking at it in that regard, because CCP is the absolute mastermind of that, and the only ones that could do it with their systems of systems theory. They can keep 1,000 plates spinning all at once, and we don't know which ones to look at, and they're the masters of it. And for a millennia, they've developed a system of warfare that we don't yet understand here as a people in this nation, using our worst inclinations as a people, our greed, our desire to stay in power, to manipulate an open border that looks like more votes for the current party in power or lower wages for those that are hiring folks. But in the end, it ends up bringing people on the promise of opportunity to an America not welcomed by Ellis Island. The image that people should have is a meat grinder welcome mat coming up from wherever they come from, crossing the southwestern border. You have people that have walked through the worst conditions and have been taken advantage of on the way in every way possible. That is, if they live, because tens of thousands do not make it up here. And you should really change your imagery of what that is, because they arrive to a welcome mat of continuous rape, long-term exploitation by the cartel when they get here and work. They still control those people and their families from where they came from, and really second-class citizenry. But it's worse than that. The cartel also pair these people off as residents of the United States into the illicit trades. And so truly, in the worst way possible, it's modern American day slavery that we have. The people that arrive here to the worst conditions possible. But moreover, for the national point of view, the word thereby uses a lot, existential threat, is truly the case here. And I've watched this happen to Europe. I've watched this happen to many African countries where populations are pushed into countries of brute force as brute force weapons. So these populations are foisted into countries that then have to absorb a population that is suffering, and have to and then what comes in those populations are what I call wolves in sheep's clothing. And you don't have to look, and there's many examples in history and all across the world where this has happened. It's intentional very often. And the most recent example that we might remember collectively is the European population flows that were pushed out of northern Iraq and Syria by the war and conflict there, and brought into Europe on the hope that they would assimilate and become the answer for their low birth rate. But it turns out they weren't, and they had many terrorist attacks and a population that has preyed or has had a tough time dealing with what they arrived to, because they're a clash of cultures. And so the wolves in sheep's clothing concept is very real on the Texas border. I've seen many instances of people come over. There are the turn-ins, and then there are the people that don't want to be caught by a camera.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned a lot of the disasters that are facing not only by the American, but also everybody and every nations around the world nowadays. And we are thinking that the CCP is the root cause of all of these. And thank you so much for sharing what you know about the Chinese Communist Party, and all the best for your running for the Congress in Texas. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. Bye.
Hi, Tashi fellow federal brothers, sisters. We here, new federal state of China, in Phoenix, Arizona, American Fest, and a training point. And with me here today, I have my beautiful friend, like my brother. We just saw each other. Can you introduce yourself, your name, where you here?
Okay, my name is Antoine, and I am from Philadelphia, PA, and I'm here enjoying America Fest in Arizona, and is having a great time with my newfound friend, brother from another mother, long-haired gentleman like myself.
Thank you very much. What means PA?
Well, Philadelphia, PA is the birthplace of freedom, liberty, and the Philadelphia Eagles, and me and my family.
Wow, that's beautiful. So, what brought you here in this event?
So this is my first AmeriFest. My first one because I'm actually a member of Blexit, Pennsylvania, and we're having our leadership meeting here on Friday and Saturday, and we were also invited to appear at AmeriFest.
Oh, so what is your goal?
So my goal is to help educate and inspire the inner city community with my acts of philanthropy, volunteership, and just overall being an example, a positive example for people under me and same age.
Thank you very much. We just have before interview, we have a short conversation, yeah?
Yeah.
I introducing you what is the new federal state of China. New federal state of China is founded by the Moscow, and with Stephen Bannon is our co-founder. So our mission is to take it down the evil CCP, because of all this whole world conflict and chaos, everything behind is infiltrated by the Chinese Communist Party. So that's why here we're gathering from the China and all over the world, the peace lover, freedom lover peoples coming here to meet in training point, the American young patriots, to understand each other and to treasure the freedom of speech, freedom of liberty, which is this is the foundation of this Constitution of the United States of America.
Yes.
So you agree with what our mission, take it down the CCP?
Well, we need to take down the CCP. China is ultimately the villain and the oppressor of freedom. So you have people who want to leave China who can't, who are stuck, and they're being corrupted and they're being held down by the China CCP government.
Thank you. Like I myself, I'm from Tibet. So Tibetans be occupied by China Communist Party since 1959. So our leader Dalai Lama was a resident in India.
Yeah.
Last 63 years. We try to warn in the whole world what is the Communist Party's true color is. But because of business, interest, all these corporations, they're dealing with China.
Yeah.
The Western society of democratic society is try to close their sense. No, this evil is reached to your land.
Yes. Now, the communist government and the communist and socialist mindset is affecting our youth. They don't know how bad communism is. They are being indoctrinated to believe that communism and socialism are something good. But we all know, and you know, because you actually survived it and you came over here and you're living your best life, as the kids would say, but you are thriving and you're flourishing. So I believe that, we need to get the message out there.
Yes, that's why you explain very well. Because communists, what they do is they go to brainwashing, like young kids, because they don't have much knowledge, social experience, which is right now happening in our country. The school, all this nonsense,
Yes, yes.
So that's why very important to have what? Common sense.
Yes, common sense, and we need to educate those around us. And that's why AmeriFest is such a beautiful event, because I didn't know you before today, right?
Yeah.
And we came together and you educated me and say, hey, would you like to talk about communism and the detriments of it? And I'm like, sure, because how can we inspire other people and wake up other people?
Yes.
So I appreciate you for actually asking me.
Thank you very much, man. Really. What is the action we have to take it on the CCP?
We need to inform, we need to educate, we need to inspire, and we need to mobilize.
Thank you very much. That's what we're doing in the new federal state of China. Our founder, Moscow, his mission is not just only benefit of the Chinese people. His real mission is America is the last place for the freedom of speech.
This is it.
Freedom,
Yes.
religion's freedom.
Right.
Communist number one enemy is religion and the family value.
Yes.
So once we lost our the faith, religion's faith and family value, then we lost our confidence.
Yes.
We lost our root.
Yes.
So that's why Moscow educate us all over here, all my fellow fighters. We all came from different background, different place, but we all agree faith is number one.
Yes. And you know what you told me? You know what you told me to get me out here? You said, if you believe in God, if God is in you, you can't fear anything outside. So that's what we need to make sure that people do, is if they have God in them.
That's where, like a God, that God, who is God?
Yeah.
All the religion, for example, I'm Buddhist. Buddhist, we don't say God.
Okay.
But we believe something in the universe.
Yes.
We all came from same source. And some, big powers beyond our ego.
Yes.
So we have to surrender. We have to follow the nature. So it's a thing like a Western Christian, you believe of God.
Yes, yes.
So that's why I think why we have chaos into this situation. We lost faith these few years.
Yes, we did.
Why we lost faith?
We lost faith because we believe in secularism. We believe that mankind knows best. And whatever kind of ideology, we believe that instead of God, or in what you believe in Buddha.
Yes. So this moment is bring us back together because it's with the common sense.
Yes.
I always like using common sense.
Common sense.
Because the politicians don't want you using common sense.
No, they want you to use their sense, what they tell you. So they want to be the dictator, and they want you to listen. Hey, listen to us. Don't listen to common sense. Don't listen to your elders.
Yeah, I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
So it's so great to, come in here and share different, the faith, different religion. But when we through the communication, we see we're the same people.
Yes,
we all common sense. We comes with common sense. We're no different. Comes with the political correct. We have a differences from color, difference of faith, different, all kind of different. But with the common sense, we are one.
We are one.
Are you believe that?
Oh, I believe that 100%.
I really believe that because when we through our conversation, just a very short period of time, from the stranger, I suddenly feel like we're brotherhood.
Yes. You're my new brother. You're almost my new best friend right now. I don't want my best friends to hear that, but you're like a new best friend. So I appreciate you coming toward me and introducing yourself and actually making me aware of the struggles of the people in China.
Thank you very much, and keep continue follow our guider.
Yes.
New federal state of China, we have a social platform because our founding knows when the these things happen comings. Then the first thing they will take away your free speech is control your social platform.
Yes,
Which
yes.
what will happen. So we have, luckily we have our social platform called the Getter, Gettr. So using that, then we'll open your eye to see the reality.
Yes.
Truth will lead us free.
Which you're certainly correct about that.
Thank you very much. What the last word you want to say to our Chinese brothers sisters?
I want you, my Chinese brothers and sisters, to not lose hope, not lose faith, to keep on fighting. Do not give up, because hope is on the way. You just have to stay the course and keep fighting.
Thank you very much, all the fellow brothers. See you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Hi, this is Ava at the day 4 from the MFest 2023 in Phoenix. And I actually we met last year, right?
We did, yes.
And this year again. So thank you
Yes.
for coming and supporting us and talking to us again. So could you remind our audiences your name and the organization you're with?
Yes, Ray Michaels here with Grassroots 50, Total News, and Total News Nation.
Oh, I like that voice. So smooth. So, so second time you saw us here at the booth, and we're still very loud and lots of energy. Tell us what's different you observed from your booth and our booth from last year.
Well, I know the energy and the excitement is definitely here at America Fest. And I think the main thing that I've seen from last year to this year is that people's eyes are being opened. They're finally seeing things that have been told to them for many, many years, but now they're thinking, well, wait a second, is this really happening? We have many states within the United States that are now standing up to the outside influences coming in, purchasing land right next to our military bases.
Yes.
Very, very concerning. We see what's happening between the alliance with China and Russia. Very concerning. And so there's a lot of things that are now coming into the mainstream media that we've been talking about for many, many years, but now people's eyes are open.
That's very well said. And I noticed one distinctions from last year. I feel people was more informed this year.
Yes.
But on top of it, which makes me really happy, is they're ready to take action.
Yes.
I have so many people come to me and say, we're doing this in our community. You should come talk to us. We have the summit. You should come talk to us. This is important. So all of them are rolling the sleeves, actually taking action in where they can make a difference. So this is, I'm so happy to see.
Well, exactly what you're saying, Ava. People are being empowered because once you are informed and once you are educated, then you can take action.
Yes.
You're now motivated to go out there and do things, to ask your elected politicians, what's going on with this? Why are you traveling to China? Why are they paying for you to come out there? What's going on? We
That's
want to
right.
know more,
Press
and then
for
we
the
want to hold you accountable for your actions. Now, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
Yes.
But we need to know because we the people. We need to take our sovereignty and know that it's God and man and law and government. We sit above the government, and we're able to do that.
Absolutely. And I just before the live streaming, and I share with you a very, very terrified, like a piece of intel from within the Chinese.
I'll tell you, when I was listening to that, I was not shocked.
Yeah.
But I was so surprised that it's happening so quickly.
Yes.
This isn't something where they're looking at 20 years or 30 years from now.
No.
This is something that has been being planned for 20 and 30 years.
Yes.
Now we're seeing it come to the surface. But there's, like an iceberg, we're only seeing the tip, and the majority of it is down that they've been planning for a long time.
Yes, this iceberg that we don't see,
Yes.
that submerged under the water. So 11 labs, bio-P3 labs in those countries, in Middle East, in Africa, in South America.
Well, we see
this
what
is your
happened.
back door.
We've seen what happened in one lab.
Yes, really illegal lab.
Only
right?
in one, yeah. So how many more are behind the scenes
Yeah.
that we know about?
Yeah.
And how many more that we don't know about?
That's correct. And this is slightly different because this is a P3 level, which are capable manufacturing and the COVID-19 virus.
So when you
know.
say P3, I know that a lot of people are probably familiar with that term. Can you let us know what that term
So
actually
it's
means?
basically biosafety levels. They categorize different levels of biosafety. So the higher the number, the more dangerous it is. They're playing with the pathogens and viruses more dangerous, and they're more sophisticated to cook more contagious pathogens. So the P3 is very high already. P3,
And
P4.
I'm sure everybody's familiar with what's called gain of function, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gain of function. What they do is they take it to make it more powerful.
Yes,
They
attached
make
to
it
human.
more dangerous.
That's right.
To humans. So what we may come into contact through nature may be at a very low level, but if they gain that function, it makes it much worse for
Absolutely.
humanity.
Absolutely. So not only the bioweapon, but also they talk about ICBM. Okay, they talk about nuclear warheads, no fewer than 20 of them, and also those ballistic missiles. Okay, you talk about the CCP actually deployed it already in Middle East and can shoot those things to mainland U.S. and other countries. I mean,
I think if we talk about one thing that we really need to focus on,
yeah.
be informed. Know what's going on. Be educated. Talk to your family. Talk to your friends. Find out what's going on in your local community. You don't have to look to do this nationally. Start in your community.
Yes.
And then move up to your county and to your state to let people know what's going on. It's very important that we are an educated populace.
Yes, and people need to join forces because we are the mess. We have the force if we united.
Yes, we have to be united. We have to get behind that, find out what direction we want to go. But you know what? It takes a lot of people to gather together to make it happen, because there's many more of good, freedom-loving people than there are the people on the other side.
Absolutely. So glad that we're fighting this war together. You're fighting United States, and we're fighting United States, Canada, and worldwide. So hopefully next year when we come here, the CCP is gone.
You know, it's so important that we have the information out. And these networks like this, TotalNews.com, Total News Nation, Grassroots 50, wherever you can get your information, that's the most important.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for supporting us and talking to us again at NFSC 2023.
Always
Thank
a
you.
pleasure to see you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah.
Hi everyone, it's Lynn here at America Fest, and I've invited Michael from American Mission today here. Michael, do you want to introduce a little bit of yourself and also American Mission?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here. So my name is Mike Mello. I'm an independent journalist. I run freemavericks.com, and I freelance for americamission.com. We're a new news outlet. We primarily specialize in fighting mainstream media corruption and holding corrupt politicians accountable.
Okay, that's great. Also, I heard that Michael know about us from a very special place. And Michael, would you want to tell a bit more of how you know about the new federal state of China?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, I was at AmFest last year, and I bumped into you guys, but I didn't have much opportunity to speak with you. Then, because I live in Silicon Valley, about an hour south of San Francisco, I was able to attend APEC. And so I saw you guys there, and that's where I got to know you guys a lot more too. And I was really excited to see you guys there because, quite frankly, I do not like the CCP at all. I do not support brutal dictatorships.
So what do you think our action at APEC at that time?
I really appreciated there were a lot of demonstrators that were protesting against President Xi coming into town and meeting with President Biden. I really hated the fact that in order for the city of San Francisco, which quite frankly has become a hot mess, they have to clean the city up for a dictator from a communist nation before they even consider what the people, the good people of San Francisco, are dealing with. It's really sad, quite frankly.
Yeah, that would usually happen in China within the communist China, and this is also the first time I see that's all happening nowadays in America. So it seems that indeed there are more and more evidence that the CCP is infiltrating America, not only America, actually around the world. And do you want to give us some evidence or all the things you see how the CCP is infiltrating?
Yeah, from what I remember, I do understand that the CCP are running secret police departments here in America to target Chinese citizens and Chinese nationals. It's quite frightening because in America, it's about protecting Americans, and we don't need a foreign government, especially from a communist nation, coming in and having secret police going and harassing American Chinese people. That's not acceptable at all.
Indeed, not only in New York I also see police stations at other cities around the world, and actually all our fellow fighters, we've been tracked essentially by these police stations automatically, and we will say. And what I want to say is that I think everyone at New Federal State of China is very brave, and also very brave of you for sitting here with me and taking this interview. And because we are live broadcasting to people that are within China, that they're going to, through the firewall and using the VPN, they're going to see us. What's a message you want to say to them?
Stand up and fight. Take your country back. The CCP is not your government. They are corrupt politicians who will control you, they will corral you, and they will destroy you if you allow them to. So my advice to the good people of China, stand up and fight.
Thank you very much, Mike. And would you give us like the social media platform to find you and so that we can follow you and get more information?
Absolutely. So I want to first shout out AmericaMission.com. They're a phenomenal group of grassroots journalists. I also want to shout out the WC Dispatch. I write for them. They are the editorial arm of America Mission. And I'd also like to shout out my website, freemavericks.com.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for your time, for joining this interview. We very much appreciate it, and I'm sure that all the Chinese will be very glad to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
こんにちは。私はミニコートです。今日はアメリカフェスト2023の3日目に入りました。こちら、私たちの、3人目のゲスト、ケイシーさんです。まず、早速私から質問していきます。ケイシーさんの今日、アメリカフェスト2023にこちらに来た目的は何ですか？
はい、そうですね。僕は実は2020年に、グアムのターニングポイントチャプターを始めてて、で、2年間プレジデントだったんですよ。で、なんか、それからずっとターニングポイントと一緒にコラボとかをしてて、で、ここに引っ越してから、アメリカの方に引っ越してから、ずっとなんか、やっぱり、コンサバティブムーブメントを、だんだん、なんていうの、もっと強く攻めようという感じで、いろんなものを学びに来ました。はい。
ありがとうございます。では、次の。
私からの質問です。新中国連邦について、今回初めてアメリカフェスト2023年に来て、初めて私たち新中国連邦、暴露革命についてさっき知ったと思うんですけど、それについてどう感じましたか？
はい、そうですね。今の CCP は、やっぱりすごい、いい棒ですね。もう日本語ではあんまりいい言葉見つかることできないんですけど、もう、例えば、コロナウイルスとかのことをよく見てみると、ウイルス自体はコロナ、ウーハンのラボで作られたウイルスなので、まあ、それだけでももう完全に CCP は悪いなと思います。それに、やっぱり CCP の政府と国民のやっぱり違いがすごいありますね。例えばグアムの僕のターニングポイントのチャプターでは、いろんな中国人がいっぱいいたんですけど、みんなやっぱり CCP 大嫌いで、だから、そうですね、国民たちは一緒になんか集まって戦うことがないと危ないですね、CCP は。
ありがとうございます。その友達が CCP みんな大嫌いって言ったんですけど、それはどのような理由から
して嫌いになったりするとか、きっかけとかありますか？体験談とかです。
はいはい、やっぱりほとんどレフュージーズだったんですよね。CCP の政府が、なんていうの、コミュニズムとかで、もう逃げなきゃいけない状態でグアムに引っ越した人がいっぱいいて、なのでやっぱりもう中国には住めないほどやばい政府があったので CCP が大嫌いって感じです。
ありがとうございました。続いて、彼女に渡します。はい。さっきお話ししてるときにいろいろな国に行ったことがあると聞いたんですけど、そのいろいろな国に行ってる途中で、周りの人たちは中国共産党について言ってたり、その中国共産党について知らない人たちがいるんですけれども、もし私たちの活動を知ってから、どのようにその人たちに私たちの新中国連邦の活動を広めていきたいと思いますか？
はい、やっぱり全部ファクトを見てみると、CCP はもう、ミリタリーとか、すごいじゃないですか。もう台湾とかインベードしちゃう感じなので、みんな知らないとやばい状態になってると思います。なので、やっぱり、どんどんいろんなところ旅行とか、勉強とかするときには、絶対、広めようと思っていますね。はい。
以上、私たちのケイシーさんへのインタビューでした。ありがとうございます。
Greetings. This is the new federal state of China at American Fest 2023, and we are welcomed by our special guest, Mr. Jacob Wells, the founder of Go Send Go. Please let him introduce yourself. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
It's great to be here, Scott. Thank you for having me on. I am one of the co-founders of GiveSendGo.com. We are the global leader in online crowdfunding and fundraising, raising money, helping people raise money for all the things that they care about, whether it's going on a mission trip with your church or whether it's helping your neighbor in need or whether it's a legal defense fund because you found yourself in a legal situation. That's what GiveSendGo is for all of the situations that you might find yourself happen in life.
I am very interested in your work because I think your financial system, the infrastructure, the way you make money, the way you gather money, the way you're helping people is very much in line with us.
Right.
I think the YouTube ad system, the Twitter subscription system, the ad system on YouTube, on the Twitter is an outdated system.
It is, yeah.
And please explain your business model because I think it's very important for us to know.
Right. So early on, we decided that one, we weren't going to operate on ad revenue because ad revenue, you're beholden to the advertisers because they can pull that funding. We didn't want that. So what we did was we created a revenue model inside our platform, which was as people donate to the campaigns that they see on GiveSendGo, the fundraising efforts that they see on GiveSendGo, they have the opportunity to donate a little bit extra to GiveSendGo to keep us free. So we actually operate on the generosity of our users. That's how we generate our revenue, is on the generosity of our users. And then as I was talking to you earlier, we have something really cool that goes above and beyond that. We have a giver army. It's thousands and thousands of people that have joined a group of people on GiveSendGo that are just there to be generous with people that they don't even know. And so they come on and they donate regularly every single month. And we're able to give tens of thousands of dollars away every month to campaigns on GiveSendGo because of our giver army to make a difference in people's lives all around the world.
You know, in China, the currency is fixed.
Right.
They do all kinds of shady deals with the corrupt agency in America, like in the government, in the education system, in the financial system. And what do you think? If you're do you able to help the people in China with your organization? If one day you have the ability to do so, how would you do it?
Yeah, well, the mission of GiveSendGo is to be or our vision statement is to be the global leader. So we want to be everywhere around the globe in helping people raise money in furtherance of the causes that they're willing to support. So as a leader in global fundraising, we have to be a leader in payments. And to do that, we have to come up with creative ways to allow payments to move across borders and across countries. And so currently we're in almost 100 countries around the world, but China is not one of them. China's closed off itself. It's a little difficult to engage with China right now on some of these efforts. But as we adopt cryptocurrency and means of financial transactions that fall outside of the normal range of fiat currency, cryptocurrency will allow us to receive and send money to causes and people, regardless of where they are, regardless of what country they are around the world.
But how do you ensure the safety of the transactions?
Yeah, so one, Give, Send, Go is a trusted organization. So we have so far 100% rate at getting people the money that they give. So we've been very, very fortunate so far in walking out a great business model. But you always have attempts. When you're in technology, there's always actors whose goal it is to disrupt your business. So there's always going to be a threat of some disruptor, some hacker that's attempting to disrupt your business model, steal your funds, things like that. We have incredible encryption technology that we use to make it very difficult.
Yeah.
We're constantly adding new means and new ways, cold wallet storage, holding funds outside of the network so that they're not able to be taken. So there's a lot of things that you can do. We're incorporating all of these new technologies into our business model so that protects people's funds.
So you said it's your first time knowing us, the first time coming here. So what is your impressions and what's your thought on us, on our work?
Well, I think it's hugely important for organizations like yours who are familiar with the CCP and what's happening in China and exposing that.
Yeah.
You know, truth is the greatest antidote. As they say, sunlight is the greatest antidote to infection, to disease. You know, you'll allow the light of something to be exposed. I think that's what you guys are doing. So I think it's extremely important for people like yourself and the organization to continue to talk about things because it's in dialogue that you actually get to truth.
Yeah.
I don't hold a monopoly on ideas, and neither do you. We don't hold a monopoly on truth. There's actually elements of truth to ideas on the right, nationalism, and there's elements of truth to ideas on the left. It's in the debate of those ideas, in the free market of those ideas, that you actually come to truth. And so I think it's awesome when you have organizations like what you're doing, just engaging in conversation and exposing people to more ideas, to more thought processes around what people think. So it's a great job.
Thank you very much. We all want to ensure the freedom of transactions, the freedom of speeches in China, and it's very good you are actually working with us. You are very good force in today's society. But you are here in Turning Point USA. But that means you must have something you want to see here. So my question is, what the American government should do to contain the evil of the CCP?
Yeah, well, we should continue to stand up for the original values that America was founded upon. America was founded upon individualism, not collectivism. Communism is a collectivism idea. America was founded on individualism, and what we've done is, over time, we've moved more to a collective idea. The government has stepped in and taken away personal responsibility from individuals. So what America needs to restore is this idea of individual liberty, individual responsibility, of you standing up for your own rights, taking responsibility for your own actions, coming up with the creative solutions that you have yourself. God gave you a mind to think. He's given me a mind to think. We got to use those things that we have to actually engage in the world and not depend on other people to do that for us. Take what we have and actually be part of the world. Begin to change culture yourself. You have an opportunity as an individual to make a difference. And it could just be in the lives of your spouse or your children or your parents or your friends, your circle of influence. It all starts with individuals taking a step.
Individuals.
I'm not as concerned with the U.S. government at large. They need to turn the power back to the people, and that's what then transforms the world.
That's very good answer. Thank you very much, Jacob. How do people reach you?
People can reach us on all the social media channels from Twitter, twitter.com/GiveSendGo, Facebook /GiveSendGo, Instagram, Give, Send, Go. Myself personally, they can find me Twitter, Jacob A. Wells. We're on all the social media platforms. Give us a follow. Share us to your friends and family.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jacob.
Thank you for having me.
What's going on, everybody? Hey, this is Jackson with the NFSC, the new federal state of China. We are here live at the AMFEST America Fest 2023 Turning Point USA. I have a very special guest with me today. So without further ado, allow me to introduce her, please.
I am Jaleese Middleton. I am with American Patriot Relief, and we are here today to spread the message about January 6th defendants.
All right, sounds great. I mean, tell us a little bit about it.
Oh, I'm happy to. So, I myself am a January 6th defendant. What that means is I went to the Capitol on January 6th and I stood up for what I believe was a stolen election. We never went past a barricade or in the Capitol, but we ended up being persecuted by the federal government. We have 9 federal charges on us. I'm looking at over 50 years in prison, and our trial doesn't start until February 5th. But we have chosen to speak out and stand up because what they're doing is exactly what we saw happen at Tiananmen Square, and we try to not let that happen here in America.
Yeah, down with the communism, take down the CCP. With that being said, hey, how can people find you to support you with your cause?
Yes, thank you so much. So we need your help. We need you to start conversations in your local communities about January 6th. We need people to donate. So you can go to AmericanPatriotRelief.org, and there you can hit the donate button and start a reoccurring or one-time donation, and we would appreciate your help.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming. And with that being said, everybody, hey, this is Jackson. We're at the AMFEST America Fest, once again, 2023 Turning Point USA. With that said, get yourself some more NFSC. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
God bless.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I got stuck towards the end.
Good afternoon, team. It's Jay here again from the new federal state of China, live from Phoenix, Arizona at America Fest 2023. I hope you're well. Here with me, I've got Dylan from California. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you, Jay. How are you?
Very well. Can you give us a little introduction about yourself and why you're here?
Yeah, absolutely. So, my name is Dylan. I went to university in California in Santa Barbara. I studied physics, and I grew up in California, lived there my entire life. And what I'm doing here is basically looking to find more like-minded people who understand how destructive certain policies are, and just find ways to better improve America and ensure that those values are perpetuated and continue throughout the world.
Can you talk to us about a particular policy in California that you're particularly concerned about?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are a few. I mean, the list is quite long, if I'm being completely honest. But one that I find to be, rather difficult to wrap my head around is the public camping laws that you see. Vagrancy and this sort of homelessness where people are allowed to just live and loiter. Loitering used to be illegal, and it still technically is. But we have attorney generals and district attorneys who refuse to enforce these laws, and they're not being disbarred. They're still allowed to practice law, and they're still allowed to stay in power. You have all of these people living on these streets. They defecate, they fornicate, they do all of these horrible things. It's violent, it's disgusting, it's very unclean, and it's very uncivilized. And when you have these problems, it's hard for me to justify raising a family in places like California. That's why you see so many people leaving California. That's why you see our economy, it's not growing, and our population is not either.
And that's such a shame because California, I know, is a beautiful state, and with the loitering problem and the homelessness you have, makes it particularly unsafe for young families. But I do know that President or Dictator Xi Jinping visited your state last month, and they were, from what I saw, I wasn't there, but from what I saw, the streets were spotless.
Oh,
What happened?
they were. I wasn't there. I live close to San Francisco, but not in the city, so I was not there to see them being taken away. I don't know where they went. But what I do know is I've seen and heard rumors of these homeless being put into unmarked vans against their will and being put up in hotels. And if that's the use of my taxpayer money to rent out all of these hotels for these drug addicted homeless people who are violent criminals, frankly, I don't think that that's a great use of our money, and I think it's
No, American taxpayer, well, your taxpayer money used to welcome a dictator of the CCP.
it's very hard for me to find a way to justify that. I understand diplomacy is something that's necessary, and if we can find a way to avoid a war or conflict, then yes, of course, it's necessary. But to say that like for example, what Gavin Newsom said with cleaning up your house before you have a guest over, of course you do that, but you don't only have a clean house the day you have guests over. You should want your house clean every day. I make my bed every day, not just the days that people come over. It's hypocrisy, and it's unfortunate.
And that's exactly right. Hey, Dylan, I'm particularly keen to get your views on COVID-19. It's a part of CCP's unrestricted warfare, where they're attacking America in the domain of finance, technology, and bio warfare. COVID-19 is an example of that. How has it affected you and your community?
Oh, it was extremely difficult for me. I was studying university at the time, and as many people may be able to deduce, theoretical physics is not the simplest concept to understand. And so when they tried to tell me, oh no, you're not going to be studying it in person in your lecture hall anymore with your professor in front of you. You're actually going to be studying via a remote concept. You're going to be using video chat, and you're going to be watching your professor use his computer mouse to do these complex calculus proofs that you have to be able to understand. You have to be able to justify, and also we're going to claim that that's worth just as much as a normal education. I couldn't accept that, so I took a year off of school, and it was ridiculous. It was difficult. I made it through it. I found a way to persevere. I got a job doing accounting instead, and it was good. It ended up working out for me. But the COVID-19, I knew as soon as I was getting that email from my school that we would be leaving campus, and that there was no tuition adjustment being had. I knew it was all a scam, and I knew it was all a hoax, and it was garbage.
The CCP virus, or the COVID-19, has killed more Americans than all of World War II combined. Over 1.1 million, I believe, is the number. And that you mentioned before in our brief chat that you were planning to join the military, or that's a possibility for you. What are your motivations for joining the military?
Well, I mean, the motivations that I would have to join the military would be to serve my country and to fight for the rights, that are enshrined in our Constitution, the things that make America great, to keep this country great, but for the right reasons, of course, to serve the people. And of course, we were talking earlier, the one of the things that led me to be very hesitant about joining the military, I may have done it sooner, had not have been for the vaccine mandates. That was something that I saw, and it made me very hesitant to join the military.
Excellent. Hey, one final message, Dylan, for young, ambitious people like yourselves. What is that message?
Have faith. Always have faith. The right outcomes. It will be there. Just continue to do the right thing. It may be difficult. You may have to suffer. You may have to persevere through very difficult and tough times. But just always have faith that doing the right thing, you will come out a better, stronger person.
Have faith. Stand up for what you believe in. Thank you very much, Dylan, for your time. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jack.
Cheers. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Okay, hi, welcome back, everyone. I'm Anna, your host over here. Now we have returned with our guest, Daniel. Hi, Daniel, how are you?
I'm doing well, Anna. Thank you. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I mean, we got a really busy day from many of our interviews, and also have a lot of people's voices being shared on our channel over here, which is good, which is awesome. And that's why we have you. So, first of all, Daniel, how do you feel about this year's America Fest, and how's it going? How do you feel about this?
America Fest is amazing. I mean, this is my second year here.
Yeah.
So they're, they have a lot of speakers, conferences at this conference. They talk about limited government, the rights of the people, life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, individual liberty, economic freedom. So, it's a great networking event. You get to meet a lot of people from all around the country, and also from where you're from. So you can build a community and build the movement.
Yes. Well, that's indeed true. You can meet many different people here. And we can even hear the shouts from our backstage.
Oh, yes.
And talking about how there's many different people and their voices here. I mean, shout out towards these people fighting for the freedom and fighting for the justice. And also, like you mentioned, about the people's rights and about what we should have as the people's voices. Now, mentioned to us from our discussions earlier, you talked about Venezuela. Now, what is happening over there, and what have you seen?
Yes, so my family's from Venezuela, and what is going on there? Currently, the country is under an authoritarian dictatorship. And it started back in the 90s with the rise of Hugo Chavez in 1999. He was elected as the president and changed the constitution, consolidated power, and I mean the politics is a mess there. But we have a small movement. We have kind of like a turning point type movement that's starting up. We're very small right now, but we're hoping to recruit people and gain traction and really fight for liberal the liberal concepts of life, liberty, rights, and limited government, especially because there's authoritarianism and there's liberalism, which is limited government. And so we know that authoritarian comes through a big state. And so we want to limit the government so that people can have their individual rights and liberties, economic rights and liberties restored to them.
Well, thank you very much for doing what you're doing. And you are only just a student right now, but you have got so many, concept about what's going on. So would you say, because you mentioned about Venezuela and how there was a change with the constitution, we know the CCP's chairman Xi Jinping, he changed the constitution for his will, and he changed it to that he can become the leader of the CCP until his life ends. So what do you feel about that? And have you heard much about what the CCP has been doing towards the world?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard much about, the news coming out of China and, Xi Jinping changing the constitution. It doesn't surprise me because, authoritarian dictators and governments, they do things like that. And, people can't really do anything about it because the government has so much power, right? But that's precisely why it's important for the state to be limited and not have so much power and control and get so big to where the people can no longer hold their politicians accountable, hold their government accountable.
Yeah, that's true. And because you've talked about how there's other dictatorships and there are the authoritarian governments. Now, what do you think that is happening, and what are your thoughts about it as well?
Like why it's happening?
Yeah.
Well, I think people believe in the lie that government needs to have more power, more taxes in order to preserve our rights. The government needs to preserve our rights, but it does that by staying as a limited government, right? Because government is the single biggest violator of our rights. And so, people believe that in order for our rights to be preserved, we have to buy into collectivism rather than each individual person, right? You're in a collective group, a racial group, you're white or black or gay or straight. And through that, they petition the government to protect that collective group's rights. But we're all individuals. We have individual rights, and those individual rights are preserved by limited government.
Well, thank you very much for your sharing, Daniel, and thank you for being our show here. Now, we would like to say we would want more people, more young generations to know about the truth and to share the truth, and that's why America Fest here, we would like more people to be on the show. Alrighty, see you later on, and then we'll be back very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're back here at the NFSC booth at AMFEST 2023 in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Kevin, and today I'm here with Malachi. So, Malachi, could you tell the audience a bit more about yourself?
Sure, Kevin. I'm a scout, and on my way to be an Eagle Scout, which is the last rank and the highest praise for them. And inside the Scout organization, I'm in the Order of the Arrow, which is the honor society for Scouts.
And then, could you also tell us a bit more about how much you know about the CCP and its infiltration in America?
Say again. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Could you tell the audience a bit more about what you know about the CCP as well as its infiltration in America?
Okay. I don't know a lot. I mean, I found out about it yesterday, but from what I heard, it had a good reasoning. It was well prepared, like saying, the CCP is about. They're not about China or the Chinese people. They're the total opposite. They want to set them free because they have been under the rule of Emperor Xi, right?
Yeah.
For way too long.
Yeah, no, 100%. And, the Chinese people are suffering, which is why we're trying to raise awareness and, try to get America to decouple technologically and financially from the CCP. And so, I know you're very young and, you're part of the younger generation. And one thing that the younger generation uses a lot is TikTok.
Yeah.
So, Can you tell us a bit more about what you know about TikTok and if you know how it's CCP spyware?
Yeah, as we all know, TikTok is a social media platform that captures which captures the attention of adults and mainly young adults and kids. Mainly, as on the news, TikTok is a way to steal people's personal data and also to get personal information. I don't really use it because my mom told me the dangers of it.
Yeah.
And doing it, I just find it's too much to care for like what people think of you all the time online.
Yeah.
And it's better to just like be real with people.
Yeah. Well, your mom's very smart.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yes, if you look at the TikTok content here in North America, you'll see it's full of, like funny videos, stupid videos, right?
Yeah.
Things that if you look at too long, it makes you dumber, right?
I believe that, yeah.
And if you go and look at the TikTok equivalent in China, Douyin, you'll see the content is, things that, it talks about math, about science, tells you about how to be a good citizen, right? It's things that make you smarter, right?
Wow.
So when you compare it to the stuff you see in America, it's really mind-blowing of how, stark the contrast is. And, I'm sure TikTok is very popular with, maybe your friends as well as your schoolmates. And so it is something that needs to be banned in America and in the entire world. And so please tell the audience, is there anything that, young people like you could do to, counter the CCP influence?
Yeah. Like, I'll share a personal experience. For me, when I go to California, my cousins used to be very tight, but now they have TikTok. They're always on their phones. They don't talk to me anymore. So it kind of makes you feel left out. But I suggest that people should go out, maybe try to get them to be off their phone and have some actual fun. Maybe not online, like play basketball, go to the park, etc.
100%. Social media is, corroding a lot of the younger generation's mind, and the CCP knows that. That's why, they release, dumbing content on TikTok. Well, Malachi, thank you so much for taking time. It's great chatting with you, and it's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin.
Hello, Mark Shushkevich with the NFSC at the place to be, AMFEST 2023, and I'm here with Pastor Calvin Robinson. Thank you for joining us.
Not at all. It's a pleasure. Thank you for stopping me because actually I've been wondering about this. There's a banner outside that says the new federal state of China. I put it on my Instagram and some of my followers said, "What is the Chinese government a turning point? What's going on?"
Yeah, a lot of people have been confused about that. The people here are Communist Party dissidents. They're here in America. They're here all over the world, fighting to take down the CCP, letting people know the awareness of how evil the Chinese Communist Party is. So these, obviously Turning Point isn't going to have Chinese Communist Party infiltrators into their event. No matter whether they want to sponsor the event or not, they would be turned down. Obviously, they are on the right side of history. They are great people fighting for freedom. And speaking of the evils of the Chinese Communist Party, one of the things that they look to do when they destroy a country, which they're looking to destroy America and conquer the world, so to speak, is they want to weaken society. They want to attack men, attack, psychologically, misinformation campaigns all over. They attack the nuclear family. And of course, they attack religion. It's become more and more mainstream to, we're seeing, unfortunately, atheists being more popular among society. What's your take on that in our society and the attack on religion?
Seeing all of that in the UK in particular. We have a massive problem, actually. Our academia has been taken over by the Communist Party of China. In fact, most of our universities are making most of their money from China now, to the point that they are beholden. Our parliamentary system, we have Chinese spies in our political parties, and this is all out there, but no one is doing anything about it. The UK government does the opposite. Instead, invited the Chinese Communist Party to invest in our infrastructure. Our 5G network was almost installed by the Chinese Communist Party, which would have meant they would have had a backdoor to everything in our country. We asked them to install our nuclear power plants. It's like, how stupid can we get, asking our political enemy to install the most vulnerable parts of our society? And then on the issue of faith and culture, we only have to look at things like TikTok, where It's designed and programmed in a way that is addictive to young people, that it pushes degeneracy and indecency at them constantly on a cycle that is harmful to our environment, harmful to our young people. It is anti-family, it is anti-faith, it is anti-Christianity, it is anti-Britain, it is anti-Western. And then we look at the Chinese alternative, which is very wholesome, has time limits as you scroll through. It shows DIY and family values. They are undermining our culture. It's cultural subversion, and it's on purpose. And parents are letting their children play with these apps. It's essentially saying to the Chinese government, you take my child, you indoctrinate them, you groom them with gender theory, black critical race theory, and Black Lives Matter, and indoctrinate them with a trans ideology. You take my child and harm my child, and the parents are giving the Chinese Communist Party permission to do so. And I think the best thing parents can do is, well, first of all, remove smartphones and monitor internet access for their children. But if they are going to have a smartphone, make sure they are not using TikTok or anything promoted by the Communist Party of China.
Well, even if they don't use TikTok, you said it. Our culture is promoting degeneracy on the internet, all over social media, not just TikTok. You could go in the search and you see things. They're constantly promoting and sexualizing things, and destroying our society. And people who believe in God have more of a will to fight. And that's one of the reasons why we want to destroy it. And people who believe in God are generally, statistically, happier people. And for those who want a source, go to church.
Right.
You don't need an
China,
article out there. But
look at this. This is a good point. So look at what's happening in China. They're allowing Christianity in, but a censored, manipulated version of Christianity.
Yes.
Any pastors or preachers or priests that come into China aren't allowed to talk about certain parts of the Bible, such as Exodus, for example, freedom, liberation of the people, the masses getting together and believing in something bigger than the state. So the Chinese government is very clever in the way that it addresses the faith. It doesn't outright ban Christianity. It has a deal with the Vatican in order to control the message.
Well, we're seeing LGBTQ in the Vatican now, and before it used to be that churches didn't promote gay marriage and things of that nature. Like, I have nothing against gay people, obviously, but if a church didn't want to have a gay marriage, to have it being forced upon them, like it's something.
There's no such thing as gay marriage. Marriage is a union between a man and a woman to be blessed by God.
The sacrament of matrimony.
Absolutely.
Now, message, what do you think is the biggest threat of the Chinese Communist Party to our free world right now?
Okay.
Worried about there's psyops, InfoWars, possible cyber attacks. What do you think?
Actually, I think the biggest threat is copy and paste. A lot of our politicians, our governments are looking at China, seeing how they did things and wanting to do things the same way. So China, as an indirect threat, is even more dangerous than it is directly. I can think of many British politicians who say, well, the way that China handled COVID, for example, locking citizens down, literally taking them from one place to another, taking away their liberties, that's a good method. Let's do something like that. That's very dangerous. In the Western society where we believed in liberal democracy for a long time, people are starting to see that communism might be an alternative approach.
Any final words for our viewers out there?
Yes, it doesn't matter how bad it gets, how dark it gets, whether in China or in the West, we can always have hope because we know that Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, offers us eternal salvation. So God bless you.
Let people know how they could find you on social media.
I'm usually Calvin Robinson. The best way is to go to calvinrobinson.com, and then all my social links are on there, including my Substack.
Normally, I end off an interview with the Take Down the CCP chant that we do with the crowd around us and everything, but in this particular case, I'm just going to close off. If you can do it with me, first of all, God wins, and God will take down the CCP. Oh, so on 3, God will take down the CCP. 1, 2, 3. God will take down the CCP.
All right. God bless you.
God bless you.
Anna, and it has been a pleasure and a very honor to see all the awesome interviews and all the performances from the NFSC in the Federal State of China booth today at the America Fest. It has been 4 days, and today is the 19th, the last day of us over here. And we have seen so many people with their sharing about the Chinese Communist Party and their views on what is happening in the world. So what do you feel about this, Roy, after seeing all these awesome interviews? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, every interview is it's amazing, first of all, and it's unique because everyone's sharing their own stories, and they're all related to one topic, which is the evil nature of CCP and its infiltration into the United States.
That's right.
And this year, we had 335 interviews.
Wow.
Which is like we have 100 more than last year.
That's
And
overwhelming.
also, yes, and also we had 2 speeches on main stage, like the total like 20 minutes and more time, double the time than last year. And this time, the American audience, their reactions, their emotions are way more overwhelming because of NFSC, because of our messages, because of our determination, because of our unity, and also we send a very simple message to the United States that we don't have to get money or arms or send American people to fight for our wars. There's a very simple solution here to take down the Chinese Communist Party to help us, which is to decouple from the Chinese Communist Party, and NFSC has the capability to take down the CCP.
That is right, and that's why it's overwhelming, and especially if there's a lot of young people, a lot of young, first of all, young fellow fighters attending the NFSC event at the America Fest this year, as well as young Americans and young people from all over the world to attend this event and sharing their thoughts, and that's why it is important.
Yes, so this is the conclusion of our 4-day event. It's been amazing. I want to thank all the people, the supporters around the globe, and also TPUSA, Charlie
right.
Kirk and John and all the other employees working with us. They put together such an amazing festival. We really enjoyed it, and we're all in this together to fight communism, to take down the CCP, and to save America.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you
right.
so much.
Thank
Thank you. Take down the CCP. Yes.
Take down
Thank
the
you so much.
CCP. That's right.
Yes. 好，那我们现在now I'm gonna speak Mandarin for our Mandarin viewers. 那我们现在呢，就是我们这次4天的一个凤凰城烽火行动的一个尾声了。那么我们过去这4天呢，我们进行了335场的采访。
没错。
这个数字是比去年多了100场，而且这一次呢，我们有2场2场演讲在主舞台，我们的时间比去年更长，我们站在主舞台的中央，而且我们接受到的这种美国人的欢迎、理解、支持是非常强大的，是非常强大，是因为我们给美国人了一个非常明确的一个目标和方法，就是说我们不要求美国人给我们钱、给我们武器、替我们去打仗，而是非常简单的一个办法去支持我们去一起消灭共产党，就是和他脱钩。
没错。
所以现在所有的美国人在现场的和1万名跟我们在一起参加这个活动的美国人都明白这个非常简单的道理，而且我们很快就会用新中国联邦自己的实力去 take down the CCP， 去消灭中国共产党。那么现在呢，我想邀请所有我们现在还在现场的这个工作的我们所有的这些战友，让他们一起都到我们的台前来，然后跟我们大家一起每一个人来讲2句，然后我们来今天结束我们大家直播，好不好？
好，
好，请大家都过来。哎，yeah. Just a few seconds.
对。
来。来，女生在前面，女生在，来都过来，入境，哇！sorry。来，从这边开始讲。来，小太阳，从你这边开始。
我好像没入境。
讲话到前面。
OK，Hello，全球战友们，大家好。然后我非常高兴能参加这次 American Fest 的活动，然后在这里跟战友们一起工作，真是非常开心。然后我们要继续加油，继续努力，然后我们 take down CCP。Take
down the CCP. Take down the CCP.
Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP.
Take down.
好，我一句话。我再说一遍是吗？
不用。
OK， 我是灭共小太阳磐石农场。
我是日本樱花团的小番茄。我是 DC 农场的 Kelly。
我是东京樱花团的优美。
我是日本樱花团的花英。
我是量子农场的 Amy， 我希望共产党快点灭，我们要回家见父母，谢谢。
香草山农场小司机。
东京樱花团黑猫。
我是盘古农场的文浩。
我是盘古农场的 David。
就留着那边，我们这边讲。好，谢谢。我是来自香草山的文清。香草山的 Ava。哦，你要说一句话的。没关系。七哥，我们想你。
我是洛杉矶盘古农场的小蔡，七哥么么哒。
没有，后面。
我是香草山的悟空，大家好。镜头在哪边？我是被打过来的，对，这边。哇。对。
What's going on, everybody? I'm Jackson from the LA, Los Angeles Pangu Farm.
我是盘古农场的战刀，我们为灭共而战。
我是台湾农场的小飞侠这次活动真的是让我非常的震撼，然后也希望七哥能够早日归来。Take down the CCP.
Hello everyone, I'm Leo from Boston Mayflower. It's my pleasure to fight along with you in the past few days and hope to see you soon. And let's take down the CCP together ASAP, okay? Thank you. Take down the CCP.
Take down the CCP.
Take down the CCP.
Take down the CCP.
Thank you.
我是量子农场的明道，然后呢，这次技术组很给力啊。
耶！风中在香草山，Take down the CCP.
Take down the CCP.
就说一句简单的，就是现在咱们这几天不 tired， 但是我们都 tired of CCP 了。
我已经说过了。
全球的战友们、观众朋友们，大家好，我是来自量子农场的伊莎贝拉，非常的高兴哈！这一次，我觉得共产党是你真玩球蛋了，还有爱七哥、爱家人、爱我们所有的战友，么么哒！
耶！
好，我是来自于香草山的长岛哥。好，谢谢啊。实际上今天我们在镜头里面最后收尾的呢，我们在座可能是不到30位，因为其中有一部分战友或者大部分战友我们已经离开了，在赶回家的路上面，非常辛苦，今天还要赶回家，所以也很为大家过去这几天做出的这个贡献，然后给联盟的支持，也在这个地方首先感谢。包括我们在座的，还有我们正在回家路上的这些战友，要感谢他们，然后也希望他们一路的平安。那这次活动来说，大家从我们过去4天的所收获的成果，所看到的影响，那是巨大的。 是我们过去多次活动以来，我们可以说这一次活动是最成功的。不是说我们这次活动让我们战友有多感动是最重要的，而是我们让 CCP 是最害怕，这是最重要的。所以我相信我们这一次此行，我们所有的目的都达到了预期，甚至超过了预期。就像我们罗伊，就像我们小飞象，他们的演讲，他们震撼的效果，让在场的所有的这个美国人，让所有的甚至我相信也有其他国家的这些友人，他们都震撼了。他们都在为我们在呐喊、鼓掌，在为我们叫好，为我们所表现出来的勇气而感到震惊。我相信他们回去以后，会把我们的这个形象，会把我们的勇气，把我们的决心，把我们这个灭共的希望，能带给他们所有的亲戚朋友，带给他们所有人传达的角角落落。这就是我们想要的。灭共不是靠我一个，也不是靠我们这一些人。我们需要靠所有的力量的汇集，不仅是中国以外，还有中国以内，像我们体制内的很多战友。所以我们这一次的活动完美的一个收官。今天在最后，我还是想跟我们所有的在场的战友一起喊一句 ：Free Mouse 国
！Free 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 Mouse 国
！Take down the CCP！ Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! 好，谢谢所有全球的战友们收看，谢谢，下一次活动再见。
Take down the CCP, take down the CCP, CCP, take down the 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 CCP, CCP, take down the CCP, take down the CCP, take down the CCP. Take down the CCP, take down the CCP. Follow me and I'ma set us free. Take down the CCP. Let me tell you what I've been through, baby. Lived a life that was hella unfair. Seen things that been driving me crazy. In a country where the leaders don't care. Didn't think we had the courage to change it. Tore it down and they weren't prepared. Everything that they kept us from saying. Now we talking and they better be scared. Take from us. Tell us what and who to love. Swear I finally had enough. It's time to rise above. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Follow me and I'ma set us free. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Communism's get to me. Because it killed our families. The CCP.
Communism's hard for me to give a f. Try to tell them and they try to keep it on the hush. Middle finger up, turn into a fist. They wanna keep the poor so they never rich. If you wanna see the future, look into the past. Been a century of silence, we gon' take it back. I'm just stating facts. Tell you how it is, ain't no way to change if we don't resist.
Take from us. Tell us what and who to love. Swear I finally had enough. It's time to rise above. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Follow me and I'ma set us free. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Communism's get to me because it killed our families. The CCP.
这是你我维护正义的必须，这是你我维护正义的必须。
Take down the CCP.
Take down the CCP.
Take down the CCP. Follow me and I'ma set us free. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Take down the CCP. Communism's get to me because it killed our families. The CCP.
你完了，共产党！你完了，共产党！ 共产党，你完了！
My name's Roy from the new federal state of China. We're Chinese, but we are the opposite of the Chinese Communist Party. I have one message to convey. The Chinese Communist Party does not represent China or Chinese people. It is the enemy of Chinese people, American people, and the people of the world. Our story can be traced back to 1989 Tiananmen Square. Our founder, Mao Guo, was arrested and jailed for supporting the protesters in Tiananmen Square. Alongside him, there were more than 60 people arrested. Those heroes were killed, executed, right in front of Mao. He could never forget the look in their eyes. It was a silent plea for someone to continue to carry their legacy and bring democracy and freedom to China one day. Mao survived, and many years later, he started a movement called the Whistleblowers Movement, with sole purpose of taking down the CCP. He started to reveal all the intelligence on the CCP, the heinous plans of the CCP. Of course, as a result, he became the most targeted and persecuted Chinese dissident, but he never stopped fighting. Chinese people are the biggest victims of the Chinese Communist Party. As we speak, millions of Uyghurs are jailed in concentration camps. Tibetans and youths are victims of pedophilia and organ harvesting. Hong Kong protesters or any other people who dare to speak against the regime will be disappeared, silenced, and executed. As we speak, over 400 million forced abortions were executed since the CCP adopted one-child policy. The Chinese people never had a chance to vote for their government. They never had the right to own land. They never had freedom of speech, freedom of religion, or rule of law. They became more than slaves of the CCP kleptocrats. But I'm here more than just sharing our own stories. I'm here to prevent our stories becoming American stories. The CCP has already infiltrated almost every aspect of the U.S. life. It has launched an unrestricted warfare against all of us. It unleashed a deadly virus that killed millions of innocent lives. Its fentanyl export is killing 300 American people per day. It spread the spy balloon above us, and its spying operations are almost everywhere, in media companies, in big tech, scientific institutions, universities, Hollywood, and Wall Street. It's behind wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. It formed a new axis of evil alliance with Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Your pension funds, your educational funds, your savings are being invested in communist China right now, and the total number is a whopping $7 trillion. And Xi Jinping is more than ready to confiscate that money and give that to the terrorist groups and fan the flames of conflicts and seize the perfect opportunity to invade Taiwan. For the past 8 years, Miles and the whistleblowers from the NFSC have exposed the truth around Hong Kong crisis, HNA group, COVID, and COVID vaccines, and many more. Those warnings were not taken seriously enough. Every time we revealed this kind of information, I had hoped we were wrong, because if the information is wrong, a lot of people wouldn't have to die or suffer. But in the long run, it has always been proven, verified as true. And today, for the first time ever, I have 3 specific pieces of exclusive intelligence to share with you. And I urge you to listen very carefully to what I have to say and verify for yourselves through time. Number 1, you may have already heard the secret biolab in California. Actually, the CCP has already finished building 11 P3 biolabs in the Middle East, Africa, and South America. They have the capability to manufacture and unleash new viruses at Xi Jinping's command. That's the same kind of virus that already killed 6.5 million people. Number 2, CCP's military installations. The CCP has already deployed 3,500 ballistic missiles, the DF-10A series, in 3 countries in the Middle East, worth a total of $50 billion. There are 2,000 more currently in transaction and will be delivered to those regions. They even have production lines for those missiles in those areas. Additionally, the CCP has built no fewer than 20 nuclear ICBMs. it deployed DF-41 series with nuclear warheads. They can reach the mainland US or any other country. Number 3, the Chinese Communist Party is behind the terrorist group in the Middle East. In Iran and Syria, the CCP has already built an army of 20,000 mercenaries ready for combat and to join Hamas. And each individual will be paid $10,000 per month by the CCP. And there are another 20,000 mercenaries ready to be deployed in the event of escalation between Israel and Hamas. The intelligence I just shared with you is brought by NFSC thanks to the courageous whistleblowers inside China that risk their lives to bring those messages. And we invite you to witness the validity of the information through time. In the past, we have provided many similar pieces of intelligence to authorities. The information should have been disclosed by the US government, but due to CCP's infiltration, it failed. So we now have to come out and speak out. As our revelations continue to be verified, we now hope American people can join us in eliminating the Chinese Communist Party. And we're not asking you to give us money or arms or die for revolution or wars. All America needs to do is very simple. Stop supporting the Chinese Communist Party. And decouple from the Chinese Communist Party technologically and financially. And leave the rest to the new Federal State of China. And we ensure you the elimination of the Chinese Communist Party in China. Today, hundreds of millions of people have joined our causes. The majority of them are working covertly in the party in China and supporting us. We have 21 chapters around the globe, and we are more united and determined than ever. And I truly believe soon enough, we'll stand atop the Beijing Pangu Plaza again and put Xi Jinping, the dictator, on a Nuremberg trial for his crimes and make it the devil's last night. That night, we will see the end of the evil communist regime. That night, we will reunite with our loved ones. And that night, for the very first time in history of that soil, we will see a free China, a new China, the new Federal State of China. Thank you.
Really want to hear from our 3 amazing guests, and we are going to start with David. So David, you are the General Secretary of NFSC and Chairman of Rule of Law Society. Please give us a brief introduction on both organizations and what you're doing to change the world.
I'll be David's translator.
Thank you. 首先要感谢一下 TPUSA， 包括我们 CEO 查理克克先生，还有我们所有的 TPUSA 的员工。
So first, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank TPUSA and its founder Charlie Kirk, and for all of the staff for giving us this wonderful platform to be here.
因为你们向全世界、向全美国人、向全中国14亿中国人展示了你们的勇敢、正义和智慧。
So by having us here, you're actually demonstrating an unprecedented level of courage and determination to fight for freedom in front of the 1.4 billion Chinese people living in communist China who are yearning to be free.
因为几乎所有全世界的人都知道我们新中国联邦是干什么的，我们是灭共的，是跟全世界最邪恶的集团在战斗，不是每个人、每个组织都愿意跟我们接触，都愿意让我们到这个地方来。
So as everybody knows that the Chinese Communist Party is the world's most powerful and evil dictatorship, and not everyone has the willingness or the courage to be wanting to be associated with us, because this is a very big task.
所以说 TPUSA 是跟我们一样的勇敢。
So I like to say that TPUSA is just as courageous as we are.
还有，因为我们新中国联邦是做正义的事情，所以 TPUSA 愿意跟我们合作，愿意邀请我们来到这里，所以 TPUSA 是非常正义的。
Because what we do here at NFSC, the new Federal State of China, is righteous, and by supporting us and by giving us this platform shows that the TPUSA is also a wonderful and righteous organization.
为什么说 TPUSA 所有的团队
都是智慧的，是因为现在所有的全世界都知道灭共是大势所趋。
I like to say that TPUSA, by making this decision, also shows their wisdom because it actually works for the best interest of the entire world to take down the CCP.
Yes! 那我首先来介绍一下我们新中国联邦这个组织。我们是全球国际化的，在全球有20个分支，在这个遍布主要的发达国家，包括美国有7个 chapter， 在加拿大、新西兰、澳洲、德国、西班牙、英国、意大利、日本、韩国、台湾，我们都有我们的分支。
So let me give you a brief introduction about what is NFSC. We're actually global. We're a global movement, and we have about 20 chapters from around the world. And here in the US, we have 7 chapters. We have members from US, Canada, New Zealand, UK, Spain, Germany, Japan, just to give you a few names. So we're global.
我们这个新中国联邦是2020年由创始人 Miles 郭和 Stephen Bannon 先生一起创建的。
So our movement was co-founded by Miles Guo, a courageous Chinese man, along with Steve K. Bannon, a great American patriot in 2017. Let's give them a big shout out.
新中国联邦从创建开始，我们的使命只有一个，就是灭共，消灭这个世界上最邪恶的集团。
For me, it's very inception of the founding of this organization, we have one mission, one crystal clear mission, and that is to take down the world's most evil regime, that is the Chinese Communist Party.
我知道在座的各位过去肯定听过很多的组织和个人在说要反共，要灭共，但是我们是真正的灭共的集团，所以我们今天遭遇的一切都是最好的证明，我们是灭共的，而且是最有力的，最有能力去灭共的。
So I know a lot of people are talking about taking down the Chinese Communist Party. There are many anti-CCP organizations. So what's different about our movement? I mean, just by looking at what happened to us, you should know that we are the real fighters and we're the real terminators of the Chinese Communist Party.
我们不仅需要灭共，我们希望给14亿中国人能带来像在座的各位很多美国朋友一样，有1人1票的选举权，有自由的发言的权利。
So what we like to do is to help the 1.4 billion people in China to enjoy the same rights that you guys have been enjoying for life, like the right to vote, the constitutional protected First Amendment, and freedom of belief, and all the rights that are being enjoyed by people here every day. We want people in China to have that as well.
我们不会像其他的组织和个人一样，向美国政府和老百姓伸手要钱，因为我们有钱，我们有创造财富的能力。我们只想来保护14亿普通中国人和全世界善良的老百姓。
So we're different from other organizations in that we don't ask money. We don't ask for money. We don't ask for arms sales. We don't ask for anything from the U.S. government or the U.S. people because we have money. We have determination. We have people, and we also have the capability to create wealth and opportunity to sustain ourselves. So that's the key difference.
就像我们在2022年初的时候，我们花了将近200万美金到乌克兰波兰交界的地方去帮助乌克兰战火当中的老百姓。
So one of the many charitable things that we did is a couple of years ago when the war in Ukraine just broke out, we actually spent over $2 million and sent a group of volunteers to help with the international rescue work at the Ukrainian border in Poland. And that's how we care about humanity and peace. And so we're giving, we're doing charitable work.
给大家举一个例子，我们从乌克兰曾经救出来96个儿童，送到了西班牙的福利基金会。
So during that rescue mission, we successfully rescued 96 children from an orphanage in Ukraine. We brought them to Spain, and the kids are now enjoying a peaceful life. So that's one of the many achievements that we have done from that rescue mission.
像这样的事情，我们在过去的7年当中做了很多。马斯国曾经向全美国、全世界预告了，共产党的黑暗时刻已经到来。我们只想唤醒更多的美国人、全世界人，告诉他们，共产党已经到了你的家里，到你们的家门口，已经在杀人。
So there are numerous examples that I can give about how we provide humanity support and give back to this world. And for example, our founder, Miles Guo, he gave pre-warnings about the CCP's infiltration years ago, and he warned the Western democracy that CCP is coming. And now many of his predictions have become sad reality. And so we really want to help the world to better understand what is our most dangerous existential threat from the CCP.
就像在2020年COVID 的来临之前，我们在2019年12月份，我们就向美国人、向全世界告诉了这个病毒一定会来，而且是会非常严重，来自于中共的实验室。但是到今天为止，我们依然还有很多人没有意识到这一点。
So back in 2019, before the global pandemic started, we pre-warned the world about the CCP virus, the virus that was manufactured in the Wuhan lab. And we warned the people, the entire world, about this risk to public health. And a lot of people are still not realizing this virus is manufactured and it's by CCP. It's a CCP virus.
但是很幸运的是，川普总统当时听取了我们新中国联邦的建议，实行了旅行暂停的计划。
So thankfully, President Trump, when he was in the White House, he took our advice and he issued the travel ban. And so that travel ban saved millions of American people's life.
This is absolutely amazing. Thank you. So I read a book called The 100-Year Marathon by Michael Pillsbury. Are you
Yes, absolutely.
So there's a book that everyone here should read right now about what China is doing, and it's called The 100-Year Marathon by Michael Pillsbury. It explains to you exactly what they're doing and what the plan is. That wasn't on here, but it just really elucidates what's happening. But my second question is for Nicole. You've been in this country for over 20 years. You're a U.S. citizen. You've worked in corporate America and in the federal government. What inspired you to join NFSC to confront the world's most powerful dictatorship?
Well, thank you for that question. I came here as a student more than 20 years ago. And at that time, I feel I was safe in America because the CCP's infiltration in the U.S. was subtle, was not that obvious. And I thought America is a safe haven for Chinese people who have a dissident view from the CCP. And so over the time, I found this country is becoming increasingly socialist. And as we can see from the US campuses and in schools and colleges, there are so many anti-Semitism, pro-Hamas, and according to a survey that more than half of the millennials in this country prefer socialism over capitalism, and that's starking. And so I felt that this country is no longer as free as it should be, and it takes a lot of people to take back that freedom. And coming from China, I'm fluent in Chinese language and culture, and I pledge my allegiance to the United States Constitution. So it is my duty to defend this country from any foreign adversaries. So that's why I quit my job with the federal government. I felt this movement is more meaningful and more helpful to my mission to serve the people. I believe in this country that it's the country by the people, for the people, and of the people. And I want to be part of the people's movement. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Of course. So Ava, you also quit your job. You're a Canadian citizen. You owned a small business. How did you learn about NFSC, and why did you give up all that you had and work so hard for it to join this movement?
Yes, thank you for the question, because I think I realize my journey took me to a point that I realized if I'm not the solution, then I'm the problem. And now, once I identified the solution, so I want all in, and that's my personality. And going through this journey, it was such a personal transformation. I came to Canada, I remember. I spent my first summer in Rocky Mountain, beautiful, beautiful Banff. I'm sure a lot of people know because I saw Theodore, Canadian, my fellow countryman. So at that year, I was on the curbs in front of the Banff Public Library, and we were drawing. At that time, I took a hotel banquet job because I was a student, and then a girl from Taiwan, and we were drawing. I was drawing the Chinese national flag, you all know, red at the time, and she was drawing the Republic of China flag, which is blue and white. And I was very, very angry. And I confronted her, and I say, Taiwan is part of China. And what I did, which I could not even forgive myself today, is I grabbed her chalk and I threw it away. And that was me back in 2004. So I came a long way, and I wanted you to know, in China, I'm not atypical. Actually, I'm pretty typical back 2004, because they indoctrinate us. They put the fabricated history in the history book, and they taught us to hate, okay? So that's back then what I did. And then I'm so lucky in my journey, and I ran into Miles School, and at that time we call whistleblower movement. Basically, he's whistleblowing, revealing how on earth the communism system is working. Because as ordinary people living inside communist China, you have no clue, okay? The communists are really, really intelligent and smart. They figured it out. How they gonna willingly take out of all your savings, all your wealth, and move it all offshore and for their own personal benefit. Okay, so through this revelation of my own school, I had an aha moment. As David mentioned, at that time, I followed a lot of pro-democracy activists that doing their broadcast online. I've actually followed 4 or 5 of them. I listened to all of them, but only one person stood out for those years. After my own research, of my own studying, identify with Miles School, because everything he said is true and made sense. So I follow through and I start volunteer. I get more involved when I see those young Hong Kongers sacrifice their lives at 16, 17, even 15 years old. I said, well, I'm way older than them. If there's anything happened to me, I got a better deal. So that's why I joined the movement. From the very get-go, I thought this is a solution, and I know it is a solution, and this is the right man, and this is the right movement, and we're in a right time in history. Because 2019 did happen. COVID weapon was released by Xi Jinping and his Communist Central Military Commission. And yes, and Hong Kong was fallen, okay, just like a Hitler. Hitler tear off the Treaty of Versailles, what happened? You know, after 1934, he made advancement after advancement after advancement. That's exactly happened in this moment in history. That is why we are the solution. I'm so surprised that so many of you are eager to hear what we have to say in this country. So that's my version. Sorry, I took a little bit long. Back to you.
No, it's amazing. So Ava touched on, you touched on the whistleblowing a little bit, and that's what I want to ask David about. So that was one of the big things that NFSC did is, you know, you defined that axis of evil between the CCP, Russia, and Iran. How did this become a whistleblowing endeavor? Tell us where you are with everything now, and what are you looking to do in the future?
对，应该是我们新中国联邦最早是在这个媒体上，大概在今年的7、8月份，我们提出来了新的邪恶轴心国的建立形成了。
NFSC was the first to inform the entire world about the formation of the new axis of evil back in July, I believe, and that is the CCP, Russia, and Iran.
轴心国，大家可以马上会想到这个二战时候的轴心国，德国。日本和意大利这3个主要的国家，那么现在对应的是谁呢？现在对应的是中国，对应的是俄罗斯，对应的是伊朗。
So most people who are familiar with the history of World War II, you know, the axis of evil was referring to Italy and Nazi Germany and Japan, and now corresponding to the historical axis of evil, we now have a new axis of evil that's consisting of the Communist Party in China, Russia, and Iran.
那我们重点就是来讲中共国 CCP， 它今天所做的事情跟二战时候的德国有多么相似。
So let's draw a parallel between what happened during World War II, what's been done by the axis of evil back then, and to what is happening now with the new axis of evil, that is the CCP, Russia, and Iran.
德国应该是在一战以后，1919年以后签署了凡尔赛条约，但是很快它是撕毁了。而且不断的扩军扩张，而且去侵略周边的国家。但是英国、法国和美国都保持了绥靖中立政策。
So as everyone who is familiar with the history can recall that in 1919, the Nazi Germany destroyed a peace treaty and started to act more aggressively. At the time, the democracy, the Western democracy, U.S., Canada, UK
and France.
They have adopted appeasement policy, and so not confronting the Nazi Germany that allowed or invited more aggression from Nazi Germany.
今天的美国和欧洲和中共的关系，就像当年的美国、英国、法国对德国的关系，都是采取一种绥靖政策，允许他对西方的渗透。伤害西方的老百姓，甚至中国的老百姓，就像当年是一模一样。
So the Western policies toward communist China is pretty much the same as the appeasement policy from the World War II. The U.S. foreign policy toward communist China, along with other Western democracies, have been accommodating, appeasing, détente. So that actually enabled and emboldened the Chinese Communist Party.
德国在二战前，它的经济来源主要靠的是美国的贷款。
So during World War II, the backbone of Nazi Germany's economy is relying on the U.S. loans. So U.S. actually lended support to Nazi Germany's economic growth.
法国希望德国强大以后对付苏联，英国希望德国强大以后对抗法国。
So everybody has their own agenda to lend support to Nazi German. For example, France want Nazi German to help them to defeat their rivalry, and so is UK. So everybody has a selfish reason to not to confront Nazi German, to support the growth of Nazi German.
今天中共国 CCP 的强大，主要是来自于美国的经济和技术支持。
So the sudden rise of the Chinese Communist Party is thankfully due to the support of the U.S. investment and U.S. technology. So it's the U.S. money and American technology that empowered, enriched, and emboldened the Chinese Communist Party.
华尔街给中共输送了数以万亿计的财富给他们，用于军事，用于迫害中国的老百姓，用于对西方的轻视。
So thanks to the Wall Street contribution, the CCP got hundreds of trillions of dollars to modernize their military, and that's all funded by the Wall Street. all of this investment and surrender technology to CCP actually hurt the American people, hurt American people's life and standard of living and economy, job. And so it just doesn't hurt the Chinese people, but also hurt we the people in this country.
所以是美国、英国、法国这几个主要国家培养了一个法西斯希特勒。今天是美国和欧洲培养了一个法西斯的习中国。
So without the help of the US and UK and France, there was no such a thing called Nazi German. And so similarly, without the US appeasement policy and the Western, countries' support and emboldenment of the CCP, there's no such a big threat that we're facing today from the Chinese Communist Party.
所以这就是我的解释，为什么今天邪恶轴心国已经建成，而且已经走到我们的家门口，气球已经飞到你们的门口，已经杀人到你们可能很多人都有亲人因为 COVID 已经去世了，很多人吃了芬太尼去世了，而且是年轻人。
So that's why I say the formation of the new axis of evil is so detrimental to American people's national security. It's actually coming to our living room. Some of you might have lost loved ones during the COVID, right? And we have saw the CCP spy balloon flying over the US sky, and they're buying the farmland near our military installation. And so the ubiquitous presence of the CCP's infiltration is really threatening.
Thank you.
Of course. So you were talking about the infiltration. You're all over the media, and it's sort of a two-part question. Do you think that the American people are understanding your message, but also in terms of that infiltration, the Belt Road Initiative, can you explain to everyone that's what it's called, right? The Belt Road Initiative. Yeah. And this wasn't on my paperwork, but I think it's really important for everyone to know. Can you explain what the Communist Chinese Party is doing all over the world, and are they understanding your message?
I think so, and I think a lot of people in this country are awakening to the threat of the Chinese Communist Party, and I think that that's pretty much one of the very few things that both left and right, because this country is very divided at this moment, but I think this is very common ground for people from all across the political spectrum who have come to the realization that our biggest enemy is our own failed policy toward the communist China. So when we're talking about the threat and the migrants crossing the open border in southern states, let's not blame those people who are crossing the state. Let's blame on our own failed policy. We need to fix our own policy issue so that we're not going to embolden and enriching our biggest enemy. And so I want to comment on your question about the Belt and Road Initiative. As we know that everybody has been paying attention to the military crisis in Middle East. Guess what? Israel is one of those many countries who have signed on the Belt and Road Initiative. Italy, many countries.
Middle East, Africa.
Exactly, and many countries in Europe. So that initiative is actually called the Global Colonization Project. And the CCP is infiltrating the railroads, the ports, and everything so that they want to control the entire world. So they have an ambition not just to take down America. Right. They want to take down the entire free world by destroying our way of life. And another important thing, infiltrating, and about the media. And so I don't see any mainstream media coming to cover this event because they have been bought and owned and paid for by the CCP.
That's right. You see LeBron James not standing for our national anthem, but if it was the Chinese national anthem, because he's bought and paid for, he'd be standing right up.
Yes, and Hollywood, we're talking about in the Hollywood celebrities, and they've been censoring the film, and CCP owned AMC. I mean, the CCP owned the Smithfield, meat processing. I mean, 90% of our pharmaceutical precursors are dependent on CCP supply chain. So we are dependent on our enemy for our life-saving crucial, supply chain. That is dangerous. So we got to hold our elected officials for their accountability. We have to each and every one of you must call your senators, your congressmen, and ask them to correct the past mistake and make sure that they're elected to represent we the people, not the CCP in Beijing.
Amen. So just to back up for everybody, so basically the Belt Road Initiative, China is going into every country in the world and taking over for financial gain of these small countries, their roads, their bridges, their oil, their everything. So they are infiltrating themselves into every country in the world. They have a fingerprint right there. And they're not just there on a benevolent mission to help those countries. No. They are there to take over and colonize.
Yes.
So be very aware of that.
Yep.
It's not an act of kindness. So my next question is for Ava. So the NFSC first stated that the CCP doesn't represent the Chinese people. Can you explain exactly why that is?
Yes, thank you very much for that question, because that question is very important. And I want every single one of you leaving today have a changed behavior, okay? So let's learn it together. The reason why we want to separate the Chinese Communist Party from China and Chinese people, the reasons are the Chinese government want to purposefully confuse you. They want to binding all three concepts together, so they have the perfect human shield. Okay, so when sanction comes, they would hide behind the people. They would hide behind the country called China. But the truth is, the Chinese Communist Party is not a homegrown political movement. The Soviet Union sent their advisor in 1921. They sent them to China at that time, and then they recruited 11 Chinese, very gullible and prone to be brainwashed by communism. And one of them is renowned Mao. Okay, the dictator Mao was among the one of the 11 that Soviet Union recruited. So after the 28 years of their infiltration work, they successfully lied to the people, which are very poor and impoverished country. It's easy to lie because you only have to offer them food and then they will follow you. They think that you are the solution and the hero. So until 1921 all the way to 1949. Okay, so Chiang Kai-shek lost the battle. Guess what? Because the United States did not support Chiang Kai-shek in 1945. That's the Chinese Civil War. So, but on the other hand, the Mao, the Red Army, had full support from the Soviet Union. Weapon, funds, training. So that's why they those communists successfully took China. And ever since that, they started killing the Chinese people. Ever stopped violence, bloody history of the last 74 years. So I think if you actually read a history book, you would be amazed how brutal this regime is towards their own people. Yep. Because this evil communist ideology, Chinese people never voted, never given an opportunity to vote. So that is why we want you to know that CCP does not represent the Chinese people even for one day. They only represent their own interests. That is why they come up with all those policies and schemes to steal our wealth. Under communist, I want you to remember, there's two features. One, we call them nationalized private wealth. Okay, they come up with all the smart ways to steal from everyday Joe. Nationalized private wealth, and then individualized state power. Okay, so you have all the states supposed to serve and protect people, but if a small group of people seize those power, they serve those small group of people. So that's come up from the two core values written in Communist Manifesto by 1848 by Karl Marx, which is abolish private property. The second one is central planned economy. So what Americans think by engaging in free trade, you will enrich China, you will enrich Chinese people, you were under an incorrect assumption. The reason why is the Chinese top officials, they control the economy and market. How much Chinese people buy, what they buy, what the parents grow, what the parents would grow, and how much they have to sell to the government, at what price, they're all determined by one party state. So by engaging in the free trade, you only enrich a very small people on the top, and they will determine how to distribute the wealth in the country. And guess what? They give only 1%, maybe even less than 1% of the wealth to the 1.4 billion people. That is why we have half of the country, we have more than half of the population living in extreme poverty. Okay, that's why I want you to understand, CCP does not equal to China. CCP does not equal to Chinese people. And the Chinese people has been waking up because of this movement. And now I'm going to say CCP does not equal. Could you all start saying CCP does not equal? You know what to say, right? Let's try that, okay? Once, CCP does not equal. CCP does not equal.
Chinese.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You guys are so inspiring. I want to follow up with something. So whenever the Chinese Communist Revolution took over, didn't they first kind of use the students, right? They indoctrinated all of the students. And guess what happened? They fell for it, just like we see happening at Harvard and all of our colleges here. But when that happened, the students then became a little too powerful communism. Yeah. Did they or did, and whoever wants to answer this, did they or did they not then exile those people to the farmlands? Is that true?
Yeah, pretty much so. And
so they use, sorry, so they use these people like they're using CNN now and our college professors and, you know, a derogatory term, useful idiots.
And the useful idiots during the Cultural Revolution is called Little Red Guards.
Wow.
Yes.
So it's true, that's what they did, right?
In the very beginning of the revolution, because you know, 1949, majority of the country is illiterate, so we don't even have a student at that time. But yes, Red Guard did come in Cultural Revolution, but they used peasants, illiterate peasants, because the country at that time, 1949, so 80% or to 90% of the population was peasants. My time is up, but we can talk into this if you're willing to get to know more. We can talk after the session. Thank you.
So very quickly, the last very important question for David is, we want to take down the CCP. Let's tell us what, in the last couple of minutes, how we're going to do that.
我们要消灭中共，我们怎么做？
首先在座的各位都可以帮我们去做很简单的事情，大家可以做的就是让更多的美国人、更多的美国的政府的人员、机构、政府的这些机关都了解中共已经到了家门口，已经在杀害这个全世界的人，他们已经组建了邪恶轴心国。
So actually, how to do that? Every and each one of you can help. How to do that? Spread the word and tell your family and friends about the threat of the CCP. The CCP is coming to your doorstep, and everybody can, you know, spread the truth, and especially tell your elected government officials and your local state representative, your congressmen and senators and U.S. government agencies to help them better understand the threat at your personal level, in your community, and all levels.
我们不希望花美国政府的钱，也不希望花普通老百姓的钱，更不希望用美国的普通的老百姓的儿女送到前线去为14亿中国人的自由去牺牲。
So we do not want to send American people's sons and daughters to go fight in China and die. We can prevent this kinetic war by decoupling from the CCP, by changing our policy. We are not asking the U.S. government to give us money or support with us the arms sale. All we need to do is to use the truth. The truth will prevail, and, you know, ask your government officials to stop engaging with the CCP.
我们新中国联邦在全球有数以百万计的支持者和成员，我们在中国国内也是数以百万计的体制内的战友在支持我们，情报在支持我们。 我们有能力、有实力、有经济来支持我们的灭共行动，而且我们也愿意为此去做。
This movement is massive. We have hundreds of millions of supporters worldwide, and we also have millions of insiders, people who are working inside the Chinese government, the military. They are our silent friends, and people want to destroy that regime from within. And so we can take down the CCP, within our own financial means, with our own people and the resources. We're confident that we can take down the CCP.
只要美国能斩断中共在美国的所有的手脚，只要能跟他们脱钩，不要给他们任何经济和技术的支持，我们就一定能把中共推翻。
So we're not asking U.S. on how to support us. We just ask you not to support the CCP. And it's very easy to do so. The CCP has placed hundreds of trillions of dollars assets in the U.S. They have their spy operations, and Wall Street has been funding the regime. And all we have to do is just stop the funding, stop the support, and decouple. That's how easy it is. This is the most peaceful way to disintegrate the CCP without having to send American sons and daughters to go die to fight another foreign war.
很多人会担心脱钩以后，美国失去了中国的市场，没有生意可做。我可以告诉大家，脱钩以后，有了新中国，把这个合作、这个利益交给美国和中国的老百姓。
So there has been a theory talking about, if we disengage the CCP or decouple from the CCP, the world will be in chaos. The world economy will collapse. That's not the truth. So the truth is that once we take down the CCP, all the trade policies and economic relations and diplomatic relations will benefit the people from both countries. Now they're not benefiting people in this country, not benefiting the Laobaixing in China. It's only benefiting the ruling party, the CCP kleptocrats, and the global elites, and Washington's permanent political establishment. And that's why we need to drain the swamp.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicole, Ava, and David.
Thank you.
Take down the